Chapter 1, Question Answering System. Damn, why did I come into this world? In a New York police station, Li Cheng, who was playing with a gun, had a pain on his face. Originally, I crossed into a policeman, and he was a 20-year-old young policeman. It was a good start no matter what. There is a problem, this is Marvel. Superman walks all over the floor, Marvel with as many bosses as dogs. It is 2010, and the Avengers have not yet been established. In another 2 years, Loki will invade New York with the Zetarrians. In another 8 years, the severe second-degree patient, purple sweet potato extract, will wear that infinite glove and snap the fingers that shock the universe. This is a world where even the Earth is considered a ball. A city is too small for a dead person to die. If you die directly by the planet, what else can a little policeman do except shivering? Even if he knew some plots in advance and moved out of New York ahead of time, he could only escape the Zeta Rising Stars. What about the purple sweet potatoes? Ding! Question and answer system binding. At this moment, a mechanical electronic sound system was in Li Cheng's ear. System. Li Cheng immediately sat up straight, with unstoppable excitement in his heart, and the gold finger finally arrived. Wait! What system? But when he came back to his senses, he felt a little dazed. This system sounds so low. System, what do you do? Li Cheng asked after a 2-second pause. Let's go low at a low point, better than nothing. This system can pull people into the answer space and let them answer the question. After the answer is completed, the host can get rewards. What reward can I get? Li Cheng hurriedly asked a question of most concern, which is related to whether he can survive in this big Marvel world. Rewards come from abilities or props in novels, cartoons, or film and television works. This is good. Li Cheng is relieved, there are a lot of abilities and props in the film and television works. Apart from anything else, just say that Marvel's old rival DC can find out the existence of PK and purple sweet potato essence. No, not even DC, Marvel has its own giant who beats the purple sweet potato essence. Whether the answerer answered correctly or incorrectly has anything to do with my reward? Li Cheng asked again. It doesn't matter. Then who will answer the question? You can specify the answering object by yourself, or you can select randomly by the system. Whoever answers the question will affect my reward. No effect. Do I need to write the question myself? You can ask questions yourself, or the system can generate them. Stupid service, I like it. Ding! The answer space is ready, and the first question and answer can be started at any time. Then, let's do it now. Li Cheng couldn't wait to start the first question and answer. He was too lazy to make the question himself, and he was even more lazy to choose the person himself. Using the full service, the question was generated by the system, and the answerer let the system choose randomly. When Li Cheng was checking the answering system, a red figure sprayed white energy from the solace of the New York night sky and landed on the stage in a handsome posture. I did not say that the world is immersed in long-lasting peace for many years because of me. Neither did I say that no one in the world is reborn like a phoenix on fire like me. I never said that Uncle Sam can lie comfortably on a chair and drink iced tea leisurely because I always stay at the peak. No one dares to challenge me one-on-one. After some hot girls danced, Tony Stark took off his armor and gave a very confident speech on the stage. No matter how many times I watch it, this person's arrogance and narcissism always make people nauseous. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow hidden in the audience, said to Nick Fury, who was on the side. For a person who has the ability to save the world, this small shortcoming is acceptable. Nick Fury one-eyed gleaming wisdom, sometimes, you have to learn to open one eye and close one eye. Like you. Natasha Romanoff glanced at Nick Fury's blindfold. If you are sincere, I can tell you the exclusive secret, raise a cat first. Nick Fury sorted the blindfold with his hands. Be prepared, you will go to work at Stark tomorrow. No, fairy, you let me serve that narcissist. The arc reactor is not perfect, it can poison people's body. Judging from the recent behavior of Tony Stark, our Iron Man is afraid that it will start to rust. But I am not a doctor. But you are good at observing, don't you? Nick Fury said, what the is Stark's body, I need to know, even if he has a few sores on his tongue. You don't need to look at it to know, it must be full of mouth sores. One more thing, I plan to absorb him into the Avengers. During the undercover, you evaluate whether he is suitable. There is no need to evaluate this, I can tell you now, it is absolutely inappropriate. Why do you say that? Just because you can't stand too many women around him. Me and Button, we can hand over our backs to each other. I know that even if Button sacrifices his own life, reading www.yuyuganshu.com will take care of me, but Tony Stark? He only has him in his eyes. Himself, the whole world revolves around him, and it is absolutely impossible for him to sacrifice for others. At this time, Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff suddenly disappeared from the crowd. Disappeared together, and Tony Stark hiding behind to check the toxicity of his blood. Have you chosen these three randomly? 2 first-generation reunion, 1 reunion founder, really random. In the answer space, seeing the 3 suddenly appeared, Li Cheng couldn't help but tut. These characters have been seen in movies, but it is the first time that they have turned into real people and appeared in front of them. He didn't hide, he just stood in front of everyone to look at him, because people in the answer space can't see him, can't hear him, and can't touch him. For people in the answer space, he doesn't exist. Space technology. Tony Stark was shocked, someone can actually develop space technology to this level. Compared to this, I want to know what the purpose of getting us to this place is. Nick Fury said as he looked around vigilantly. No matter who is behind this, since I have chosen the 3 of us, I think we can start from the common ground of the 3 of us. Natasha Romanoff analyzed. I don't think I can have anything in common with this marinated egghead. Tony Stark walked up to Natasha Romanoff with a smile that he considered a gentleman on his face. But this beauty, I would be happy to discuss with you what we have in common. After we go out, would you like to have a drink together? Li Cheng was speechless, this Tony Stark really deserves to be a playboy. At this time, he still thinks about dating a girl. Chapter 2, Who Fought the Nuclear Bomb? Questions and answers will now begin, please be prepared. The first question, who sent the nuclear bomb into the sky portal during the New York War and destroyed the Zetaru mothership? A. Iron Man Tony Stark. B. Captain America Steve Rogers. C. Hulk Bruce Banner. D. Thor. Reminder, if you answer this question correctly, you will be rewarded with a set of Mark 7 armor. If you answer incorrectly, you will deduct 1 year of life. Just as the people in the answer space were discussing and communicating with each other, an electronically synthesized sound suddenly rang. At the same time, the corresponding text also appeared in the air, shining with a soft light, just floating in front of everyone's eyes. What is this? Holographic projection? But where is the launcher? Tony Stark's first concern was not the subject itself, but the form in which the subject appeared. But he searched all the way up and down, and he didn't find any launcher. Those words were just floating in the air out of thin air. Is this the purpose of the people behind the scenes? Let's answer the question. Nick Fury stared at the question thoughtfully. Where is Zetaru? Owning a mothership is definitely the technological strength that a big country can have, but I have never heard of this country or region. Natasha Romanoff turned around and asked Nick Fury. Have you heard of this place? Never. Nick Fury shook his head. And, as far as I know, no country has mastered portal technology. If the cheatery in the question can really make a portal, then its technological strength surpasses it. Above all countries today. You really have a serious analysis. Tony Stark wanted to laugh as he listened. Of course no one has heard of Ziterui, because this is simply made up by the author. He left. After 2 steps, I walked to those words and pointed to the options. As everyone knows, Captain America died during World War II. This Thor is a legendary character, a fictitious character. Isn't that obvious yet? From the topic to the options, they are all made up. Mr. Stark, are you saying that the person who made the question got us here in a way that no one of us can understand, just to make up a question to play us? Natasha Romanoff said. I think we'd better answer the questions first, and answer the questions seriously, just like your future son tells you very seriously that he wants to eat bear biscuits. Nick Fury put his chin in one hand and analyzed their New York history on the above. There has never been such a war. Since it is not the past, then it is the future. This topic is that one day in the future, the Zetaris will have a war with a certain side in New York. Who will they be with? Is it with us? There is too little information to speculate. Natasha Romanoff also analyzed. Let's take a look at the options first. Captain America can rule out first. He is long gone and cannot participate in future wars. Hulk, it should be the green guy who almost demolished a street in New York a few years ago. Although he is so powerful that he can resist shells, he can't fly and shouldn't be able to send nuclear bombs to the portal in the sky. The remaining 2 options, Thor is in myths and legends, and should be able to fly. Nick Fury groaned, however, that is a mythical character. 2. I think this question is very simple. A 3-year-old child knows the answer. Tony Stark said again. Then you said, what should I choose? Natasha Romanoff asked. Send a nuclear bomb into the portal to destroy the mothership. What kind of behavior is this? It's a superhero behavior. Tony Stark said while pacing. Which of the 4 options is a superhero? Although I don't want to boast, but it's the truth, it's me. So the topic is very simple. It's a story about a very cliched superhero saving the world again. Tony Stark turned around and looked at the text floating in the air said, I choose A, Iron Man Tony Stark. Correct answer. Reward distribution. A set of red battle armor with a pull-out style appeared on the scene out of thin air. The armor was really released. Tony Stark's eyes widened immediately, and he looked at the armor in front of him in disbelief. He just didn't take this topic into his mind at all. He was talking nonsense with a ridiculous mentality. But he didn't expect that a suit of battle armor would actually appear in front of him. What's even more bizarre is that the use of this suit of armor also directly appeared in his mind, although he didn't need it. Stark, tell me, is it a model or a real armor? Nick Fury's one-eyed one could not stop shocked. Although he asked, he actually already had the answer in his mind. Since the reward is real, then the title of this question. Natasha Romanoff looked away from the armor. You read www.yuyugonshu.com and stared at the words in the sky again. Someday in the future, will the Zetarians really start a war in New York? I will investigate immediately after I get out of here. Even if I dig 3 feet, I will find them. Nick Fury said in a deep voice. At this time, the text disappeared, and a video began to play in the air. Sir, there is an abnormality on the deck. Inside the Sky Mothership, Agent Hill said anxiously, attention all. An aircraft took off illegally, knock it down. Repeat. The takeoff was not approved. As soon as the screen turned, Nick Fury ran out with a rocket launcher, and hit the tail of a fighter with a bang. The fireworks billowed. The fighter was scrapped on the spot, but another fighter took off successfully. Nick Fury took the pistol and aimed it, but the fighter plane had flown out of the mothership, so Nick Fury had to put down the pistol. You actually used a bazooka to shoot your fighter. Natasha Romanoff said, I don't see that you are more prodigal than Tony Stark. Take off illegally. Some of my subordinates dared to disobey my orders. Nick Fury's face was a little ugly, but even then, I don't have to fight the bazooka to hit the plane myself, right? What happened? Stark, did you hear that? A fighter plane with a nuclear bomb flew over. In the screen, Nick Fury prevented the fighter from failing and quickly contacted Tony Stark. How long will it be? The camera was cut to Tony Stark, who was being beaten up on the ground, very embarrassed. In 3 minutes, it will destroy the entire city. Jarvis, all energy is sent to the thruster. Tony Stark repelled several enemies, jetting out dazzling energy from the soles of his feet, and soaring into the sky. Chapter 3, he flew into the portal. In this scene, the enemy only has a glimpse and appears briefly. But with just a few short shots, the 3 people present, whether it is Tony Stark, the Iron Man or the director and agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., all frowned. Because the enemy looks strange, it doesn't look like a human at all. Are the people who fought me Charitas? Why are they like that? Tony Stark couldn't help but said, is it wearing a strange armor? It's not like a battle armor, but I think they should be like the Hulk, with some kind of abnormal change in their body. Natasha Romanoff expressed a different point of view from Tony Stark. Given their respective identities, both of them are considered broad-informed, knowing a lot of things that ordinary people don't know. But in any case, their brains are not big enough to think about aliens. Isn't it an alien? The only thing he can think of is Nick Fury. After all, he has seen an alien with his own eyes, and he was blind in one eye at that time. The nuclear bomb has been launched. It will detonate in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and it is over. The video continues. A nuclear bomb dragged along white smoke and was launched. Then everything in the camera cuts to the battle screen. In the screen, a person with a shield and a star-striped suit and another person with a red cloak and a hammer are fighting the Zatarus. Everyone knows the person holding the shield. That face is exactly the same as the face of Captain America in the museum. It must be Captain America. What is surprising is that the guy with the hammer, once the hammer is down, the car can fly, and his strength seems to be greater than that of the super soldier like Captain America. The one with the shield is Captain America. I didn't expect a dead man to be on the battlefield again. Tony Stark's gaze fell on Thor. This man with the hammer should be the Thor in the options, right? A figure in myth. Appeared in New York, fighting side by side with a dead man. Is it ridiculous for me alone? Black Widow Natasha Romanoff appeared in the screen, holding the psychic scepter and saying, I can close it. Can anyone hear it? I can close the portal. The dusty-faced Captain Steve Rogers said quickly, close it. No, wait a minute. Tony Stark's voice came. Stark, there are more and more enemies. Steve Rogers said. I have a nuclear bomb here, and it will explode in a minute. Tony Stark flew in the air, and soon caught up with the nuclear bomb, holding it on his shoulders. I know where to let it go. Stark, you never go back, Steve Rogers reminded. Use all energy to turn, Jarvis. Tony Stark ignored Steve Rogers and continued to fly with the nuclear bomb. Sir, do you want to contact Miss Pepper? Jarvis asked. Let's contact. Tony Stark hesitated for a moment, but decided to contact. The streets of New York have become a battlefield, and the army has arrived, trying to control the situation, but obviously they are not opponents at all. I have to say that in my career, I have never seen such a scene. We don't know much about this response team, but we recognize Iron Man, millionaire Tony Stark. At this time, Pepper was sitting on the plane, watching the report about the New York war with a worried look, and didn't even notice Tony Stark's call. When Tony Stark flew with a nuclear bomb on his back, the camera was switched many times. Captain America and Thor looked up at the sky. The Hulk who crawled out of the ruins also looked up, Nick Fury, Agent Hill, etc. Although not at the scene, they are all watching through the internet. It can be said that at this moment the whole of New York is watching Tony Stark. In a few simple shots, the taste of a self-sacrificing lone hero is sketched out. The wind is slack and the water is cold, and the strong man goes and never returns. Li Cheng couldn't help but think of this poem. Of course, Tony Stark's absence is not no return, but Tony Stark at that time didn't know this. He had already taken the determination of no return when he left. Tony Stark at this time deserves the word hero. Stark, I never thought you could make this choice. Natasha Romanoff looked away from the video and fell to Tony Stark, who was also watching the video, shocked. Just before entering the answer space, she also affirmed that Tony Stark would never sacrifice for others. In a blink of an eye, she saw people resist the nuclear bomb. Stark, I knew I didn't misunderstand you. It is the right choice for you to join the Avengers. Nick Fury couldn't help but smile, and the footage on the video made him feel that he saw the right person. Is this response group the Avengers? It sounds like a boy group. Tony Stark shrugged, reading www.yuyuganshu.com with a calm look. But in fact, his heart is full of shock. He couldn't even imagine that he would make this choice. In the complicated minds of several people, Tony Stark in the picture has already flew into the portal carrying a nuclear bomb, flying into the dark, vast universe. Compared with the vast universe, human beings seem so small. Sir, the call to Pepper failed. Jarvis's voice sounded, Tony Stark let go, and the nuclear bomb flew towards the giant floating in the sky, the mothership of the Xatarians, and he himself was exhausted. Lost energy, unable to fly, and fell downward. After the nuclear bomb hit the mothership, there was a big explosion. In the dazzling fire, the mothership was blown into slag. As the mothership was bombed, the Xatarians on the ground fell one by one, including the spacecraft that flew in the air like fish, and also fell to the ground. This war is won. Although everyone just watched the end of the war and didn't know anything about the previous battle, everyone deeply felt the difficulty of this battle. You did it, Stark. Nick Fury from outside the video couldn't help applauding. You were right. This is nothing more than another old story about a superhero saving the world. But I want to help. Cheers for the old story. You won't be really dead, are you? Natasha Romanoff stared at the video and said, your armor obviously has no power. How do you land? Have you never seen a movie? Tony Stark said, the people who save the world in the movie have only one end, and that is to return home with a beautiful woman. He looked at Natasha Romanoff, I can give you a chance to be this beauty. Chapter 4, Marinated Egghead was assassinated. Close it. Steve Rogers gave the order. Natasha Romanoff stabbed with a scepter, the energy pillar connected to the portal was shut off, the portal in the air was closed, and Tony Stark's steel body fell straight down. How did I land? Tony Stark stared at the video, wanting to know his ending. Did you fall to death? The two Natasha Romanoffs, whether in or out of the video, are staring at the red figures falling from the sky. Everyone is watching whether Tony Stark has successfully landed after fighting the nuclear bomb. However, the space went dark and the video ended here. That set of red armor falling from the sky is the final picture. Nick Fury. Tony Stark. Natasha Romanoff. This person who wrote the subject is too hateful, I didn't show it at the critical moment. Did you survive? I finally understand why the person who asked the question did not show up. For a long time Tony Stark was extremely speechless, it must be because I was afraid of being killed. Stark, don't worry about it. As you said, all the heroes who saved the world in the movies will never die. Nick Fury also has an urge to shoot people, neither will you. If this Thor really has the power of myths and legends, then flying is nothing to him. Natasha Romanoff said, so he should be able to fly and save Stark in the air. It doesn't matter whether I am dead or not. Tony Stark said in a rare and serious manner, the important thing is that I already know this future in advance, so I can prepare in advance to avoid this. The situation happened. Stark is right. We know the future ahead of time. This is more important than the future itself. Nick Fury scanned the two with one eye. There is nothing in this video that can mark time. But whether it's Stark or Romanoff, the appearance of the two of you is almost the same as it is now, there is no change. In other words, this time in the future will not happen too far. Natasha Romanoff continued with Nick Fury's words, the Zeterians invaded New York, it is likely to be within a few years. The armor I wear in the video is exactly the same as the one around me, Mark 7. Tony Stark pointed to the armor that was rewarded, I just made Mark 3 now. With my research and development capabilities, I learned from Mark 3. It probably takes. Tony Stark thought for a while and said, 2 to 3 years. Is it such a short time? Nick Fury's face changed when he saw everything he could keep calm. In 2 or 3 years, New York will be attacked by aliens. If someone usually mentions aliens invading the Earth, Tony Stark will definitely use his unparalleled poisonous tongue to squirt people to death, but now, he asks very seriously, bald egghead, do aliens really exist? It exists. Nick Fury was silent for 2 seconds and nodded. A dozen years ago, when I was not director of Aegis, aliens came to Earth. One of my eyes was also at that time lost. Aliens are real. While Tony Stark was shocked, he was even more convinced that the video just now was a future segment. Fry, is Captain America really dead? Natasha Romanoff also asked, you have also seen him, he will fight with us in 2 or 3 years. According to history, Captain America chose to drop the plane into the sea in order to prevent the plane from flying into New York. Nick Fury said. So no one has seen his body? Tony Stark interjected. Yes, his body was not found. Nick Fury said. Captain America is not an ordinary person, but a super soldier injected with serum, so even if it has been nearly 70 years, he may still survive. Natasha Romanoff said. Peggy Carter is still alive, I will visit her. Nick Fury said, if anyone in the world knows the whereabouts of the captain, then it must be her. Captain America, a 100-year-old veteran, can still find clues, but what about Thor? Tony Stark looked at Nick Fury's bald head, and said, resisting the urge to complain, this is a character in mythology. How to find? Do I look like Odin? Nick Fury said irritably, how would I know where to find his son? The eyes are very similar, if Odin is the same as in the myths and legends. Tony Stark said, but I think you can only have eyes like. I mean, unless Odin is also a marinated egghead. Could you stop mentioning the 3 words boiled egghead? Nick Fury was so angry that Tony Stark was so talented that he was so venomous. It takes minutes to get along with him. Soaring blood pressure. Thor has no clue. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Put it aside first, where's Bruce Banner? Fortunately, Natasha Romanoff spoke in time, or Nick Fury almost turned into a mother to provoke Fac. I have been in control of the whereabouts of the big guy. Nick Fury thought for a while and said, but I don't think there is any need to disturb him now. He is calm now, which is very good for him, especially for this society. Wait. On the eve of the Tarui, I will send someone to contact him again. The second question starts, please be prepared. SHIEL director Nick Fury was assassinated and escaped by Alexander Pierce. Whose house did he hide in? A. Hawkeye Clint Button. B. Iron Man Tony Stark. C. Captain America Steve Rogers. D. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. The answer to this question is correct, the Green Devils will be rewarded with a skateboard, but the answer is wrong, and 1 year of life will be deducted. Hot egghead, isn't your head too offensive? Tony Stark said immediately after reading the question, although that sounds ridiculous, but maybe you were assassinated because of who doesn't like you. The braised egghead. You know, there are so many people who like to eat braised egg now, and once they think of your head, they can't eat it. Shut up Stark, this is not Chinatown, there are not so many people eating marinated eggs. Nick Fury Chiang resisted the urge to kill the goods with a shot. I have been assassinated many times in the past, but never the situation of hiding in someone's house. So like the previous topic, this should be a fragment of the future, an assassination that has not yet been carried out. Alexander Pierce, this name is so familiar, where did you hear it? Tony Stark thought this name was familiar, but for a while, he couldn't remember who it was. Chapter 5, Green Magic Skateboard. Alexander Pierce, the Minister of the World Security Council. Nick Fury stared at the name with complicated eyes. I was also the previous director of SHIELD, and my director was promoted by him. Since he promoted you, why would he send someone to assassinate you again? Tony Stark asked, somewhat surprised. This is also something I want to figure out. Yes, Pierce and I have some philosophical differences, but these are not enough reasons for him to kill me, and he is no longer in the SHIELD office. Nick Fury said. This is also puzzling. There must be a big conspiracy behind this. Natasha Romanoff, a senior spy, smelled the conspiracy. Could it be that you used some unclean means to take the post of director of SHIELD from him, so he retaliated against you? Tony Stark said openly. Why the hell? Why would he want to kill me? Nick Fury glanced at Tony Stark, not too lazy to bother with his question. Fry, don't worry, it hasn't happened yet. After we go out, we will investigate slowly, and it will definitely be able to find out. Natasha Romanoff said. The information is limited, so just give up the topic and look at the options. Nick Fury is not a tangled person either. Since there is no clue for the time being, let it go. I think I can rule it out. Tony Stark said to Nick Fury, I don't think you can break through my security system and enter my home even if you are assassinated. The remaining three options are Romanoff, Button, and Captain America. Nick Fury also agreed with Tony Stark's judgment. Since Tony Stark became Iron Man, he has treated Tony Stark's unprecedented attention, naturally also understands Tony Stark's security system. No matter what happens, Patton and we will definitely be on your side. Natasha Romanoff also analyzed, but Patton has a family, so you will definitely not hide in Patton's house. Exclude one more, Romanoff. Only you and Captain America are left. Nick Fury obviously agrees with Natasha Romanoff, and the family of Hawkeye Clint Barton was arranged by him. His son and daughter are very cute. Even if he dies, it is impossible to bring the flames of war to his home. Then it is me, or Captain America. Romanoff, although you are one of my best agents, don't forget, I am the head of SHIELD, and I want to be equipped with equipment and dignitaries, but I am forced to hide. Nick Fury turned his eyes on the two options of Natasha Romanoff and Captain America Steve Rogers, and finally said, this shows that the power to assassinate me is very powerful. Can hide, then I think, Romanoff, you can't protect me. I should seek help from someone more powerful. So, your answer is Captain America? Yes. Nick Fury said, I choose C, Captain America Steve Rogers. Correct answer. Reward distribution. A sci-fi colorful skateboard with turbines and other devices appeared on the ground. Is this the Green Devil's skateboard? Tony Stark hurriedly stepped forward to observe. It seems that the technology is very high, but I think this shouldn't be for you to participate in the skateboarding competition. This skateboard can fly. Even if Nick Freedom stepped on the skateboard, he flew directly. This is a good thing. Natasha Romanoff's eyes lit up at that time. If you equip some more weapons, this is a big killer. Big killer. Tony Stark shook his head with a look of disdain. It's far worse than my armor, even if I was kidnapped in a cave with a pile of broken copper and iron. Better than this. You are right, Stark, this skateboard is far inferior to your armor. Nick Fury stepped on the skateboard and flew directly in front of Tony Stark. But this skateboard has a very obvious advantage. Your battle armor can't match it anyway. Impossible. Tony Stark immediately shook his head. Is there any part of this skateboard that my suit can't match? Cost. Nick Fury spit out 2 words faintly. Are you trying to say that this skateboard is a bitch? Stark, this skateboard will be handed over to you. Nick Fury controlled the Green Devils to land on the skateboard. He stepped off the skateboard. The Zetarrians will invade New York for 2 or 3 years. Mass production of skateboards. Okay. At the same time, I will develop suitable matching weapons based on the skateboard. Tony Stark did not continue to complain, and agreed. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Alexander Pierce, why on earth are you trying to assassinate me? What is your true face? A cold light flashed in Nick Fury's one-eyed eye. He had already made a decision, and immediately started investigating the old boss after he went out. At this time, a new picture appeared in the space. A black Chevrolet came slowly and stopped at the intersection and waited for a red light. On the right side of Chevrolet, a police car was also parked there. 2 police officers in the car were wearing sunglasses and looking at Nick Fury. Do you want to see my driver's license? Nick Fury asked the 2 police officers. The police did not say anything and drove the car away first. Fry, these 2 policemen are just going to kill your killer. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help saying. But at that time, I obviously didn't know. Nick Fury said in a deep voice, it seems that my alertness is still not enough. As if to confirm Natasha Romanoff's words, the policeman in the video just drove out, and Nick Fury started with his heels, but at this moment, a police car came from the left side and ran into it directly. Chevrolet with Nick Fury. The police car that just drove in front of Nick Fury quickly reversed and hit a black Chevrolet from the front. At the same moment, a police car drove up from the back and right side of Chevrolet and hit the Chevrolet. In this way, 4 police cars from the front, rear, left, and right fought together to block Nick Fury's retreat. Then a few more police cars drove over. A dozen policemen and special police came out of the car. A pistol, someone armed with a submachine gun, surrounded Nick Fury. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The next moment, a large number of bullets leaned out and shot on the Chevrolet like a pouring rain. Chapter 6:3 Shots through the wall. Very subtle tactics. If the course of assassination is offered in the university, I think I will give them 90 points. Tony Stark commented. These people have received rigorous training, disguise, offensive, and tactics are impeccable, and it is obvious that they have made a precise plan for this assassination. Nick Fury said in a deep voice. These people are definitely not police. Natasha Romanoff said in a very positive tone, the real police are far worse than them. I didn't expect Alexander Pierce's subordinates to have such a sophisticated armed force. Nick Fury said. The video continues. Nick Fury is worthy of being the head of Aegis. The ballistic performance of this car is really not covered. A dozen submachine guns suddenly burst, except for leaving a hideous bullet mark on the body. Vehicle. Fry, how many cars do you have like this? Sell me one. Tony Stark is rarely interested in other black technologies. I can't run around wearing armor all day. I want to do this, but in fact there are many occasions where it's not suitable to wear armor at all, such as when having a drink with beauties. I am too lazy to develop a bulletproof car that is not technically content, so it's better to sell one to you. Me. SHIELD does not have the business of selling vehicles. Nick Fury directly refused. So is there a business that sells braised eggs? Tony Stark started the poison tongue mode again. To be honest, I think this is very suitable. At that time, you can still act as the image spokesperson by yourself. Braised eggs, you are in danger. Before he finished speaking, Tony Stark saw the policeman in the video lift a machine as tall as a man. Although he had never seen it before, it was possible to speculate on the purpose of the machine based on this situation. Sure enough, when the machine's legs got into the ground, a policeman pressed the button and a steel rod with a thick arm ejected immediately, hitting Chevrolet's bulletproof glass with a bump. Chevrolet, which has been steady like an old dog in the rain of bullets, was hit 2 rounds off the ground, tilted to one side, and almost fell over. The integrity of the windows is 31, and take countermeasures. The smart system inside the car rang. With just one click, the integrity of the car window dropped to 31. I'm afraid that after another 2 or 3 clicks, the car window will be completely broken. Nick Fury stared at the screen firmly. This is the scene of his assassination, every detail. He didn't want to let it go. In this case, what would I do? He substituted himself into the assassinated environment, thinking about countermeasures. First stop, wait for the moment when the window is about to be broken. The police outside the car will definitely get in front of the car, and then shoot back at that time, to inflict the greatest casualties on the enemy. Nick Fury's eyes flashed cold light. Facts have proved that the person who knows himself best is always himself. The measures taken by Nick Fury in the video are exactly the same as he thought. When the integrity of the car window was only 1%, the police outside the car gathered with submachine guns. Come over. Nick Fury raised the gun in a burst of fire. The policemen were shot to the end. Nick Fury also took the opportunity to blow up 2 cars and Chevrolet rushed out. Those policemen missed a hit. How could they give up so easily? They got into the cars one after another, chasing after Nick Fury, and it was convenient to stage a chase battle on the highway. Nick Fury is worthy of being a veteran agent. Even when he was injured, the police still couldn't help him. Seeing that Nick Fury was about to successfully escape in a Chevrolet, suddenly, a figure appeared outside the vague car window hit by the bullet. When approaching some of the silhouettes clearly, a long-haired man wearing a mask stood there with a gun in his hand, step by step towards the moving Chevrolet. I shouldn't be the only one who has this premonition, right? Tony Stark couldn't help but said, I am afraid that the braised egghead is going to be bad. This person looks very difficult. Of course it's not easy. This man is the same super soldier as Captain America, the Winter Soldier Bucky Barnes, also known as the Winter Soldier, but Tony Stark at this time doesn't even know it. The Winter Soldier single-handedly held a gun and fired a ring-shaped bomb, which was immediately attached to the bottom of the car. With a bang, the black tech Chevrolet that made Nick Fury alive so far flew into the sky. However, Nick Fury had a lot of black technology on him. He took out a stick that didn't know what it was, burned a big hole in the ground, and escaped from the ground. Everything in the lens changed from day to night. Captain America Steve Rogers, dressed in casual clothes, rode home on a motorcycle. As soon as he entered the apartment, he saw his beautiful neighbor carrying a basket of clothes. Sharon Carter. Nick Fury recognized this neighbor as a SHIELD agent at a glance. From the video, the captain obviously didn't know Carter's identity, so why did I put an agent beside him without telling the captain? Nick Fury's brain began to turn again. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Is it protecting the captain or monitoring the captain? You seem to have forgotten to turn off the speakers. Sharon Carter and Captain America turned around to remind Captain America when they were about to leave after holding their clothes. Yes, thank you. Captain America thanked him, but when he turned around, his face changed. He didn't turn on the speakers at all. The speakers shouldn't sound. Someone has been to his house. Or rather, someone is in his house. Captain America didn't walk through the door, but instead stepped in through the window, holding his magical shield that would bounce back even if he was caught by the enemy, and walked tiptoe toward the room where the music came from. Stopped at the door of the room and looked over, he saw Nick Fury lying on the sofa. I don't seem to have given you the key. Captain America said. Do I need the key? Nick Fury asked back. My wife kicked me out. I didn't even know you were married. Nick Fury pretended to be talking to Captain America, while typing on his mobile phone to prompt Captain America to be monitored. I'm sorry to run to you for the night, I can't find a place to spend the night. Nick Fury said. Nonsense. Who knew you had a wife? Captain America asked cooperatively. My friend knows. At this point, Nick Fury stood up. Are we friends? Captain America asked back. It depends on you, Nick Fury said. Captain America was about to speak, when 3 consecutive bullets bang, bang, and bang shot through the wall, and then hit Nick Fury again. Nick Fury screamed and fell to the ground. Chapter 7, Winter Soldier. Captain America quickly pulled Nick Fury, who had fallen on the ground, aside, and was about to turn around to chase the enemy, but Nick Fury grabbed Captain America's arm. Don't trust anyone. Nick Fury handed a USB flash drive to Captain America. Is that why I ran away alone, but didn't use the power of S.H.I.E.L.D.? One eyebrow of Nick Fury in the answer space frowned, because I can't believe them. You are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D. is yours, but can't you believe them? Natasha Romanoff looked at Nick Fury and said. Could it be that it's not all my people? Nick Fury's heart shuddered. Alexander Pierce wants to kill me, but I dare not use S.H.I.E.L.D. people, there are Alexander Pierce people in S.H.I.E.L.D. A thorough investigation. A thorough investigation must be done. Nick Fury secretly made up his mind that after going out, he would not only check Alexander Pierce, but also the inside of S.H.I. find it out. At this time, he never imagined that S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated far beyond his imagination, and he had almost become a snake shield. With the sound of the gunshots, Agent Number 13, disguised as Captain America's sweetheart neighbor, also came to support with guns. After a few words between Captain America and Agent Number 13, he took the shield to pursue the enemy. This method of chasing can be described as rude. No matter what is in front of him, he directly slams the shield across his chest, leaving a mess of chaos. It really is a super soldier, this body is good. Tony Stark didn't say anything, but a flash of envy flashed in his eyes. On the surface, he is a majestic Iron Man, but in fact he has been poisoned very badly, and there are many small shrapnel in his body all the time without wanting to drill into his heart. If he can be as strong as Captain America, how good is your body? The US team broke another piece of glass and jumped out. A figure was running wildly 10 meters in front of him. Judging from the size and the long hair, this person was the bulletproof car used by Nick Fury during the day. The killer who blasted the sky. Captain America shot his shield directly. But a surprising scene appeared. The man in front turned around and caught the US team's shield with one hand. And the arm he was holding the shield was shining with metal luster, it was actually a metal arm. What kind of trick is this? Tony Stark couldn't help but vomit, but why is the left hand not the right hand? Can't the right hand do more things? As everyone knows, the US team has a very powerful super ability, that is, no matter who catches his shield, it will throw it at him again. This long-haired killer is no exception. After catching the US team's shield, he immediately backhanded the shield and shot it back. Even others can catch the shield, and the US team can naturally too, but after the US team caught the shield, the entire body that was carried by the shield moved back 3 feet. The US team threw the shield, the opponent caught it with one hand, and didn't move. The opponent threw the shield, the US team caught it with both hands, and backed 3 feet. This comparison shows that this killer with this metal arm is not simple. The screen is now over. So, your future is still uncertain. Tony Stark looked at Nick Fury again, and it felt more pleasing to the eye. The metal arm is gone. There is the captain and one of my agents. I will not die. Nick Fury said, I disappoint you. Don't forget that you got 3 shots. In my opinion, these 3 shots are enough to kill you. If you want to kill me, 3 shots are not enough. Nick Fury snorted coldly, who is this man? The captain is actually at a disadvantage in the confrontation with him. Captain is a super soldier who has been injected with serum. If it were that person, it wouldn't be surprising to be able to fight the captain. Natasha Romanoff said quietly. Romanoff, do you know him? Nick Fury's eyes fell on Natasha Romanoff, and Tony Stark also looked at Natasha Romanoff. Many intelligence agencies don't believe in his existence. Those who believe in him call him the Winter Soldier. Natasha Romanoff said with a complicated expression. Murderer. In the past 50 years? He doesn't look like a 50-year-old uncle, and he cannot be assassinated from birth. Tony Stark was taken aback. Could it be that he is also a super soldier like the captain? Yes. Natasha Romanoff nodded. The world is more chaotic than I thought. All of us know that the captain has been dead for nearly 70 years, but today we know that the captain is not dead. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, that's all, there is actually another NA super soldier like a captain. Tony Stark couldn't help but said, Hot egghead, how did you become the head of the Aegis? I don't know that or that. Don't call me bitterhead. Nick Fury's blue veins jumped again on his forehead, but he didn't refute Tony Stark. Tony Stark asked him this question, he also asked himself in his heart, as the leader of the world's largest intelligence organization, he always thought that nothing in the world could be hidden from his eyes. But these two short questions shattered his confidence. Captain America and the Winter Soldier don't know if he doesn't know, he didn't even see the inside of SHIELD. Especially this Alexander Pierce, his old boss, actually has a super soldier in his hands. The depth of hiding is unimaginable. Alexander Pierce went to work with him. He didn't know anything about it, and he had never even thought of suspicion. How did he become the head of the Aegis? Fairy, don't leave this skateboard in the future. Natasha Romanoff walked to the Green Devil's skateboard panel and said while observing, if you had this skateboard in the video just now, how could it be so? Embarrassed. Some weapons are already loaded on this, but it's too rough, I can do better. Tony Stark also walked to the skateboard, rest assured, after I get its data, I will return the skateboard to you as soon as possible, no it will be too long. Stark, you can rest assured to study. Nick Fury waved his hand and said, from the video, my assassination was obviously after the captain appeared. Now the captain doesn't know where it is. At least when the captain appears. Before, I was safe. Chapter 8, Wrong Answer. The third question starts, please be prepared. On the eve of the arrival of the Xetarians on the Earth, Nick Fury summoned people to deal with it. Who is the character Natasha Romanoff summoned? A. Thor. B. Hulk Bruce Banner. C. Iron Man Tony Stark. Dr. D. Strange Stephen Strange. If you answer this question correctly, you will be rewarded with a super soldier serum. If you answer incorrectly, you will deduct 1 year of life. The third question is released. Who is this Doctor Strange? At first glance, Nick Fury noticed that there was one more person in the options that he had never seen before. It sounds like street juggling. Tony Stark's attention was also attracted by the new name. But since he appears in the options, he shouldn't be an ordinary person. A doctor named Stephen Strange. Natasha Romanoff searched in her mind. This name has never been heard. Thor, the Hulk, and me, the first 3 options in the question all participated in the New York War, so it seems that this Doctor Strange also participated. Tony Stark speculated. I really want to know where he is strange, but the previous topic didn't give him any shots. Nick Fury felt very sorry. No, I think the stem of this question is more important than the options. Tony Stark pointed to the text floating in the air and said, it's time to gather people. This shows that Nick Fury knew in advance that the aliens hadn't arrived yet. In other words, there are signs of the arrival of aliens. Nick Fury glanced at Tony Stark, this time he didn't even call himself a bitterhead, and he still felt a little uncomfortable. The military has always been studying UFOs, and there are more research reports than the files of murderers in New York. I used to think it was a group of worms who cheated funds. Natasha Romanoff said to Nick Fury, do you want to contact them? Well, it's not just UFOs, I will also pay attention to the crop circle. Nick Fury said, Romanoff, this question is about you, so you can answer it. Tony Stark didn't say anything about this, saying he was acquiesced. Thor, the Hulk, and Doctor Strange, I don't know these three people, the only one I know is Tony Stark, so. Natasha Romanoff shrugged. In fact, she has reservations about this. She knows that Nick Fury intends to send her to Tony Stark to go undercover. She is very confident in her business ability. Once she goes undercover, she will definitely be able to compete with Tony. She Tucker makes a good relationship. Maybe in the future she will know another two people and one god, but if she is not drawn into this answer space, she will know Iron Man tomorrow. So when calling the staff, she must be calling Iron Man. I choose C. Iron Man. Tony Stark. Natasha Romanoff said her choice. Wrong answer. Deduct 1 year of life. The next moment, a mechanical voice sounded. Natasha Romanoff shook her body, and her face suddenly paled. Romanoff, how are you? Nick Fury asked. I'm fine, I'm just a little tired. Natasha Romanoff tried to describe her feelings. It feels very strange, it's like someone has taken away some part of my body. Did you really lose 1 year of life? Tony Stark asked. I don't know either. Natasha Romanoff shook her head, but since the reward of the person who wrote the question is true, then the punishment should also be true. You didn't actually summon Tony Stark, then who would it be? Nick Fury was also quite surprised. Originally, the answer in his mind was the same as Natasha Romanoff, who thought it would be Tony Stark. Graham. I don't know who it is, but I don't think it should be Thor. Natasha Romanoff stared at the three options for a while and said, I can't imagine a in myths and legends will have intersection with me. Maybe this yet to be showed Thor covets your beauty. Tony Stark shrugged, there are too many looks in mythology. If God can't resist my beauty, then how can Bruce Banner and Stephen Strange resist the two humans? Your inference is simply ridiculous. Natasha Romanoff's expression softened. Please Stark, not everyone is like you. Like me? Is it a genius? Tony Stark shrugged, I think so too. The remaining two characters, Doctor Strange has never heard of it, but the Hulk, this is Bruce Banner. Nick Fury paced, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com with rhythmic footsteps. Rang, when this man did not change Hulk, he was a genius like Stephen Hawking. He only got 7 doctorate degrees. If it were him, beauty won't work for him, Romanoff. There is no difference between going out and button going out. So, you want to say that the answer is that Doctor Strange? Tony Stark said. To be honest, I don't know. Nick Fury has no clue. This person is nicknamed Doctor Strange, so he may really be a PhD. Maybe he is not as good as Banner 7 PhDs, but it is true. He is indeed a doctor, and he should also be a sane person. Can you two shut up? Why must I use beauty to attract others? Natasha Romanoff said irritably, I haven't done this kind of thing for a long time. That's a shame, I still expect you to use beauty tricks on me. Tony Stark looked regretful. I don't know who Doctor Strange is, but I know what the Hulk looks like. To be honest, I don't want to touch that big guy, lest he punch me to death, without him knowing it. Natasha Romanoff made another speculation, so if it wasn't Tony Stark, it would be Stephen Strange. At this time, light appeared in the space, and a new picture was produced. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was a helicopter. Nick Fury walked out of the helicopter with Maria Hill wearing that black windbreaker, and Phil Coulson, wearing sunglasses, greeted him. How's the situation? Nick Fury asked. The worst thing is, sir, we don't know. Phil Coulson took off his sunglasses and said. Chapter 9, Cosmic Rubik's Cube. A few people took the elevator to the underground. They walked in a hurry and walked very fast. They knew what bad things had happened at a glance. Dr. Silvig detected a burst of energy from the Rubik's Cube 4 hours ago. Phil Collison said closely next to Nick Fury. The space agency did not authorize the doctor to perform the test. Nick Fury's tone of voice was faintly unpleasant. He didn't conduct the test. Phil Coulson explained quickly, he wasn't in the room at all, it was triggered automatically. It just activates by itself. Maria Hill walking behind couldn't believe it. What's the current level of energy? Nick Fury didn't even bother to answer Maria Hill's questions, and quickly asked Phil Collison about the situation. On the rise. Phil Collison originally wanted to answer Maria Hill's question, but Nick Fury asked questions like a gun, and he could only answer his boss first. After the doctor confirmed that it could not be closed, we ordered the evacuation. Hot egghead, what are you SHI? This shouldn't be a hunch, what will happen is a certain thing. Natasha Romanoff asked Nick Fury, I have never been to this underground base. What are you studying inside? I said I don't know now, do you believe it? Nick Fury looked innocent. I really can't stand you people, studying this and that all day long, and the money is not spent less, but the can't be researched, and the taxpayers' money is wasted. Tony Stark did not complain. Stark, you are a man who spends all day in the basement developing battle armor, you are not qualified to talk about others. Nick Fury shot back lightly. You compare those fools with me. Tony Stark laughed on the spot, and he paced up to Nick Fury. I do research and you do research are fundamentally different. Do you know what it is? I'm a genius, but you are not. The armor I researched protects the people. Make the world peaceful. And what about you? Not researching anything is the best result, many times you will do bad things. I remember ruining the New York article. The big guy on the street was also born in a military laboratory, right? Fairy, are you going to create something this time, the big grey guy? Maybe it's an arrogant big guy who never puts others in his eyes, who knows? Nick Fury shrugged. During the arguing between Tony Stark and Nick Fury, in the video Phil Collison turned to evacuate the personnel, while Maria Hill walked up a long staircase with Nick Fury. Sir, maybe it's useless to evacuate. Maria Hill said while leaning on the iron handrail of the stairs quickly. Should you let them go back to sleep? Nick Fury's response was full of humor. If we can't control the energy of the universe Rubik's Cube, I think it's useless for us to hide anywhere. Maria Hill said. I want you to ensure the safe transfer of the second stage prototype function. Nick Fury said. Sir, isn't this the time to prioritize these? Maria Hill expressed her dissent. Unless the end of the world is here, our days will continue. Nick Fury turned around and stared at Maria Hill with his one-eyed eye. I will count the items immediately and load all the relevant equipment into the car. Transport away. Universal Rubik's Cube. Tony Stark grabbed the keywords from this dialogue. Halogen egghead, is this something you are studying secretly? What is this thing? I don't know either. Nick Fury sighed lightly. Don't pretend to be confused. Tony Stark was a little annoyed. Did you not hear what your agents are saying? If you can't control the energy of this cosmic cube, it won't help to hide anywhere. This means one day in the future, I might die without knowing anything, just because of your research. So this is not just your business, it's all of us. Stark, although the Rubik's Cube is in my hands, I really don't know what it is. Every time someone tries to study something they don't know, a big mess will happen. Tony Stark said, Fry, if you really don't know what the Rubik's Cube is, then it's best not to touch it. Stark, do you want me to tell you something you don't know? Nick Fury stretched his hands. Do you know who gave the Rubik's Cube to SHIELD? It's your father, Howard Starr. Graham. What? My father? Why didn't I know? Tony Stark was taken aback when he heard this. He didn't expect this to involve his dead father. There are so many things you don't know. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Nick Fury said again, I am now the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., but do you know who created S.H.I.E.L.D.? Did you mean? Tony Stark's eyes widened. Yes. It's still your father. Howard Stark is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury looked at the expression on Tony Stark's face and couldn't help but feel dark. What's the matter? Doctor? Tony Stark was shocked by the news, and was speechless. Nick Fury's voice rang again. Of course it was not Nick Fury in the answer space, but Nick Fury in the video. Fury. The universe Rubik's Cube is not serious. Dr. Skillwig said. Is it time to make a joke? Nick Fury strode up to Sylvig. It's not a joke, the universe Rubik's Cube is not only active, but... Dr. Skillwig pondered for a while, and thought of a word, my own way. You didn't unplug and try. It is an energy source in itself. We turned off the power, and it turned on again. Dr. Skillwig looked worried, if you let it reach its peak energy. Isn't that our goal? Nick Fury interjected, to draw energy from the universe. We are not ready yet. Sylvig walked to a computer and looked at Nick Fury helplessly. My calculations will take some time. It is constantly emitting interference and radiation. It's nothing. The harm is very low gamma rays. Which Pheasant University bought this PhD degree? Tony Stark was shocked when he heard this. He said that gamma rays are not harmful? You didn't tell him that a big green guy almost demolished New York. A Story of a Street. Chapter 10, Rocky Phantom. It will still be harmful. The two voices sounded in unison. No, it should be said that they are in the same voice. Nick Fury in the answer space and Nick Fury in the video. The real Nick Fury's answer to Tony Stark is exactly the same as the video's Nick Fury's answer to Sylvig. Both still spoke at the same moment. This kind of coincidence is nothing short of it. That's okay. Tony Stark stared blankly again, is that the reason why you kept the egghead, in order to better resonate with your future self? Realistic Nick Fury glanced at Tony Stark speechlessly without speaking. Nick Fury in the video asked, where is Agent Button? Boy Eagle. Sylvig pointed back and upwards, the cat is in the nest. Agent Button, where are you? Clint Button slipped off a rope in the voice of Nick Fury and came to Nick Fury. My task for you is to take a closer look, Button. Nick Fury was speechless. You can see far only when you stand tall. Clint Barton said a very philosophical remark. See what activates the Rubik's Cube? Nick Fury asked. No one has been in or out. Dr. Skillwig is innocent. No contact or message. Clint Barton said, if there is a problem, it will not be with us. Are we here? Nick Fury had a bad feeling. Yes, the Rubik's Cube is a door to the other side of the universe, right? Clint Barton said of course, this door should be open on both sides. Can be opened on both sides? The door to the other side of the universe. Tony Stark almost immediately thought of the video of the Zetaryan invasion that he had watched before. Let me see that this Rubik's Cube has something to do with the arrival of the Zetaryans in New York. Stark, I think you will be disappointed. Natasha Romanoff murmured. Nick Fury was silent, just staring at the video, but in his heart, he also had the same thoughts as Tony Stark and Natasha Romanoff. I'm afraid that the coming of the Kitarians is really related to this door. As if to confirm the ideas of several people, the universe cube in the video began to agitate, the energy kept tossing, the last dazzling blue beam shot out, and a portal slowly formed. It can't be wrong. The arrival of the Zetaryans definitely has something to do with this Cosmos Rubik's Cube. Braised Egghead, you have to give all of us an explanation for this matter. Tony Stark said loudly, although the portal in the video is small. But it is exactly the same as the portal of the Zetaru. Fry, theoretically I should stand with you. Natasha Romanoff also said, but in this matter, I am on Tony Stark's side. You can't hide from us. Such a dangerous study. I assure you that no matter what I want to study in the future, I haven't started it now. Nick Fury said in a deep voice, I haven't done anything yet, and now that I know the future, I will not do it. I'm sorry, it's not that I am looking for the fault, but can you believe it if you are just an intelligence chief? Tony Stark said, after going out, you'd better let me go to the place in the video to take a look. Stark, you don't have this permission. Then you'd better drive me one. I have the ability to break in, you know. There are people in the portal, but they don't look like Zeterians. Natasha Romanoff's words caught the attention of Nick Fury and Tony Stark, and the two closed their mouths temporarily and focused. Look at the video. In the portal, a person stood up slowly, with a wicked smile on his mouth. He looked like a villain. But his appearance is not the weird shape of the Kitarians, but exactly the same as the Earthlings, except that the clothes he wears are a little strange. The green robe, and the scepter in his hand, looks a bit like a mage. Please, did he come out of the game? Tony Stark couldn't help but complain again. This company must have deducted the salary of the artist and designed such an ugly suit for him. This thing in his hand is what I used to close the portal during the New York War. Natasha Romanoff said, the two futures are connected. This person must have something to do with the Zeterians. But he is obviously not a Zeterian, but more like us on Earth. Tony Stark felt his head grow bigger. Who is he? What is he holding in his hand? Sweat profusely, face pale, looked tired. Nick Fury saw a lot more carefully. No matter who he is, coming to the Earth from the portal must consume him very much. You read www.yuugonshu.com. Sir, please put down your spear. In the video, Nick Fury yelled to the person who came out of the portal very vigilantly. Rocky didn't reply, or rather, he used actions instead of words to answer. He stretched out his scepter, and a beam of energy shot out. If it weren't for Clint Barton's sharp hand to throw it aside, Nick Fury might have been killed by this blow. Da-da-da. The piercing sound of gunfire sounded, and when Loki started, other agents shot one after another, but these people were like children in front of Loki, and they had no strength to fight back. One of the things that is particularly eye-catching is that the agent's bullet hit Loki, and there was an electric spark. Loki was unscathed. The bullet is not effective against him. Is his ugly mage robe bulletproof, or is he capable of resisting bullets? Tony Stark stared at the video, and a shock flashed through it. He turned my well-trained agent into a sandbag that can only be beaten. Nick Fury stared at the fight in the video and said in a deep voice, no matter who he is very dangerous. Rocky almost swept all the combatants down, and after a while, Clint Barton stood up with his pistol, but before he could do anything, Rocky had already arrived by his side. You are different. The scepter in Loki's hand was placed on Clint Barton's chest. The latter's eyes suddenly became pitch black, but they soon returned to normal. Then, Clint Barton put away his gun, no longer thinking about attacking Loki. Nick Fury, who just got up, was shocked when he saw this scene, and then secretly packed the Rubik's Cube into a special box. Chapter 11, Gamma Rays. Put the box down. Just as Nick Fury was about to take the box away, Loki's voice came, I really need it. There is no need to be so nervous, right? Nick Fury said without turning his head back to Rocky. Of course it is necessary. I came all the way for this. I don't know if the hands-on just now had an impact. Loki is sweating more than when he first came, and his face is even more ugly. I am Loki, from Asgard. I have a great mission that you cannot understand. Rocky. Sylvig, who was examining the wounded, asked in surprise, are you Thor's brother? What? Thor's brother? Sylvig's words surprised everyone who watched the video. There are two surprises. One is that another legendary character has arrived, and the other is the different positions of Rocky and Thor. In the previous video, Thor was on their side, fighting the Xatarians with them, but his brother looked like a villain. "We have no grievances with you," Nick Fury said. "The ants in your shoes have no grievances," Rocky said. "So you want to trample us to death? I actually bring a good news." As Loki spoke, he tapped Dr. Sylvig's chest with his scepter. Dr. Sylvig suddenly became the same as Patton, and his eyes became pitch black. One piece, it became normal again. "Boss, Commander Fury is delaying time. This place is about to explode, and we will be buried under a pile of rocks. A few hundred meters of rocks." Patton walked over and interrupted Rocky and Nick Fury. Conversation between. "It's like a pyramid." Nick Fury was exposed to the plot face to face, but he didn't change his color. He was right, the portal started to collapse. Dr. Sylvig said while checking the computer, "It is 2 minutes before it collapses completely." "Okay." Rocky glanced at Button. Boom. Button drew his gun directly, and one shot hit Nick Fury in the chest. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe that Button would shoot at me one day. Nick Fury flashed a shock in his one eye. "What the is the scepter?" "The scepter seems to have the effect of manipulating the mind." The shock in Natasha Romanoff's eyes did not fade. All those who were spotted by the scepter turned into Loki's people. Thoughts and logic have no influence at all, just a change of position. Tony Stark frowned, and the scientist's thinking was diverging. Part of the impact. In the video, Nick Fury was brought down with a shot, while Rocky walked away with Clint Barton and Dr. Skilwig holding the Rubik's Cube. "Everything here in the picture, I cut a pair of high heels, grabbed the high heels with both hands, and called as he walked, 'Where is Button?' Then came the voice of Phil Coulson, 'We don't know either.' 'Is he still alive?' Natasha Romanoff asked. 'I will tell you more when you come back.' Phil Coulson said, 'We need you to talk to that guy. Coulson, you know, Stark doesn't believe me at all.' Natasha Romanoff said. 'No, I'll take care of Stark, you go find the big guy.' Phil Coulson said. The screen ends here. Although there is no name or surname in the video, the 3 words big guy are undoubtedly the Hulk. In front of him, other people can't afford these 3 words. But at this time, no one cares about why Natasha Romanoff would call the Hulk, because there is another figure in this video that is more charming than the widow sister, that is, Gimme. This question about Natasha Romanoff seems inconspicuous. Natasha Romanoff only showed up at the end of the video, but this video reveals a lot of information. The first point is the existence of the universe Rubik's Cube. In the video, Nick Fury studies the universe Rubik's Cube, which is why Loki descends. Hot Egghead, please tell us honestly, has S.H.I.E.L.D. started to study this universe cube? Tony Stark walked to Nick Fury and asked word by word, "Don't think about concealing, I didn't hack into the S.H.I.E.L.D. system because I was not interested, and now I have a reason to hack into it." Natasha Romanoff did not speak, but, like Tony Stark, stared at Nick Fury, obviously waiting for an answer. "Stark, easy, don't look at me like a human sinner." Nick Fury was rather helpless. "I haven't started the research on Rubik's Cube now, and after knowing the future, I don't think I will start these studies." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. You better not. Tony Stark still doesn't believe Nick Fury. "After I go out, I will visit SHI. In your secret research room. Either you treat me as a guest or a spy. It's up to you, anyway, I'll see it myself. I think it's not enough to lock it in the basement." Natasha Romanoff said, "Remember how the Rubik's Cube is activated in the video? No one moves, it is activated by itself." Dr. Skilwig said that the Rubik's Cube itself is an energy source. After hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Tony Stark frowned. In theory, it can indeed activate itself, whether you study it or not. So Rocky's arrival can't be avoided. Nick Fury asked. Why didn't Rocky come to Earth early and late, so he came to Earth when the Rubik's Cube was self-activating? Tony Stark said in a deep voice. You mean, other times Rocky doesn't know that the Rubik's Cube is on the Earth, and he can only know when the Rubik's Cube is activated? Nick Fury said. That's right. Tony Stark slapped his face, so we must make sure that even if the Rubik's Cube is self-activated, it will not be perceived by Loki. We have to block all the information of the Rubik's Cube. When activated, the Rubik's Cube will emit gamma rays. Natasha Romanoff had a guess in her heart. Does Loki perceive the Rubik's Cube through gamma rays? After I went out, I immediately built a container that can completely isolate the gamma rays and put the Rubik's Cube in it. Tony Stark said. Chapter 12, Who the is Doctor Strange? When it comes to gamma rays, one person should be an expert among experts. Nick Fury said, Stark, I know you are a genius, very few people can compare with you in science, but in terms of gamma rays he must have studied more deeply than you. Are you talking about the big green guy? Natasha Romanoff immediately knew who Nick Fury was talking about. The Hulk Bruce Banner. He himself became the Hulk because of gamma rays. It can be said that he has been studying gamma rays since he was irradiated, using his own life to study. And Bruce Banner himself is a genius like Stephen Hawking. When it comes to the study of gamma rays, Bruce Banner recognizes the second, and no one in the world dares to recognize the first, including Tony Stark, a super genius. It seems that you have to get in touch with the big guy in advance. I hope he won't transform in the process. Although Tony Stark is arrogant, he still recognizes true genius. Nick Fury said Bruce Banner is more professional in gamma ray research than him, and he is not at all unhappy. Dr. Banner hasn't changed for a while. Nick Fury said, he is still in a stable condition. Then Nick Fury said to Natasha Romanoff, or you can take a trip, after all, in the future, you will successfully bring him to New York. I hope he won't crush me. Natasha Romanoff shrugged. Shielding the Cosmos Rubik's Cube and preventing it from emitting signals to the universe is just one of them. Tony Stark said, I think it is necessary for us to figure out what Loki's purpose is. For example, Loki's purpose is to eliminate sweets. Donut people, then we just don't eat donuts. How could a descend on the earth for such a boring reason? Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but roll her eyes. I'm just giving an example. Even as an example, that would be too boring. Stark is right. On the surface, Loki's purpose is the Rubik's Cube, but the Rubik's Cube is just his tool. Nick Fury did not entangle on the donut, he followed Tony Stark's words said, Loki said that he has a great mission that we can't understand. If we can find a way to figure out what this mission is, then we will be better prepared to prevent Loki's invasion. But how can we figure out a god's mission? Natasha Romanoff felt that it was impossible to get started. Loki is a character in myths and legends. Nick Fury said, I will recruit scholars and experts in relevant fields from various channels to conduct in-depth research and interpretation of myths. Are you serious? Tony Stark felt unreliable when he heard this. The myth is not credible at all. In the myth, Loki is still Thor's uncle, but in fact Loki is Thor's brother. This deviation is not that big, is it? Nick Fury asked in return, do you have any better ideas, genius? It's very simple, just ask Thor. Tony Stark said naturally. Then do you know where Thor is? Thor? I don't know, but one person may know. Tony Stark said, it is Dr. Skilwig who was called by you to study the Rubik's Cube one day in the future but was controlled by Rocky with a scepter. This person does seem to know Thor, whether he already knows or will know him in the future. Nick Fury recalled Sylvig's reaction when he heard Loki's name in the previous video, and he also agreed with Tony. The words of Stark. Because in the myths passed down by word of mouth, Loki, the of mischief and lies, is the righteous brother of the main Odin and the uncle of Thor, but Sylvig says that Loki is Thor's younger brother. If you don't see the real gods and know the real myths in advance, this is obviously impossible. From Sylvig's words, we can also tell that Thor came to Earth before Loki. Natasha Romanoff breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there is good news. I can't find a god, but few people can hide it from my eyes. Nick Fury's tone revealed strong confidence. Dr. Sylvig, I will keep an eye on it. The fourth question starts, please be prepared. During the New York War, Loki used the Scepter of Mind to control who he failed? A. Iron Man Tony Stark. B. Aegis Director Nick Fury. C. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Dr. D. Strange Stephen Strange. The answer to this question is correct. An anti-aging medicine will be rewarded, and the appearance will be fixed at the moment of taking the medicine for life. If the answer is wrong, 1 year of life will be deducted. Loki really has something to do with the Kitarian invasion. The three said almost in unison, Yu reading www.yu-gonshu. As soon as the problem of Com came out, Rocky's involvement in the invasion of New York was a real hammer. Brother invaded and protected by brother. The lives of these gods are too chaotic. Tony Stark shook his head again and again. I remember Odin, the king of gods, and many women have a leg, so romantic, they are simply scumbags. Scum. As soon as these words came out, Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff looked at Tony Stark, their expressions became weird. What are you looking at me for? Tony Stark spread his hands. I didn't write the myth. In terms of more women, what right do you have to talk about others? Natasha Romanoff finally couldn't help but said irritably, even if the real Odin is the same as the myth, it is better than you. Too much. Romanoff, I thought you were different from those women with no brains. I didn't expect you to be so superficial. Tony Stark's old face remained unchanged. All the necessary communication, body, there are so many people I have to deal with, for a billionaire, journalist, politician, military, etc. Okay. Stop looking at me like that. I admit that I was a bit ridiculous before, but that's all gone. Since I was almost killed in the desert, I have been reborn as a phoenix. Although I can talk about Mr. Stark's romantic history for 5 hours, it is obviously not the time. Nick Fury pointed to the text floating in the air. Now, let's concentrate on answering the questions. There is another Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange. Where is this person sacred? Tony Stark noticed Doctor Strange at first glance. This is the second time this person appeared in the options, but he was right. This person knows nothing. Chapter 13, Iron Man again. I think I'm unlikely. Natasha Romanoff was the first to express her opinion. Although I don't understand how Loki's scepter controls the human heart, Patton was caught. He and Patton are half-hearted in every aspect. Since Patton can't resist the psychic scepter, the possibility of me being able to resist is very small. I think I don't need to think about it for the time being. I'm not confident that I can resist the Scepter of Mind, but I don't think Loki will use it against me. Nick Fury said his judgment second. I don't, unlike you have also watched the video of the New York War. It was you in the first line war, and I was sitting in the rear as your commander. So in addition to Loki snatching the Rubik's Cube from me at the beginning, I think it's very unlikely that Loki and I will face each other, so the probability that Loki will control me with the psychic scepter is very low. And one more thing, if Loki really intends to use the scepter to control you, then he can do it the first time you meet. Natasha Romanoff added, he took Patton away, but ignores you. Obviously in his eyes you have no value in being controlled. Since you can't use a scepter to control you, then naturally there is no such thing as a control failure, which makes people unable to refute the inference. Tony Stark nodded and agreed with the inference. Then there is nothing left. There are two answers. I, or this mysterious Doctor Strange. No need to ask, I must choose me. People like me who are in Phoenix Nirvana are destined to be the protagonist of this world. If anyone can resist the erosion of the scepter of soul, that must be a protagonist like me, right? Come in. Natasha Romanoff frowned as she listened. Stark, this time, can you put away your narcissism? This is not a question of narcissism, but a matter of obviousness. Would you rather believe in that Doctor Strange who doesn't even know where? Tony Stark shrugged. At least I must have participated in New York. It's a big battle, and this Doctor Strange, we don't even know if he participated. So in this respect, my probability is higher than him, isn't it? Romanoff, this time, the answer is probably Stark. Nick Fury walked a few steps to Tony Stark's side, reaching out his right hand and tapping on Tony Stark's chest. Knock. Marinated egghead, what are you doing? Tony Stark was frightened, took a step back, and quickly moved away from Nick Fury, as if hiding from a plague. Have you heard? Nick Fury ignored Tony Stark's neurotic reaction and asked Natasha Romanoff on the side, what was that sound just now? That is the arc reactor. Yes, that's it, said Nick Fury. Remember the previous video? Loki uses the psychic scepter to control people, and they all point the scepter on the person's chest, and Tony Stark's the chest is not a body of flesh and blood, but a machine. Although there is no evidence that Loki will definitely point on a person's chest, but in the video he controls 3 people in a row to point on the chest, so this possibility is still quite high. Natasha Romanoff glanced after taking a look at Tony Stark. He finally nodded. So, narcissist, I now think the answer is you too. Congratulations. For the sake of you believing in me so much, maybe you should answer this question. Tony Stark said. Romanoff, you can answer. Nick Fury also said. Okay. Natasha Romanoff also did not refuse. There is no woman in the world who does not love beauty. Even the famous Black Widow, this anti-aging agent is unparalleled in her attraction. My answer is A. Iron Man. Tony Stark. Natasha Romanoff spoke out the answer aloud with great expectations. Correct answer. Reward distribution. An inconspicuous glass bottle appeared on the ground, filled with light green liquid, which seemed to give a sense of vitality to life. With all due respect, this thing is like something bought from the flea market. Tony Stark glanced at the potion, and lost interest. Is it sure that this is really anti-aging? If both the Mark 7 Warframe and the Green Goblin skateboard are real, then I have no reason to suspect that this potion is fake. Natasha Romanoff put away the potion. Romanoff, before you use this potion, I hope you can provide me with some samples. Nick Fury suddenly said. Why, do you want to study this? Tony Stark couldn't help asking. If this medicine can be successfully copied, it will be a big deal. Nick Fury said in a deep voice. Preparing in advance, this requires a lot of money. And those guys sitting in the office drinking coffee, that is, my boss, I don't think I can get enough money from them, so I need a channel to make a lot of money. Then you have a good vision. Once anti-aging drugs come out, women all over the world will be crazy about it. Tony Stark agreed with Nick Fury. Maybe your wealth can catch up with me. Stark, or just leave it to you for research and development. Nick Fury said, of the scientists I know, no one is better than you. I don't have time. I only have 2 or 3 years to develop a new armor to deal with the Xetarians. I can't put too much energy on other things. Tony Stark refused without hesitation. Moreover, this is not my area of expertise, which means I have to invest more time, and the most can't afford to waste is time. Speaking of this, the space went black and a new picture came into being. I saw a cube glowing, and from time to time, energy beams like electric currents were projected out. It was the universe Rubik's Cube that was snatched by Loki. However, the Cosmos Cube at this time was installed on a launcher. This device is not unfamiliar to everyone. It appeared in the previous video. At that time, Natasha Romanoff closed the portal of the Xetarians to the Earth with the psychic scepter. The launch device at that time and now this one is exactly the same. The energy required for the establishment and maintenance of the portal is huge. I was wondering what provided the portal with energy. It turned out to be the cosmic cube. Tony Stark stared at the cosmic cube in the video and said. Chapter 14, Booming Rocky. Sir, I shut down the arc reactor, but the Rubik's Cube has continued to supply energy. In Jarvis's unique and vigorous voice, Tony Stark flew over in a red armor. Close it, Dr. Sylvig. Tony Stark suspended in mid-air, speaking condescendingly to Dr. Sylvig, who was standing next to the portal launcher. It's too late, it can't stop. Dr. Skilwig's eyes flashed with enthusiasm, it wants to show us a whole new universe. Okay. Tony Stark stretched out his hand, aimed at the launcher, and fired 2 palm cannons. However, where the palm cannon hits, an energy shield suddenly formed. Not only did the palm cannon fail to penetrate the energy shield, but also being bounced back, he almost threw himself out of the air. It is made of pure energy and cannot be penetrated. Jarvis reminded. Yes, I found it. Tony Stark said in a deep voice, Plan B. Sir, the Mark 7 is not ready for battle yet. Jarvis reminded again. Then leave it alone, we are running out of time. Tony Stark landed on the Stark mansion, and the robotic arms stretched out from the ground and began to take off the armor for him, while on the side, holding the power. Loki of the Rod looked at him. I felt familiar when Romanoff closed the portal. It turns out that the Rocky really chose the battlefield in my building. Tony Stark was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. There are so many high-rise buildings in New York, why did you choose the Stark Tower? Nick Fury glanced at Tony Stark, is it because you are too annoying? It is also a skill to be hated by it to such an extent. Tony Stark's mouth is not forgiving, but his eyes are always fixed on the video. That is his building after all, he wants to see what happened on it. Are you going to beg me for mercy? In the video, Loki said to Tony Stark with a pleasing face holding the scepter. Actually, I'm here to blackmail you. Tony Stark's answer is still the same, it is always unpredictable. Then you should at least wear battle armor. Loki said as he walked towards Tony Stark. Yes. Tony Stark walked down the stairs step by step with his hands on his back. It didn't seem to be talking to the enemy. On the contrary, he wanted to talk to his friends. With the shining scepter. Would you like a drink? Tony Stark walked down the stairs to the bar, which was filled with all kinds of fine wines. I can't save you by delaying. Rocky laughed. No, I threaten you. Tony Stark made a serious correction, and then began to pour the wine. You really don't drink? Then I will have a drink. My people will be here soon, you are finished. Rocky turned and looked to the sky through the clean and transparent French window. What am I afraid of? The Avengers. Tony Stark said with a wine bottle, we call ourselves that way, it's a team, the strongest League of Legends in the world. Yes, I've seen it before. Rocky smiled contemptuously and looked contemptuous. But it took us a while to figure it out. Let me count the heads for you. Tony Stark also smiled, but it also means completely different from Loki, your brother, that little handsome boy. An immortal is not a prestigious legend, a big guy who has a bad temper and kills, and a pair of elite killers. At this point, Tony Stark reached out and pointed to Loki, and you, unfortunately, you made them all messed up. Rocky didn't notice. Tony Stark quietly put a bracelet on his wrist when he said these words. This is my plan. Rocky paced, looking very leisurely. Bad plan. Tony Stark walked out of the bar with a wine glass. When they come, they will definitely come to you to settle the account. I have an army, Rocky said. We have Hulk. Tony's Tucker said. I thought the big guy was lost. Rocky said. You still don't know the situation. Tony Stark walked towards Loki with a wine glass in his hand, you will never be on the throne. There is no possibility that you will succeed. Maybe your army will come. Maybe we can't beat you, but we will all come to you. If the earth is lost, we will definitely come to you for revenge. If you turn against your friends, they won't have time to come to me. Rocky walked up to Tony Stark, lifted the scepter and hit his chest. Loki used this method many times, and it worked every time. It was tried and tested, but the scepter was placed on Tony Stark's chest, and Tony Stark was not unusual in the slightest. Rocky was taken aback, then he raised the scepter and tapped it on Tony Stark's chest, but Tony Stark still failed. I never lost my hand. Rocky looked puzzled. It's inevitable to play abnormally. Don't blame yourself on Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, who doesn't have one. Tony Stark opened his mouth with irony, but before he finished speaking, he was pinched by Rocky. The neck was thrown out. Jarvis, what are you waiting for? Tony Stark said as he got up from the ground. You will all kneel in front of me. Loki stepped forward quickly, and once again pinched Tony Stark's neck, who had just gotten up. Start? Quick start! Tony Stark said to Jarvis difficultly. Wow! The next moment, Loki threw Tony Stark out of the window. Tony Stark smashed through the glass and started free fall. Bayou! But at this moment, a red device was launched and caught up with the falling Tony Stark in mid-air. 2 red lights were emitted from the device and scanned on the bracelet on Tony Stark's wrist. Then, the whole device split and deformed automatically, and it was put on Tony Stark. That's it, Tony Stark. Without doing anything, the whole person finished wearing the armor during the process of falling from a high altitude. It can be worn this way, Stark. Your Mark 7 is much more handsome than your current armor. Nick Fury couldn't help but exclaim. Who said no? Tony Stark accepted the compliment without humility. I don't look at who designed and made this. Yes, compared to that, the current armor can only be manually worn on site, which is a bit stupid. Natasha Romanoff also said. You also offended another person, Agent Coulson. In the video, Tony Stark, who was wearing the armor, flew back, and a palm cannon blasted Loki into the air. The space is black, and the screen ends here. Chapter 15, List of the First Generation of Reunion. This topic still reveals a lot of information, let's analyze it. Nick Fury glanced at Natasha Romanoff and Tony Stark and spoke first. First of all, it is certain that the Zeterians were brought by Loki. Natasha Romanoff said, Loki said very clearly, my people will be here soon, I have an army, there is no doubt that this refers to the army of the Zeteru. A god, leading an army of aliens to invade the Earth. Tony Stark shrugged and looked speechless. It sounds like ghosts made up by Hollywood screenwriters who can't even pay rent. Talking about the story, but it will really happen one day in the future. Is there anything more ridiculous than this? Rocky's purpose may also be able to see some clues. Nick Fury said, in the video, Stark once said to Rocky, you will never sit on the throne. Is it the purpose of Rocky doing all this? Do you want to be king? But the Earth does not have a king. Tony Stark heard the words, well, our president can be regarded as the so-called king to some extent, but he also deceives those who don't understand anything. It's just a taxpayer. He's just the spokesperson and puppet of those big consortia and politicians. Will Rocky want that position? No, the throne you mentioned in the video is definitely not the president. Nick Fury shook his head and denied Tony Stark's statement. Will this throne actually belong to Odin? Natasha Romanoff put forward another conjecture, isn't Odin known as the king of gods? This makes sense, but Rocky wants Odin's position. Why doesn't he go to fight Odin and fight the Earth? Nick Fury frowned, Odin is not on Earth. Is it really not on Earth? Tony Stark asked back, are you sure? When Tony Stark asked, Nick Fury suddenly felt that there was nothing to say. If it was in the past, who told him that Odin might be on Earth, he would have pulled a big mouth over, but now it continues to look like he was not sure about a few future videos. Since Thor and Loki will come to Earth one after another in the future, why is it impossible for Odin to have come to Earth in the past? He is also the king of the gods anyway. If he is not discovered by an intelligence chief, it should be just a basic operation, right? Stark, Odin had better not be on the Earth. Nick Fury suddenly felt like a fight. If even the king of the gods is on the Earth, the world is really messy. Who is Odin, the king of the gods, the head of the gods? Even the head is on the Earth, so what about the gods? Don't worry about it, I just talk about it casually. Tony Stark said, the possibility of Odin on Earth is still very small. No matter how young, as long as it can't be eliminated 100%, there is still this risk. Nick Fury said in a deep voice, it seems that looking for Odin and other gods hiding in the world must be on the agenda. Marinated egghead, are you serious? This kind of thing is like a man who has been diagnosed as infertile by a doctor when he hears others point to his son and say that it is the kind of his wife fooling around with other men. I would rather believe it happened. Nick Fury said firmly. This video also reveals a message that the Avengers project was successful. Natasha Romanoff said. Yes. Tony Stark nodded, and, I'm also a member. I didn't expect I would join this boy group. Speaking of which, Tony Stark looked at Nick Fury, said really braised egghead, don't you really think this name is bad? Not as good as Steel Group. No, the name is very commemorative. Nick Fury couldn't help but touched his blindfold. That woman, who has been traveling in the universe for so many years, didn't know what happened. Are you trying to avenge the person who blinded your eyes? Tony Stark said, that's why the name Avengers. Stark? Nick Fury suddenly walked up to Tony Stark and asked very seriously, I am forming a team to protect the world. The name of the team is vulgar in your eyes. The Avengers, I invite you to join this team now, do you agree? Okay, I'll join. Tony Stark joined without any hesitation. If it was before, it would be impossible to be so refreshing, but after knowing that the Xatarians knew Loki, Tony Stark knew that he could not resist at all, and that there was hope only by being together. Welcome, Stark. From now on, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com, you are an official member of the Avengers. Nick Fury couldn't help but smile. Tony Stark was his first start. For those who are optimistic, after knowing that he can sacrifice his feet for others in the future, he is undoubtedly more satisfied with Tony Stark. Besides me, Romanoff should be a member of the Avengers, right? Tony Stark said, a pair of elite killers, there must be Romanoff in it. Yes, in my plan, Romanoff and Patton are also members of the Avengers. Nick Fury said, a pair of elite killers, I mean Romanoff and Patton. Clint Button was controlled by Loki with a psychic scepter at first, but judging from my words in the video, he should have recovered. Tony Stark said. So it seems that people controlled by the psychic scepter can recover. Natasha Romanoff said, this is also good news. Stark, Romanoff, Button, except for the three of you. Nick Fury said, in the future, the Hulk and Thor will also be members of the Avengers. Of course, there will be Captain America. It sounds like a good thing to have with us. Tony Stark gave Nick Fury a thumbs up, in the future, you really did an amazing thing. God can persuade. I even convinced you in the future. Is it weird to persuade a god? Nick Fury asked. Balding head, I suddenly remembered how you convinced Thor. Tony Stark turned on the poison tongue mode again. He must have thought of Odin when he saw you. After all, you only have one. The eyes are also so annoying. Chapter 16, Thor is down to earth. Fry, the Hulk Bruce Banner, is that also the person you envisioned at the beginning? Natasha Romanoff couldn't stand the quarrel between the two old men, and quickly asked a question. Yes, I really don't want to let the big guy go. After all, he is too strong. Nick Fury has nothing to hide. But I didn't plan to absorb him so early. His stability still needs to be observed. Speaking of this, remember the video I just watched? Did Rocky say something when I was talking about Hulk? Tony Stark suddenly remembered a detail. Yes, there is such a conversation, Rocky said. I have an army, you said, we have Hulk. As a spy chief, Nick Fury's memory is even more effective, and Rocky said. I thought that the big guy was lost. Thinking about it, Loki's words seem to have a lot to say. What does he think Hulk is missing? Natasha Romanoff continued, does that sentence mean that he did something against Hulk? Rocky is never a rash man who can only do things. On the contrary, he is more calm and prefers to use his brain. Tony Stark analyzed, just that video, when I said that our Avengers would go to him, he actually tried to control me, let me deal with the Avengers, let us fight each other. Would he also do something similar to Hulk? It's very possible. Nick Fury agreed with this view. I'm not sure if Hulk is the strongest fighter in the Avengers, but he must be our biggest weakness. The enemy defeated us from the inside. The best breakthrough point. So it's no surprise that Rocky started with Hulk. Nick Fury said to Tony Stark. Stark, why don't you take the time to meet with Dr. Banner and see if there is any way to solve him? The problem. You can meet each other, but you don't have to have any hope to solve the problem. Tony Stark shook his head, that's not my research field. If Bruce Banner can't solve it by himself, I can't help it. Can you only rely on this answer? Hope that rewards for solving Dr. Banner's mental problems will be given in the future. Nick Fury sighed lightly, and Bruce Banner was almost the strongest he had ever seen after his transformation. The creature, except for the young Captain Marvel that he would know, no one can match his combat power. What a good fighter this is! But this warrior is too partial, the physical body is a mess, but the mental loopholes are also a mess. If someone succeeds in catching this loophole and drives him crazy, the consequences will be unimaginable. He didn't dare to imagine who could control this big guy in the absence of Captain Marvel. Speaking of which, have you noticed that Stark had just appeared in the previous video and tried to attack the portal device, and his armor was full of scratches? Nick Fury suddenly thought of a detail. Fry, what do you mean? Natasha Romanoff asked. At that time the portal had not opened, the Xetarians had not yet arrived, and Stark hadn't seen Loki yet. Nick Fury said in a deep voice, then how did the battle traces of Stark's armor remain? What? Who is he fighting with? You mean Hulk? Tony Stark thought for a while and shook his head, isn't that possible? If I really fight that big guy, how can the armor be left? It was broken into a pile of broken copper and iron. Got it. Who said you played against yourself? Don't our future teammates still have Thor? Nick Fury said, since Thor is a god, and you can join forces with you to defeat the Mad Hulk, I must be able to do it. Fry, this inference of yours is crazy and may not be correct, but in this case, you have to guard against it. Being big is indeed a considerable weakness. Tony Stark said solemnly, we are best. Prepare in advance, or you will be used by others. The fifth question starts, please be prepared. Excuse me, after Thor came to New Mexico, was he knocked down by what weapon? A stun gun. B pistol. C submachine gun. D RPG. The answer to this question is correct, reward a healing potion, as long as the heart and brain are not dead, injection can cure all diseases and injuries. If you answer this question incorrectly, 1 year of life will be deducted. As soon as the fifth question came out, the three people in the answer space were surprised. Because this question actually gave a clear location. Thor will descend on Earth in New Mexico. Nick Fury said immediately, I will send people to Mexico to wait for the arrival of Thor, the new member of the Avengers to welcome Thor. This is the most important news for answering the question so far. Tony Stark said sternly, if you really wait until Thor arrives, let me know as soon as possible. And me. Natasha Romanoff also said. Okay. You reading www.yunsha.com. Nick Fury directly agreed, if I see Thor, I must tell everyone immediately. The reason why everyone attaches so much importance to the news of Thor's arrival on Earth is really because this news is directly related to whether the video is a future clip or not. If Thor really arrives in New Mexico as the title says, then it means that the question they answered is really the future, and then the threat from Rocky and the Zetaru is real. In addition to verifying the future, Thor's identity is also crucial. Firstly, Thor is a member of the Avengers and their future teammate. Judging from the performance in the video, Thor is a very powerful warrior, even if he does not call for the wind and rain as in the legend. In terms of physical fitness alone, he is better than Captain America. Not bad. Secondly, Thor is the brother of Loki, the Black Hand behind the Battle of New York. He must have some knowledge of Loki. Everyone is eager to get information about Loki through Thor. Then, let's analyze the problem. Nick Fury said, first of all, I can rule out that Thor will be knocked down by a stun gun. This is simply a joke. Although this may be different from our imagination, don't forget, Thor's younger brother Loki can resist even bullets, and Thor should be able to do that too. So B can also be eliminated. The submachine gun is more lethal than the pistol, but after watching Rocky's performance when snatching the Rubik's Cube, I don't think the submachine gun can work. Natasha Romanoff said. Then there is RPG left. Tony Stark hesitated. In my opinion, it is also the most reasonable RPG. Not talking about Rocky, just look at Thor's own few appearances in the video. It's not like the 3 items of ABC can be solved. But if you choose D like this question is too simple, right? Chapter 17, Is this a god? This question should be made by the author in order to convince us that what he presented to us is the real future. Nick Fury said in a deep voice, so the difficulty of this question is simple, because the meaning of this question is inherent. Not to answer the questions, let us verify the future. Something makes sense. Tony Stark thought for a while and agreed with Nick Fury's analysis. Stark, this question is up to you. Nick Fury said, although the arc reactor can protect the tiny shrapnel in your body from entering your heart, it is always a hidden danger and can be solved completely. To be honest, Nick Fury is also very excited about this healing potion. Doesn't this mean that his eyes can be cured? But as a senior veteran agent, he knew that Tony Stark was much more important than him in the future battle, so he chose to leave the healing potion to Tony Stark. Stark, answer the question. Natasha Romanoff said in the same way, your role in the Avengers is far more than me. I will not use the salted egg head, the healing potion, I will try to copy it first. Tony Stark also understood all this and answered the question directly, I choose D, RPG. Wrong answer. Deduct 1 year of life. Tony Stark suddenly realized the feeling that a certain part of his body was taken away as described by Natasha Romanoff, and his face suddenly became pale. Stark, are you okay? Nick Fury asked hurriedly. Romanoff is okay, why should I have anything? Tony Stark waved his hand, looking indifferent, it's just that I got the wrong answer. The answer is not RPG. That's a submachine gun. Natasha Romanoff tried to guess again, but it's impossible, that Loki, the body can be bulletproof, Thor, as his brother, should be able to do the same. Maybe a lot of submachine guns fired together. Nick Fury said, it's like I was assassinated by Alexander Pierce. That's impossible. Tony Stark thought about the scene and said, you are an ordinary person, and of course you can only escape when besieged with a submachine gun, but Thor, that is a god, just like your body. A super soldier or even a stronger god. Loki's scepter can still fire energy attacks, and Thor's hammer is definitely not a display. You know, Thor's hammer is the most powerful weapon in mythology. Even if the real Thor's hammer is not as good as the myth. The power, but for us humans, it shouldn't be able to deal with a few submachine guns, right? But you just answered wrong, the answer is not RPG. Nick Fury said, if it's not a submachine gun, is it a pistol? I can't imagine it, just wait to watch the video. Tony Stark spread his hands, turned and looked at the place where the video was playing before, and stopped talking. Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff also did not speak, and waited quietly. After a while, the space went dark, and the video finally started. The environment is at night, a car is driving, Jane Foster is driving the car, Daisy Louise is in the co-pilot, and Eric Silvig is in the back. It was the first time that Jane Foster and Daisy Lewis appeared in the video, and no one in the audience knew each other, but Eric Silvig showed up more than once, although there were not many parts each time. Suddenly, with a bang, the car bumped into someone, and the car stopped in a burst of exclamation, and the three of them got out of the car quickly. I think it is your fault from a legal point of view. Daisy Lewis said as she ran to Thor, who had hit the ground. Get the first aid kit. Jane Foster ran to Thor, kneeled on the ground and prayed, help, don't die. Thor, who was lying on the ground, took a breath, turned his body, and looked at Jane Fortes. He needs artificial respiration. When Daisy Lewis saw Thor's handsome face, she became idiotic. I can artificial respiration. Where did he come from? Jane Foster looked at Thor condescendingly, feeling this man strange. At this time, Thor let out a low voice, and stood up swayingly, like a drunk who hadn't sobered up. Are you okay? Jane Foster asked. Where is the hammer? Thor, the of Thunder, said to himself, where is the hammer? Yes, we can see that you were dizzy by the hammer. This is still obvious. Daisy Lewis obviously misunderstood the meaning of Thor's hammer. My God, Eric, look at this. Jane Foster noticed the pattern left by Thor's arrival on the ground, knelt on the ground and began to study. We must hurry up, lest this change. Jane, we have to take him to the hospital. Eric Silvig said while shining Thor with a flashlight. Father. Raytheon didn't seem to notice the presence of other people at all. He just shouted at the sky, Heimdall, I know you can hear you, let me go back to the Rainbow Bridge. You can take him to the hospital, I will stay here. Jane Foster looked at Thor's appearance, listened to his words, and thought that something might be wrong in his mind. You guys! Thor yelled to the sky and got no response. Then he turned around and walked to Jane Foster's side and asked, what starfield is this? Alfheim? Noenhai? Hey! New Mexico! Daisy Lewis said with a flashlight, perhaps frightened by Thor's crazy talk. Daisy Lewis was still holding a stun gun when she was speaking. Do you dare to threaten me, Thor, with such a small weapon? Thor glanced at the stun gun, not paying attention at all. Shit! As soon as he saw the stun gun in Daisy Lewis's hand, Tony Stark was all ill. God, don't tell me Thor will be brought down by this stuff next time. A woman, holding a stun gun, brought down a god. Nick Fury also felt that Sanguine was affected. 9-rate screenwriters in Hollywood who can't pay the rent can't write such a nonsense plot. Var. Easy, this woman is just holding a stun gun, and the storyline that follows may not be what you imagine. Natasha Romanoff didn't finish her words. In the video, Daisy Louise's stun gun had been shot on Thor. Thor's body convulsed, and then he fell to the ground. Eric Silvig and Jane Foster both opened their mouths wide, looking at Daisy Lewis with shock. What's wrong? He scared me to death. Daisy Lewis looked innocent. The screen disappears, and the video ends here. Chapter 18, End of the first round. The three people in the answer space stood opposite each other, speechless for a long time. Is really the video just now, it has too much impact on them. I have to say that Thor, is very different from what I expected. After a while, it was Nick Fury who spoke first. Is this also Thor? Tony Stark was really unhappy. It is indeed Thor, the of Thunder. If he is Thor, then I think Fury is Odin. Natasha Romanoff was also very speechless. Everyone should be rational. Although this Thor was different from what you imagined just now, we already know that when the Zatarus invaded, he was still the powerful Thor. That's enough. Nick Fury quickly learned from Thor. The two-week shadow came out to comfort everyone. Yes, as long as he is not so weak when he fights the Zatarans. Natasha Romanoff said, this video actually reveals a lot of information, we can analyze it. This Thor should have lost his hammer for some reason, and at the same time lost his ability, becoming an ordinary person like us. Nick Fury said. From the point that he yelled father to the sky, it can be seen that he lost his hammer and lost his power because of his father. Natasha Romanoff said. From this, it can also be seen that Odin is not on the earth. Tony Stark said, if Odin is really the father of Thor, like the myth. Is Odin Thor's father or not? It's impossible to know. Natasha Romanoff said. However, Thor mentioned two place names, Alfheim and Nornheim. I don't know Inheim, but I know Alfheim. This is also a place name in myths and legends, and it's a place where elves live. Have you noticed that Thor also mentioned the Rainbow Bridge? He yelled for someone to open the Rainbow Bridge. Tony Stark said, he came from Asgard to the Earth through this Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall. Natasha Romanoff said, also a character in mythology, a member of the Asa Protoss in the mythology, with clairvoyance and smooth ears. Standing on the ground from Thor yelled, I know you listen. You can see this, at least that is true for Shunfeng Er. You really did a lot of homework. Tony Stark said in surprise, do you even know this? Do you think everyone is like you, there are only women in your head? Natasha Romanoff glanced at Tony Stark and continued, this Rainbow Bridge is also recorded in mythology. In mythology, it is the bridge connecting Asgard and the Atrium. Now that one end of the Rainbow Bridge leads to the Earth, then, does this Atrium mean the Earth? Tony Stark was slightly taken aback, the Earth is the Atrium, and I, an Earthling, didn't know until now. Therefore, it is necessary to study mythology. Even if there is a difference between mythology and real mythology, at least there can be a reference. Nick Fury concluded. Since there are so many correct parts in the myth, let's just assume that Odin is Thor's father. Tony Stark frowned, but why did he let Thor come to Earth? From the video, Thor definitely didn't want to come to Earth by himself, he should have been brought down by Odin. Will it also be for the universe Rubik's Cube? Natasha Romanoff also thought of something attractive to God. It is unlikely that Thor came to Earth before Loki. Although he was like an ordinary person at first, he must have recovered his strength later. If he was also for the Rubik's Cube, how could Loki happen? Snatching the Rubik's Cube from me. Nick Fury rejected Natasha Romanoff's speculation. There must be things on the Earth that we don't know can attract, or things that are vital to gods. Tony Stark said in a deep voice, remember what Rocky came to the Earth for. He wants to sit on the throne. Natasha Romanoff said, I still can't understand this. Why did he come to the Earth if he wanted to sit on the throne? Perhaps, this is the same reason that Thor came to Earth. They both came to Earth for the same thing. Nick Fury was also puzzled. What on earth is there that can attract two gods? Come down one after another. Anyway, Thor came down first. Just ask Thor at that time. Tony Stark is not too entangled in this point, and the intelligence is too lacking. They only rely on them to use their brains to guess. Impossible to guess. This round of answers is over, and the answerers are ready to return. The mechanical voice sounded, and the three figures of Tony Stark in the answer space disappeared, leaving Li Chang alone. The answer is completed and the reward is issued. The host acquires all the fighting skills, shooting skills, firearms knowledge, camouflage skills, tactics, and strategies of the Punisher Frank Custer. Suddenly, a large amount of information was crammed into my mind, all kinds of firearms, fighting, shooting, extorting confessions, intelligence gathering, and so on. All kinds of previously unheard knowledge came to my head. Uncle Punishment deserves to be rated as a 10th level agent by Nick Fury, the ceiling of ordinary people's combat power. It's really amazing. Li Cheng was shocked by the strength of the Punisher. Do not have all the knowledge of the Punisher, never know how awesome the Punisher is. It's just a pity. I just have that consciousness, but I can't keep up with my physical fitness at all. It would be nice if I could play 30% of Uncle Punishment's strength. Li Cheng was a little sorry. The host gets a super soldier serum. Note, this serum is an improved version of the system, without any side effects, without any pain during use, without any auxiliary means. It can be injected directly, and it will take effect immediately. A dose of serum appears in the answer space. The American team's body is mixed with the consciousness of Uncle Punishment. This reward is interesting. Li Cheng couldn't help but laugh. Before, he regretted that his physical fitness was not enough and could not exert Uncle Punishment's strength. The question and answer system directly gave him the super soldier serum. Li Cheng did not hesitate and directly injected the super soldier serum. As expected, it was the same as the system description, without feeling any pain. He remembered that when he was watching the movie Captain America, the US team screamed in pain halfway through the injection. With the spirit of the US team and the perseverance of the killer pig, it can be seen that the injection hurts more. He is an ordinary person. If the system doesn't give him painlessness, he might be so painful that he faints on the spot. Moreover, the US team injected many complicated instruments at the time, and top scientists such as Howard Stark were present, and he was only himself. This system is really thoughtful. Remove all the extra and let him inject directly. Just a few seconds after the injection, Li Cheng found that his muscles became stronger, and when he touched it with his hand, it was as hard as iron. It's because of him that he used to exercise regularly before, and he was a bit bulky. After the serum injection, his body didn't change significantly. Otherwise, he suddenly became stronger, which would be too eye-catching. With all the knowledge of Uncle Punishment, I don't know how many American teams I can play. Li Cheng couldn't help thinking why in his heart. Chapter 19, Looking for Thor. Technology will quickly change your daily life. You don't have to work hard anymore, make time for leisure and enjoy a good life. Howard Stark's voice echoed in his ears, and Tony Stark was in a trance. Kind of the illusion of returning to the past. However, although it was Howard Stark's voice, it was not what Howard Stark said to him himself. It was the video of his father played at the Stark Expo. Blinked his eyes vigorously, and the metal instrument in front of him displayed the words blood toxicity 19%. Is the answer space just a dream? Tony Stark felt that the experience just now really seemed to be a dream. But when he looked up and saw the brand new Mark 7 armor in front of him, he knew that he had not dreamed. The lines in the video are consistent before entering the answer space. I'm still testing the toxicity in the blood here. Tony Stark put the instrument away and looked at time again. So in the answer space, time it stopped flowing. I entered and came out at the same moment. Think again that he went from one place to a brand new place without knowing it. The author can actually play with space and time in his palms. What a power against the sky! But after thinking about it, it seems that it is not strange that the person who wrote the question can even intercept the future clips, and can play with space and time. I really want to meet this person who wrote the subject. Tony Stark couldn't help thinking in his mind, I don't know how sacred it is. Romanoff, it feels like I just had an extremely real dream. Nick Fury just came out and felt the same as Tony Stark, and felt like he was dreaming. Fry, this is not a dream. Natasha Romanoff stretched out her hand, and a bottle of green potion was lying in her palm. Of course I know that there is nothing in dreams, Nick Fury said, stepping on the Green Devil's skateboard under his feet. Tony Stark rewarded a Mark 7, let's go and see. Nick Fury even called Tony Stark with his cell phone. Stark? The call soon came through, and Nick Fury said, I am Nick Fury. I'm at the Stark Expo right now. Romanoff is with me. Is it convenient to meet? I will let Harpy pick you up, and I will be waiting for you backstage. Tony Stark said. 3 minutes later, Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff, and Tony Stark, the 3 respondents who had just finished answering the question, got together again. Have you studied this Mark 7, and are there any flaws? Nick Fury pointed to the handsome Mark 7 and asked. I have connected to Jarvis, it's perfect, as if I made it by myself. Oh no, he was made by me. Tony Stark sat there with a lazy appearance, but his face was very serious. Fry, although it is still too early to make a conclusion, but the video we see in the answer space, I am afraid it is really the future. I understand, I will send the most reliable person to New Mexico right away. Nick Fury said in a deep voice, once we see Thor, then we can be sure that what we see in the answer space is indeed a fragment of the future. Captain America must hurry up and look for it. He is probably not dead. There is also the Hulk. This is our future teammate. Stark, I know. Nick Fury interrupted Tony Stark, and that Doctor Strange, I will also look for it. He put the green gob skateboard on the ground. Stark, I'll leave it to you. Don't worry, I will develop it as quickly as possible, and I will definitely return it to you before you are assassinated. Tony Stark said. After Nick Fury returned, he immediately called his confidant Phil Coulson over. Sir, is there an emergency? Phil Coulson looked at Nick Fury's face and vaguely felt something big happened. Coulson, prepare yourself, and go to New Mexico right away. Nick Fury spread out the 3 sketches on the table. Find these 3 people, stare at them secretly, and remember, until that person appears, don't disturb them. Which person? Thor, said Nick Fury, I know you are puzzled. Believe me, I am the same, but this matter is very important. It is about the safety of the entire planet and the survival of all mankind. Thor will coming to Earth, I want you to wait for him. Sir, it doesn't seem to be April Fool's Day today. Phil Coulson couldn't believe his ears at all. He asked him to wait for a in Myths and Legends. What is the sir doing? Coulson, we fought aliens together, I thought you would be better at accepting them. Nick Fury smiled, you understand this Thor as another kind of aliens, UU reading isn't www.uugonshu.com more acceptable. Sir, what does Thor want to do when he comes to Earth? Phil Coulson stared at Nick Fury's face for 3 seconds, and finally determined that the officer was serious. The wave of aliens we received more than 10 years ago people, with all due respect, we didn't get along well at the beginning. Don't worry about this, Thor should be ours. Our people. I can't explain to you now, you will know in the future, Thor will be an important partner of us, and we will fight against powerful enemies together. Sir, I don't understand more and more. Yumina is fighting with us. Then who is my enemy, and even the gods will join us? Coulson, I have a reliable source of intelligence. One day in the future, aliens will visit Earth again. Nick Fury stood up, paced, and handed over a drawing of Thor's hand. But this the aliens once did not sneak down and act in secret as they did 10 years ago. They will bring troops and weapons and directly fire on us. The entire New York will be a battlefield. And the key to all this lies in Thor. Your body. So your trip to New Mexico is very important. Thunder looks like this. Phil Coulson took the painting, which was a tall white young man. It looks like a gym coach. The gym coach doesn't hold a hammer. Nick Fury said, I haven't painted for a long time, the skills are a bit rusty, but it's enough for you to find someone. The hammer in his hand, can it thunder, wind, and rain? Maybe, I don't know yet. Nick Fury said, but it is certain that it is also a terrible weapon. Chapter 20, American Search and Rescue Team. Well, if he does come to New Mexico, I will be able to find him. Phil Collison collected the sketches. He will definitely come, it's just a matter of time. Nick Fury said, remember, he is very important. I see, sir. Phil Coulson turned and left, even though he still had many questions in his mind. Asking questions is not what a good agent should do. The command of an executive officer without any discount is the quality that an agent should have. If it hadn't been for life and death with Nick Fury, the relationship between the two was far from ordinary superiors and superiors, and he would not have said those issues before. Hill, you should have also grown up listening to the story of Captain America Steve Rogers. After Phil Collison left, Nick Fury called Maria Hill over again. Although it is not as fanatical as Coulson, but yes, I know all the stories of Captain America, including comics, movies, and novels based on him. I have basically read them. Maria Hill said. If I tell you that the captain is probably not dead, what do you think? Nick Fury asked. Sir, the captain has been sacrificed for almost 70 years. Maria Hill's first reaction when she heard this was that she couldn't believe it. Has anyone seen the captain's body? Nick Fury asked rhetorically. Sir, is the captain really dead? Maria Hill thought for a while, it was indeed the case. The body of Captain America has indeed never been found. I have reliable news. The captain is probably still alive. Nick Fury said, hand over the other tasks you have to others. From now on, you will only be responsible for this one thing, look for the captain. Yes. Maria Hill took the lead. After Maria Hill, it was no longer one person who walked into Nick Fury's office, but two people, Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton. The status of these two people in Nick Fury is different from that of others. Like Phil Collison, although Nick Fury is absolutely assured of trust in him, he will not tell everything and everything. Nick Fury has no scruples about the elite killers who will join the Avengers in the future, and can talk about anything weird. Barton, how is your digestion? Nick Fury asked as soon as he saw Clint Barton. Sir, although I know that it is impossible for you to lie to me with Romanoff, what Romanoff told me is too unacceptable. Clint Barton shook his head, myth it's true. God will invade New York with an army of aliens, and then another God will fight us again. The most unlikely thing is that I will shoot you. Sir, how could I shoot you? This is absolutely impossible, even if I die, I cannot shoot you. Barton, at that time you were controlled by Loki, that was not you. Natasha Romanoff said. Romanoff, please tell me that today is April Fool's Day. What you told me before was just a joke with me. Clint Barton said, clutching Romanoff's shoulder, these are too much. It's ridiculous. Barton, this is the Green Devil's skateboard that I rewarded for answering the question. Nick Fury turned on his phone and showed Clint Barton a picture. It's lying in Tony Stark's laboratory now. You can see it with your own eyes at any time. If you do, remember to take a look at the new armor there. The Mark 7 armor is also rewarded for answering the questions. Sir, what do I need to do? Clint Barton asked after a moment of silence. Two things, the first thing is to tell you to be prepared, you may also be dragged to answer questions in the future. Nick Fury said. Will I answer questions too? Clint Barton was stunned. It's still very possible. Natasha Romanoff said, the three people who answered the question this time, Fury, I, and Stark. We are either members of the Avengers or the Founders, all of them it's related to the Avengers, so you, as a member of the Avengers, are very likely. Then I really want to see this answer space. Clint Barton's eyes flashed expectation. According to Natasha Romanoff, this answer space plays with time and space and grabs the future. It is simply the world. A wonder of the first class. Barton, the second thing, there is a person, the future may also be very important, I need you to find it. Nick Fury walked to Clint Barton. Is that the Doctor Strange? Clint Barton asked www.readaloud.com. Natasha Romanoff told him the answer to the question in great detail, so he had this guess. Yes, Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, I want you to find him. Nick Fry paused and added, but about this person, I only know the nickname and name, I can't give you anything else. Just do your best. Yes, sir. Clint Barton led the way. Then should I meet a big guy? Natasha Romanoff basically knows her tasks. After all, Nick Fury said this when in the answer space. Go and see him first, but don't bring him here for now, I don't want him to break another street in New York. Nick Fury sat back in his chair. Should I go empty-handed? Natasha Romanoff asked. No, you have to bring enough people. Nick Fury said, find experts around the world, and bring imaginable scientists, doctors, yoga masters, and even J.K. Rowling to tell him bedtime stories, all those who might be able to help Dr. Banner, take them all. There was a knock on the door. Romanoff, you go, and if you need anything, come to me anytime. Nick Fury waved his hand and raised his voice and said, please come in. Sir. The heroic agent number 13 Sharon Carter came to Nick Fury. Give you a task to investigate Alexander Pierce secretly. In this way, orders were issued from Nick Fury's side, and everyone was sent out by Nick Fury. The information obtained in the answer space kept Nick Fury busy. Chapter 21, Shock of Ancient One. Nick Fury thought he was secretive, but he didn't know that he was always watching him, seeing everyone he sent out in his eyes, and listening to every command he made. SHIELD has started contacting Strange now? It's too early. Kamitage's Guyi looked surprised, holding a cup of tea in his hand, which had been brought to his lips, but did not drink. This kind of future has never happened before, this is a new kind of future. Guyi brought the teacup to his mouth and took a sip. Someone has moved on the timeline. Until now, I have discovered that no matter who has moved the timeline, they are quite clever. Gu put down his teacup after taking a sip, and began to look at the past of Nick Fury. At the Stark Expo, Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff, and Tony Stark once disappeared. After checking, Guyi stood up. From their words judging, during the period of disappearance, they should have gone to that answer space. This is the problem. Guyi was able to discover that the three of Nick Fury had disappeared. Even if they disappeared and appeared at the same moment, it was equivalent to not disappearing at all, but she could still find out. But Guyi couldn't find this answer space. It's as if the answer space didn't exist at all, it didn't exist at all. What the is this? Is it TVA's handwriting? Guyi thought of an organization. When it comes to playing with time, it seems that only that organization can make her lose sight of the clue. But isn't the purpose of that organization to maintain the sacred timeline? How can it be possible to do such a thing that destroys the timeline? Forget it, I'll go and see it myself. After pondering for a while, Guyi simply went back to the past and appeared at the Stark Expo. There were a lot of people at the expo, which can be said to be one after another, but when Guyi walked all the way to Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff, none of them hit him. Then everyone became like a tangible and innocent shadow, and Guyi directly passed through their bodies. One more thing, I plan to absorb him into the Avengers. During the undercover, you evaluate whether he is suitable. Nick Fury said to Natasha Romanoff. He didn't even know that he had a bald head beside him. Woman, and stared at him. There is no need to evaluate this, I can tell you now, it is absolutely inappropriate. Natasha Romanoff said immediately. Why do you say that? Just because you can't stand too many women around him. Me and Button, we can give each other our backs. I know that Button will take care of me even if he sacrifices his own life, but Tony? He only sees himself, and the whole world revolves around him. He is absolutely impossible to sacrifice for others. The conversation between Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff is exactly the same as the past that Guyi had seen before. But the next moment, the style of dialogue changed. Romanoff, it feels like I just had a very real dream. Fry, this is not a dream. These two sentences are connected with the previous dialogue, and there is no pause in the middle. If someone who is unknown here is listening, they will definitely not understand this conversation, because the last two sentences are too abrupt and have nothing to do with the previous conversation. Guyi knew that the reason why it was so abrupt was because the two people in front of him had just gone to the answering space. There is no trace, as if I have never left. Guyi frowned. Where is the sacred subject? She has come to the scene in person, and still can't find the answer space. But it wasn't nothing, at least she was sure that the other party didn't use magic to do all this. Guyi is not a big man on the scientific side, but she can also see that this is not technology. It's not magic, it's not technology, so what kind of energy is it? Guyi laughed. Interesting. The reason she laughed was because she thought of TVA. The group of people regarded themselves as guardians of time, and arbitrarily tailored those who they thought would destroy or threaten the sacred timeline. Then, does TVA have the ability to tailor the subject? Intuitively, Guyi felt that the person who asked the question could play against TVA. Watching TVA's self-righteous guys deflate, it always makes people happy, doesn't it? This thing has some meaning, but it is still far behind what Tony Stark made. Finally, Guyi looked at Nick Fury's Green Devil's skateboard and disappeared at the fair. I can't find the past, I don't know if you can show your feet in the future. Just coming back from the past, Guyi was looking at the future non-stop. However, she checked 1 million futures in one go, but she still couldn't find the answer space. She can see that there will be multiple rounds of answering questions in the future. You read www.yuyugonshu.com, and even Dr. Strange Stephen Strange went to this answering space to answer the questions, but still couldn't find the answering space. As for the mysterious subject, even the shadow is invisible. In these millions of futures, TVA has never appeared before, even once. Guyi's eyes flashed unconcealed shock. There is no one TVA in 1 million futures, which almost shows that TVA knows nothing about this answer space. Of course, 1 million futures are not necessarily absolute. Maybe she can see the future cut by TVA after watching the subject a few more times. But Guyi is not a pervert. Looking at the future so many times, is it annoying? Like Stephen Strange, who would actually check more than 14 million futures in the future fight against Thanos, the Ancient One felt goosebumps all over his body when he thought about it. How much patience is needed to watch so many futures? It can only be said that Stephen Strange is worthy of her successor. He is excellent in all aspects and has the potential to become the greatest mage. Since you can't find the subject, let's see how much the emergence of the subject has on Strange's future. So, Guyi looked at Stephen Strange's future again. After reading some, Guyi laughed again, because in the future where the answer space she saw appeared, without exception, it would be beneficial to Stephen Strange. The person who wrote the question, I didn't expect that you still exist in this world. Even TVA and I can't find you. Guyi began to drink tea again. Since the person who wrote the question will not have any bad influence on Stephen Strange's replacement of her position, and will not affect her retirement, she doesn't bother to care about it. Chapter 22, Iron Man in the Basement. Guyi started looking for me now? The action is very fast. When Li Cheng learned from the system that Guyi was looking for himself, he was as steady as an old dog and didn't panic at all. Because the system had already told him that it would block all exploration, whether it was Guyi, TVA, or other powers, don't even think about finding him. Li Cheng. Although he had the consciousness of Uncle Punishment and the body of the US team, Li Cheng still went to work honestly and showed no abnormality. In the eyes of his colleagues and family, he is still the big boy who is obviously strong but a little shy and not talkative. I really look forward to answering the question next time. This is Li Cheng's biggest expectation every day besides work and life. Of course, he is also paying close attention to the news. Whether a certain frozen veteran was thawed, a certain Thor's hammer that was not resistant to electric shocks hit the flowers and plants of the earth, and whether a certain super rich made some moths, he would very interested. I turned on the TV boringly, and the picture played on it showed Tony Stark's figure, and Li Cheng suddenly became interested. "Stark, do you have a special weapon?" a fat-eared Senate asked. "I don't have one." Tony Stark denied directly into the microphone, "I don't have one." "Don't you?" the senator asked rhetorically. "Really not?" Tony Stark paused and changed his words, "Well, it depends on how you define weapon." "Iron Man is a weapon," the senator said. "My invention is not a weapon," Tony Stark said. "Then how do you describe it?" the senator asked. "It's what it is, Senator," Tony Stark said. "Then what is it?" The senator leaned forward. "It's a high-tech prosthesis, that's the best adjective I can think of." Tony Stark's answer was a laugh. Of course, the senator refused to give up and was still trying to get Tony Stark to hand over Iron Man, but Tony Stark was so articulate that he could not be compared to a Senate, and he was directly defeated in the confrontation. Even if the Senate invited Justin Hammer, the weapons supplier of the Department of Defense, he was beaten by Tony Stark with 3 punches and 2 kicks. "I can prevent the intimidation of nuclear weapons, Iron Man is very useful, we are safe, the United States is safe, I can maintain world peace alone." The hearing ended in Tony Stark's arrogant declaration. The Iron Man on TV is full of pride, but Li Cheng in front of the TV can feel the heavy pressure on Tony Stark's shoulders. Anyone can maintain world peace. This is only for those politicians who are full of lard. After learning about the Zetarrians and Rocky, Tony Stark has long realized his insignificance. It is not only Li Cheng who appreciated Tony Stark's heroic appearance through the screen, but also FANFIC, a brawny man with long hair. When FANFIC held a toothpick in his mouth and slammed his hammer on a hot red iron block. "That should be you." "Sorry, I can only give you my knowledge." At the thought of his father's death in front of him, FANFIC couldn't wait to break Tony Stark's body into pieces. "Tony Stark, you thief! When I build things, you will die." He turned his head and glanced at the brilliant appearance of Tony Stark on the TV, and his eyes flashed with hatred. Regardless of whether it is Li Cheng or FANFIC, Tony Stark has no idea, he is hiding in the basement. Tony Stark was sitting on a chair, and a bunch of complicated light and shadow graphics appeared in front of him. There were also various data and graphics. The average person would be dizzy at a glance, but Tony Stark glanced over, but there was nothing. The secret is at all. The people who made this skateboard are also a little clever. Tony Stark reached out and took a small light and shadow module in his hand. The technical content of this skateboard is not high, but the design in some places is a little clever and wonderful. He couldn't help but praise. Da-da-da. The sound of fine footsteps sounded, and Tony Stark did not turn his head back. He knew that only one person could come down at this time, Pepper Potts. "Tony, you are here again." Pepper Potts walked over quickly with some food and drink in his hand. "Isn't this a good thing? You can find me at any time." Tony Stark put the light and shadow module back in his hand, took another one and placed it in front of him. "This meeting is very important, you didn't go." Pepper Potts complained a little. "Isn't there you?" Tony Stark turned around and looked at Pepper Potts, with a rare gentle flash in his eyes. "With you here, I can rest assured of everything. But I am not at ease, do you know, you have not asked about the company for a long time, and the shareholders are very dissatisfied with you. You can handle such trivial things. It doesn't matter. Pepper Potts was speechless. Tony, I'm afraid you will be fired from your company if this continues, just like Jobs did. How can I be the same as Jobs? Tony Stark said, I am more handsome than him, and more talented. Tony. Pepper Potts shook his head and handed over the food in his hand. You haven't been there for a week. After the hearing, you seem to be possessed. Pepper Potts looked worried. Tell me, how long have you not closed your eyes? Pepper, since this period of time, I have been fighting criminals. My Iron Man has never been disadvantaged. I have become the idol of countless people. I thought I finally made the world a little better. Tony Stark is also. I was so hungry, I picked up a sandwich and gobbled it up, but I suddenly found that the world is not beautiful. No, it does exist, but the beauty is short-lived, like a flash in the pan. Tony, do you have a fever? Pepper Potts thought that Tony Stark had been sick for too long, and reached out to touch Tony Stark's forehead. You can't stay here anymore, go and wash. Take a bath and get a good night's sleep. No, I can't rest, Pepper, there is no time. Tony, what are you thinking about again? Pepper, the world is about to face greater threats, and more powerful enemies are about to come. At that time, the real catastrophe will be the real catastrophe. The criminals I am fighting now are not worth mentioning compared with the coming enemies. There is no bigger enemy, and your arms have been collected by you. Even if there is something, it is no longer your responsibility. No, Pepper, this is my responsibility. Tony Stark said categorically, when the catastrophe comes, if someone like me who is able to stand up does not stand up, then who will stand up? Could it be that? Do you want your beautiful hands to hold a gun? No, your hands are not made to hold a gun. Chapter 23, You Still Owe Me a Dance. Pepper Potts was stunned, she couldn't believe that these words were actually spoken from Tony Stark. God, is this still the arrogant and narcissistic who is merciful everywhere? When did he get this kind of consciousness? Tony, if Captain America is still alive, you must be his confidant at this moment. Pepper Potts looked at Tony Stark obsessively. Although the Tony Stark in front of him is a bit abnormal, he has to say, Tony Stark like this is really charming. That veteran of World War II. Tony Stark said, chewing on a sandwich, I don't think he would like me, I mean, look at me. Don't say that, Captain America is indeed an out-and-out superhero, worthy of the admiration of all of us. Pepper Potts watched Tony Stark eat anxiously and handed him a glass of juice. But you are also a superhero, and you have saved many families. In my opinion, the only difference between you and Steve Rogers is that he lives in everyone's hearts, and you really live. Pepper, don't say that. Oh, I'm talking about you saying that the captain has passed away, and you saying that I am a superhero. I love to hear that. You can go on and say it 3,000 times. Tony Stark took the juice and took 2 gulps. I mean, the captain doesn't necessarily live in everyone's hearts, maybe he also lives in this world. Come in, Tony, you have just been serious for 5 minutes, and then you start to tease again. The object of the ridicule is Captain America. Pepper Potts rolled his eyes. He is the first superhero in history. Seniors, you should give proper respect. Pepper, tell you a secret, don't tell anyone. Tony Stark beckoned to Pepper Potts. Is it a real secret? Pepper Potts looked suspicious. It's a secret, I didn't tell anyone. Okay, I'll listen. Pepper Potts leaned over and put his ear to Tony Stark's mouth. The secret is... Tony Stark prolonged his voice, making the suspense full, I'm more handsome than that veteran. Tony. Pepper Potts gave Tony Stark angrily. Okay, tell you the real secret. Tony Stark was in a good mood after successfully teasing Pepper. Captain America Steve Rogers, he is very likely to be alive. You are lying to me again. Pepper Potts snatched Tony Stark's half-eaten sandwich. "Well, I'm leaving now, I'm still very busy." "It's true." Tony Stark stretched out his head directly and took the sandwich from Pepper Potts' mouth. "Someone is trying to find it. It's been nearly 70 years since the captain sacrificed, right?" Pepper Potts was still unbelieving. "There is no in this world. How can it be possible to bring back people who have died for 70 years? Speaking of gods, then I will tell you the second secret, there are gods in this world," Tony Stark said, "and will come to Earth." "Come in." Pepper Potts shrugged, thinking Tony Stark was getting more and more ridiculous. "There is no in this world. How can people who have died for 70 years be resurrected?" Pepper Potts said at the same time. In a nursing home in New York, an old man with grey hair and wrinkles also said the same thing. "It's not a resurrection, but never died," Maria Hill said while sitting next to Peggy Carter while peeling oranges to her. "Years have passed, and we have never found the captain's body. Carter, have you ever wondered why? Is there no corpse because there is no death?" Peggy Carter looked at the ceiling, and the roar of the car could not help but a young and handsome face appeared in front of her eyes. He is wearing a star and stripes suit, holding a shield in his hand, sitting in the co-pilot. Colonel Phillips is driving, and she is sitting behind him. Colonel Phillips drove the car so fast, he drove the car as if it were an airplane. But they still did not catch up with the person who ran away because they were really flying a plane. "Stay steady." Captain America stood up holding the shield. "Wait." Peggy Carter abandoned the shyness of all her daughters and put her arms around the U.S. team's neck, and the two kissed affectionately. "Go and kill him," she said to him. "I'm not going to kiss you." Colonel Phillips got on the plane during his not funny joke. Then, he never came back. It was her who personally sent him to a dead end. In retrospect, she regretted countless times and shed tears countless times. If she didn't encourage him to get on the plane that day, but kept him, then would he survive? But she knows that whether she stays or not www.readaloud.com is futile, he will eventually get on the plane, even if he knows that he will never go back. That's him. A true hero. Steve Rogers. Everyone knows that Captain America is the first superhero in American history, but Peggy Carter doesn't like to call him that. She prefers to call him a hero rather than a superhero. The greatness of Steve Rogers is not because he is a super soldier, but because he is a man, lies in his spirit, and lies in his charisma. Stephen Rogers became a hero, and it has nothing to do with his status as a super soldier. Even if he didn't inject serum, even if he was still that scrawny kid, when faced with a choice, he would still make the greatest choice. "Tell me the coordinates and I will find you a safe landing point." "Maybe there is no time to worry about safety, I want to try a crash landing." I asked Howard to listen, he knows how to do it. "There is no time, this plane is too fast, it is flying to New York, I have to let it land in the sea." "Please, don't do this, we have no time, we can think of a way. If you don't act immediately, many people will die." "Peggy, it looks like I will dance with you another day. At the Stork Club next Saturday." This is the last conversation between her and him. Even after 70 years have passed, she still remembers it and never forgets a word. The roar of airplane propellers, the sound of airplane crashing into the sea, and the sound of turbulent waves echoed in her ears every night. Peggy Carter's eyes were wet, and 2 lines of tears slipped silently. "Steve, you still owe me a dance." Chapter 24, Thor appears. New Mexico. Phil Coulson was sitting in a coffee shop and talking on the phone with Clint Button. "Is your coming?" Clint Button's voice came from the phone. "Not yet," Phil Coulson said, "but fortunately, there are 2 beautiful women under my surveillance, which makes this journey of waiting for the gods less boring." "It sounds really interesting. It would be great if there was not a bad old man. Although that is a top scientist, what is the difference to me?" Phil Collison said, "What about you, does your doctor have a clue?" "There is only one name, what do you think?" Clint Barton asked rhetorically. "Sir, there is a situation." A voice came from Phil Coulson's ear, "They hit someone." "Who did you bump into?" "It's too dark. We are afraid that we will be surprised by the grass. The distance is relatively long. We can't see our face clearly, but in terms of body shape and hairstyle, it looks like the person in the portrait." "Did he get the hammer?" "That's not true. But we vaguely heard him yelling hammer." "Oh." Phil Collison stood up immediately. He was about the same size as the portrait. He also mentioned the hammer. This person has something in common with the person he is looking for. "Sir, another thing is strange," the subordinate said again. "Where?" "That person, it seems that he fell from the sky." The subordinate seemed to think it was absurd to say that, so he paused and added, "My attention is all on the car, but a dark shadow was caught from the corner of my eye." "Falling from the sky, maybe I read it wrong, after all, it's dark." "Down from the sky." Phil Collison was stunned at the time. He fell from the sky and was so similar to the Thor that the director had made him wait. Could it be that it was really a god? "What is coming down from the sky?" Clint Barton didn't hang up. He heard Phil Coulson's words and couldn't help asking. "I think, the I'm waiting for is coming." "What do you mean?" "It means that the came to the earth from the sky, and my people just saw him descend from the sky." Phil Collison said, "I'm going to look at this Thor, first hang up." Phil Collison asked about the specific location of Thor's arrival, took out the local map and looked at it, calculated the itinerary, and drove directly to a hospital. That is the fastest place to see Thor. When Phil Collison came to the hospital, he saw Jane Foster, Daisy Lewis, and Eric Skilwig crowding in front of a doctor's desk. "Name?" asked the nurse sitting in front of the computer. "According to him, it is Thor," Jane Foster said uncertainly. "Thor." The nurse entered the name and asked without looking up, "What is your relationship with him?" "I have never seen him before," Jane Foster said. "Until she ran into him with her car." Daisy Lewis made up the knife on the side. "I just wiped him in the car." Jane Foster also slapped a backhand in reply. "But she shot him with a stun gun." "The name is Thor, that's him." Phil Collison, who heard the conversation in his ears, strode forward and asked the nurse, "Which ward is he in?" "Who are you again?" Jane Foster looked at Phil Coulson, who suddenly appeared. "I'm Rocky," Phil Coulson said. "What?" Jane Foster looked at Phil Coulson with a weird face. "Just now there was a guy who called himself Thor, and another who called himself Rocky? What day did you encounter two neuroses?" "Of course I am not Rocky, I am actually David." Phil Collison smiled at several people. "The Thor, he is my brother." Phil Collison pointed to his head. "Because of a little accident when he was a child, he is a bit different from others here. He always thinks he is the legendary Thor and calls me Loki." "Wait, your relationship is a bit messy." Daisy Lewis was calculating there. "You are his brother, but Rocky is Thor's uncle. This is not right at all. Like I said, he is not the same as others here." Phil Collison pointed to his head again, and then leaned slightly. "I'm sorry he caused you trouble. Fortunately I met the kind-hearted of you, otherwise I would really worry to death." "Ah, you're welcome." Jane Foster still didn't recover. "So, beautiful lady, where is my brother now?" Phil Collison put a gentleman's smile on his face and asked the nurse again. "Turn left, go straight and then turn right, the third room," the nurse said. "Thank you." Phil Coulson thanked him and turned away. "How dare you attack the son of Odin?" He heard a roar from inside before he even got there, followed by the sound of ping pong pong, which obviously started his hand. "Tor, the son of Odin." Phil Collison strode in. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Did you come to the earth to attack these ordinary people? Of course not. Thor was taken aback when he heard the words, and stopped doing it. The nurses and doctors also stopped and looked at Phil Coulson together. If you want to leave here, just listen to me. Phil Coulson whispered in Thor's ear, and then said to the doctors and nurses, "Hello everyone, I think you already know my brother Thor." Phil Coulson brought out Fudge Jane Foster again with a set of rhetoric. Of course, he said more specific and more details. Finally, the two left the hospital together. It's exactly the same. Phil Coulson looked Thor up and down. What is exactly the same? Thor asked. Same as Thor. Nonsense, of course I am the same as Thor. I am Thor. Thor stopped at this time and began to look at Phil Coulson. Do you know me? I don't know. Seeing Thor empty-handed, Phil Coulson suddenly remembered something. Where is your hammer? Did you forget it in the hospital? It would be fine if this is the case. When it comes to Meow Meow Hammer, Thor can't help feeling a little sad, and his father actually took the hammer away from him. He still can't figure it out. Obviously he was fighting for Asgard, but the end result was that his father was furious, took his hammer, and exiled him to the atrium. Why? Thor couldn't help but yelled up to the sky, "Father! Why? Why do you do this to me? Heimdall, let me go back to the Rainbow Bridge. Father must have some misunderstanding of me." After calling Odin, Thor began to call Heimdall again. I'll go back and tell him face to face. Chapter 25, Meow Meow Hammer. Heimdall? Rainbow Bridge. Phil Coulson listened to Thor's words, remembering these words secretly in his heart. Nick Fury asked him to come to New Mexico to wait for Thor. Although he doubted Thor's existence in his heart, he still studied the myth. Heimdall and the Rainbow Bridge are all myths. If Thor is real, then Heimdall and Rainbow Bridge are also real. So is the Asa Protoss? So is Asgard. Phil Coulson felt like he was in three views. Suffer the shock. Although he had seen aliens a long time ago, he had also seen Captain Marvel's super boss who can cross the universe physically, both of which are the existence of shattering the three views of human beings, but suddenly knew that there was an extra divine realm above his head. A Protoss, he was still a little unacceptable for a while. Atrium guy. Thor shouted hoarsely and couldn't respond. He could only return in anguish. He walked up to Phil Coulson with a bit of frustration. You are different from other Atrium guys. They all regard me as madman, only you believe in me, thank you. You're welcome. Phil Coulson didn't speak like an agent at all. Hungry? Would you like to have something to eat? That's really great. Thor is also a nervous master. He had to go back to the Rainbow Bridge a moment ago. When he heard something to eat, he immediately became interested. I haven't eaten in the atrium yet. Good food. Why is it called the atrium? Phil Coulson said, this is obviously the Earth. This is the territory of Asgard. Thor said, as for why it is called the atrium, anyway, since I knew we called it like this. When it came to this, Thor asked afterwards, why are you? Believe me. Because someone asked me to come here to wait for you. Someone asked you to wait for me. My immediate boss, he told me 10 days ago that you will come, and you are here on Earth. Phil Coulson shrugged. To be honest, I didn't believe it at first, but my people told me you fell from the sky. What did you say? Thor was taken aback when he heard the words, I knew I would come to Earth 10 days ago. He gave me this back. Phil Coulson handed over the sketch drawn by Nick Fury. How is this possible? Can you predict the future? There is such a person on Earth. Thor took the sketch and looked at it. It was indeed him, even the clothes were the same. Is it Guyi? Asgard, Odin, who was watching Thor secretly, was not at all confused, and a name flashed in his mind. Nor can I blame Odin for thinking wrong. After all, in his cognition, the earth can predict the future in advance, especially the big man who is related to the future, that is, the Ancient One. Although Thor was deprived of all his powers when he went down, he was undoubtedly the Prince of Asgard. I put the Prince of Asgard in the atrium to fight Guyi. Hello. Odin thought for a while, and directly contacted Guyi. Odin, I'm still thinking when you will ask me. Guyi was lying on the rocking chair and looking at the stars. I exiled Thor, an incompetent kid, to you. I don't mean anything else, just for Thor's growth. Odin said, he won't cause trouble for you. It's not me. Guyi said. Old friend, what are you talking about? Yes, I already knew what you were doing, and I knew Thor would come, but do you think I would intervene in this kind of thing? Guyi asked back. Then who is waiting for Thor? Nick Fury. Guyi spit out a name. Nick Fury. Odin chanted the name again, completely dumbfounded. Who is this person? I haven't heard of it. He immediately calculated it, but he was even more dumbfounded. Just kidding, the head of a human intelligence organization, has nothing special. How did he know Thor's whereabouts in advance? Nick Fury is naturally not good, but the person who made the question can. Guyi sat up and asked under the stars, have you heard of the answer space? What is that? The college entrance examination? Or IELTS TOEFL? The conversation between Guyi and Odin, neither Phil Collison nor Thor knows. The two are sitting in a burger restaurant and feasting. To be precise, Thor was feasting, and the Prince of Asgard was starving. Collison, I want to see Nick Fury. Thor said while chewing. Since he knew I was coming 10 days ago, maybe he also knows why his father treated me this way. Don't worry, fill up your stomach first. Phil Collison ate the fries slowly. The stuff in that pit is too interesting, it looks so small, but so heavy. Dozens of brawny men lined up to mention it, but they used all the strength to feed them, but they couldn't shake it. Bulky guy? The lady in the grocery store used her truck to pull www.readaloud.com. Guess what? The truck broke. Some people say that it is a star. Although it looks like a hammer, it is as heavy as a star. At this time, several big guys walked in noisily. Hammer. Thor's face suddenly beamed with joy, and he knew it was his hammer when he heard it. Why isn't your hammer with you? Phil Collison turned his head to look at the strong men who were chatting, then turned to ask Thor. We don't care about your boss, now, I want to get my hammer back. Thor stood up and walked to the big guys and asked, where? You? You should go to the gym for 2 more years. The big guy thought Thor wanted to pull the hammer, of course, in a sense, they thought it was right. I don't want to practice anymore, you can't pick it up, but I can. Thor knew that the hammer was down, he was happy, and smiled, because that's my thing. 50 miles west, said the big man, don't cry when you can't hold it up. Thank you. Thor patted the big man on the shoulder and strode out. Phil Coulson patted some dollars on the table and followed him out. The two got into the car. Your hammer is heavy. Phil Collison sat in the driver's seat. It depends on who gets it, Thor said. Is that so light for you? Of course, it's like no weight, Thor said. Soon, the two drove to the sinkhole. Thor rushed over and reached out to grab the hammer. However, a scene that surprised him appeared, and he couldn't hold a hammer at all. Chapter 26, the second round of answering questions begins. Do not. A heart-piercing roar resounded across the night sky. Thor's tiger body fell to the ground like he pushed Jinshin and Yushu. Don't be sad, maybe you admit it wrong, this one is not your hammer. Phil Collison was really speechless about Thor's anger at every turn of his hobby. There is only this hammer in the universe, how could it be wrong? Thor is like a senior sea king being cheated by 180 girlfriends at the same time, that is heartbroken. The universe is so big, maybe there is another one. You have to learn to deny the unwavering cognition before. Phil Collison shrugged, just like me, before I saw you, I was always an atheist. Coelson, thank you. No thanks, can I ask you a question? You can ask whatever you want, and I can answer any questions. Are you really a god? Phil Collison said, a girl brought you down with a stun gun. Forgive me, you are too weak as a god. Collison, I take back the thank you just now. Thunder and electricity are the same thing. You call yourself Thor, but you were knocked down by the tiny amount of electricity from a stun gun. Coulson, I am starting to hate you. You can hate me, but you should defend to the death my right to seek the truth. Let's go find Nick Fury as soon as possible. Don't worry, take a good rest tonight. Phil Coulson said, we will leave tomorrow. Why tomorrow? Thor desperately wanted to see Nick Fury, wondering why he was thrown into the atrium and deprived of his power and deprived of the hammer. Although he also knew that Nick Fury could know that Odin's arrangements might be small, but after all this knew in advance that he was coming to Earth, there is still some hope, isn't it? Do you want your hammer to be here for everyone to play with? Phil Collison said, I want to watch the hammer here, and someone will take you to New York tomorrow morning. Okay. Thor glanced at his hammer and agreed. And Phil Collison immediately called Clint Button, hey, Button, do you want to see Thor with your own eyes? If you have something, you can speak up. Thor's hammer of Thor landed in New Mexico. I'm going to watch the hammer here. I can't walk away. Phil Coulson said, you come here and take Thor to New York. Can you just take the hammer with you? Clint Button asked strangely. The problem is here, we can't take it away. That Thor doesn't allow it. That's not true. No one can afford a hammer and can't pull it with a truck. Sounds very interesting, okay, I'll be over right away. Clint Button changed his course, stared at night and headed to New Mexico. When Clint Barton arrived in New Mexico, he saw Phil Collison and a tall young man sitting in KFC. In front of him was a table of high-calorie foods such as fried chicken legs and French fries, especially Coke. There are already 8 empty glasses. You two eat so much. Clint Button was stunned. Correct, he is alone. Phil Coulson sat aside, I just ate a chicken leg, and the rest is his. Hey, buddy. Thor was holding a glass of Coke in his left hand and a chicken roll in his right. With food in his mouth, he greeted Clint Barton vaguely, are you taking me to New York? Really? That's him. Clint Barton felt that his 3 views had also received an impact. When he came, he had imagined more than once what this descending from the sky looked like, and this was the result. I don't want to believe my eyes either. Phil Coulson said helplessly, but yes, it's him. Would you like to drink this? Thor slid and drank a glass of Coke, grabbed another glass and handed it to Clint Barton, it's so delicious. I never thought there was such a delicious thing in the atrium. Atrium. Clint Button didn't know why. It's the Earth. Phil Coulson explained. You eat like this, are you afraid of becoming a 200 catty fat house? Clint Barton asked. Impossible. Thor waved his hand, there will never be such a day. Was about to drink the delicious drink in front of him in one breath, Thor felt a flower in front of him, appearing in a dark space. This space is very peculiar, it is obviously dark and there is no light source, but it is strange that it does not affect the vision at all. In it, it's like daytime, normal vision, and even blackness is not affected in any way. Of course, not only Thor, but also Thor, Clint Barton, and Phil Coulson also came into this space. Morocco, racing track. Tony Stark is wearing a racing suit, followed by a ticket sister screaming there. Stark, I thought you were just here to watch, a beautiful girl said loudly. Before I got to the scene, I thought so too. Tony Stark said. Can you drive? Would you like me to remind you that I can even fly? Come in, Stark, you know I'm not talking about driving like that. The glamorous girl bit her lip. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com looks like you know. I'm sorry, is it because you wiped your lips too much, so I don't understand what you are saying? Tony Stark looked confused. Why don't you go to my room and let's discuss it? Oh, Tony. The glamorous girl seemed to be surprised by the Emperor flipping the sign. Just about to agree, Pepper Potts squeezed over. Pepper, I'm going to say to her in the next sentence, do you think I would say that? I just want to see the lost expression on her face, believe it or not. Tony Stark suddenly felt that he had eaten one fly. He didn't lie. He really didn't intend to have anything to do with that girl. He was just slurred and addicted to the mouth. But at this moment Pepper Potts heard it. Given his previous glorious history, he doesn't think Pepper Potts will believe his explanation. Tony, I thought you changed. Sure enough, Pepper Potts looked disappointed. I really changed. Really? Pepper Potts asked rhetorically. Boss, why are you dressed like this? Happy felt that his boss should be embarrassing, and hurried up to make a relief. Naturally it is a racing car. Tony Stark took it for granted. What? Pepper Potts exploded when he heard this. Tony! What are you doing? Didn't you let me come out and relax? Tony Stark said innocently, if you didn't drag me out, I'm still doing my research in the basement. I just asked you to take a look at the car, but I didn't let you go on the field in person. Tony Stark was about to speak, but before he could open his mouth, he disappeared. Chapter 27, Thor, I heard you are afraid of electricity? This time, 4 answerers appeared in the answering space: Thor, Iron Man Tony Stark, Hawkeye Clint Barton, and the confidant of Nick Fury, Phil Coulson. Except for Iron Man Tony Stark, the rest are all entering the answering space for the first time. Where is this? Clint Barton opened the bow directly and took an arrow from behind to hit it, but before it hit it, he put it down again. Could it be that this is what Romanoff said? Answer space. Father, is that you? Thor, the of Thunder, asked again, you brought me here. Phil Coulson didn't say a word, he just looked secretly, not only looking at the environment, but also the few people in front of him. Among the few people present, Phil Coulson was the most ordinary, but his performance was the most calm. Of course, Tony Stark can't count, he has already entered the palace for the second time. Thor, the of Thunder. Tony Stark's gaze fell on the of Thunder, and a flash of shock flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect you to appear alive, you really came to Earth. Do you know me? Thor turned his head to look at Tony Stark. Who are you again? Tony Stark. Tony Stark asked immediately, you really got knocked down by a small stun gun, didn't you? Thor. The fact that Mao was knocked down by a stun gun is known all over the world. Which was the one who leaked the secret? Are you really Thor? Thor who is afraid of electricity? Tony Stark asked again, if you are Thor, why are you afraid of electricity? Coulson, do you know this nasty guy? Tolton lost interest in talking to Tony Stark. I think there is no one in the entire United States who does not know Mr. Stark. Phil Coulson's observation is very detailed. Mr. Stark, you don't seem to be surprised at all. Do you know this place? Didn't the braised egghead tell you? Tony Stark asked rhetorically. Chief Fury just asked me to go to New Mexico to wait for Thor. Phil Coulson said. Since everyone is here for the first time, let me explain briefly to you. Tony Stark said, we call this the answer space. We don't know who is writing the question. We only know that the person who asked the question will pull us into this special space for us to answer the question. If the answer is correct, we will be rewarded, and correspondingly, if the answer is wrong, we will also be punished. Really? Just for us to answer questions. Phil Collison thought it was ridiculous. Was it just for asking questions? Yes, answer the questions, questions about the future. Tony Stark added, so far, all the questions asked by the questioner are related to the future. The questioner seems to be able to see the future, and the future intercept and present it as a video. It's impossible. Thor shook his head when he heard this. How could there be such a person in the atrium? Intercept the future and make a video, even my father can't do this. How do you think we knew that you were coming to Earth? Tony Stark asked back, how do you think we knew you were knocked down by a stun gun? Could it be, this is the topic? Yes, this is the question. Tony Stark said, in this question, you are hit by a car and knocked down by a stun gun. These futures are broadcast in the form of video. It is in this answer space. In front of us answerers. We. Thor keenly grasped the key words. Who else saw it? Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff. Clint Barton vomited 2 names. Shit. Thor couldn't help cursing inwardly. He is dignified Thor, there are too many highlight moments in his life, why not play those videos, but the video of him being knocked down by a stun gun? The person who made the question has no enemies with him. Eagle Boy, it seems that Halidanta told you. Tony Stark said, yes, this answer space has already appeared once. Last time it was hauled into, me and the hot-shaped elite killer. Answer the questions together. We answered 5 questions last time and we also know some of the future. Is it really the future? Thor asked rhetorically, why do you think that is the future? Maybe we are all caught in illusion. We saw that you were knocked down by a stun gun. You were really knocked down by a stun gun. So, this can't be. Come in, can you stop talking about being knocked down by a stun gun? Thor's expression hurt. You still didn't tell me why you were knocked down by the electric thunder god. So, what future did you see in the last 5 questions? Thor quickly changed the subject. Many, there are the arrival of Thor who was knocked down by electricity, and there are veterans of World War II who have died for 70 years are actually still alive, and I actually joined a boy group. Tony Stark walked to Thor step by step, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com and the most important point, Thor, your brother Loki, he will also come to Earth. Loki will come too. Torton grinned, what is he doing? Will he take me back to Asgard? No, he brought the army and weapons. Tony Stark said in a deep voice, people are crying, the war is burning, and the whole of New York has become a battlefield. And your brother Rocky is the culprit of all this. Stark, pay attention to your words. Thor was a little angry, Rocky wouldn't do this kind of thing. Although he is sometimes cunning and likes pranks, he is not a person who can start a war. He has no army at all. He brought an army of Xatarians. Sitaru. Thor almost laughed, it's ridiculous, how could Rocky get involved with them? This question needs you to answer us. Tony Stark had a bad temper and became a little angry at this time. Why did Loki lead the Xataris to invade New York? He came to the Earth to find something, you'd better make it clear to me. Otherwise. Thor smiled contemptuously, stretched out his big hand, and waited for the Meow hammer to fly over. Thor, your hammer doesn't seem to recognize you anymore, Phil Coulson reminded. Thor smirked, retracted his arm, pretending to be moving muscles, and looked at Tony Stark proudly, you dare to threaten me Thor. The last time you said that, you were knocked down immediately, with a small stun gun. Tony Stark said. Thor. Can you stop mentioning the stun gun? Chapter 28, Thor in Grade 1. Questions and answers will now begin, please be prepared. The first question, who said the phrase good and weak got in the New York War? A. Thor. B. Hulk Bruce Banner. C. Iron Man Tony Stark. Dr. D. Strange Stephen Strange. Reminder, If you answer this question correctly, you will be awarded the qualification to pick up Thor's hammer. If you answer incorrectly, you will deduct 1 year of life. Seeing that the smell of gunpowder between Thor and Tony Stark grew stronger and stronger, words appeared in the space, and the first question began. Reward the qualification to pick up the Thor's hammer. Thor clenched his fist as soon as he saw the reward. What a breath! The Thor's hammer is mine. Only I am qualified to pick it up, no one else is worthy. Thor, have you forgotten that the hammer is in New Mexico? Clint Barton ruthlessly tore down Thor's desk. I don't dare to say if someone else is worthy, but you seem to be unqualified now. You are the one who picked up the hammer. Am I unworthy anymore? Thor raised his head again. Father! Come in, can you stop yelling Daddy, you are not 3 years old anymore. Phil Collison was very speechless by Thor's yelling Daddy. Thor, do you want to pick up the hammer again? Clint Barton said, then answer the question. If you get it right, you will pick it up. Is this reward real? Thor pointed to the line of text and said, it seems ridiculous that the lifespan is deducted from the wrong answer. Stop crying, Thor, as someone who has answered once, I can tell you very responsibly, it's all true. In the last round of answers, I got one correct answer, rewarded a set of Mark's armor, and got a wrong answer. Has been deducted from 1 year of life. Although Tony Stark thinks this Thor is an abomination, he still doesn't care about Thor because he will be a member of the Federation and will fight alongside them in the future. Has your life been deducted? Thor stared at Tony Stark. How do you know this? Although I felt something was passing through my body at the time, it was just a feeling. In fact, there is really no conclusive evidence to show this. Tony Stark thought for a while and said, but the reward is the tangible, and tangible matter appeared directly in front of me. Is that the Mark's battle armor? What is that? At least you won't lose something. Tony Stark shrugged, it should be more reliable than your hammer. Although I don't know what Mark's battle armor you are talking about is, but if I have a hammer in my hand, it will explode in one shot. But you don't have a hammer in your hand now, do you? Let's analyze the topic first. Clint Barton took his bow, took a big step, and walked up to Tony Stark. Stark, the New York battle mentioned in the title should be the time when the Terrians invaded New York, right? Yes, it was that time. Tony Stark glared at Thor fiercely before saying, some people don't know the background of the New York War, let me just say it briefly. 2 or 3 years later, Lo of Asgard Key snatched the cube of the universe from Nick Fury. Wait, you mean the universe Rubik's Cube? Thor was taken aback when he heard this, and he couldn't believe it. Is the universe Rubik's Cube actually on the Earth? Crying boy, don't interrupt for now. Tony Stark said with his finger to his mouth with a silent gesture. Loki used the cube of the universe to open a portal in the sky of New York. The Xatarians entered New York from this portal. Nick Fury led the Avengers and eventually defeated the Xatarians. Hello Stark, Clint Barton. Clint Barton stretched out his hand to Tony Stark, one of the reunion members. Hello Button. Tony Stark took Clint Barton's hand. Two big men hold hands and hold them so tightly, is it disgusting? Thor looked at him with disgust. Usually only the fat house can say this, and you can eat so. Clint Barton turned to Thor and said, Thor, I think you will become a fat house in the future. There won't be that day. Are you sure you won't shake your hand? Clint Barton extended his hand to Thor again. You are also a member of the reunion. I also joined this boy group. Thor shook his head. I can't sing. My God, how did such an annoying person become a member of the reunion? Tony Stark felt that Thor's face was hateful again. Nick Fury can't keep one eye closed like this. Choose, it's better to be stricter on the human side. Stark, we all understand the topic, but the options, don't you plan to introduce it? Phil Collison saw that the two were about to pinch again, and quickly asked another question. I think you are asking the strange Dr. Stephen Strange. Tony Stark shook his head. Sorry, I don't know anything about this person. www.readaloud.com. I just found a few. A doctor named Stephen Strange, but they are all ordinary people. Clint Barton briefly said his search results. I can kill them all alone. I want to appear in the options. It is impossible for the person in this to be such an ordinary person without the power to bind a chicken. Do those Strange you are looking for have the nickname Dr. Strange? Tony Stark asked. There is only one who everyone calls him, a gentle scum. I don't know if this is a nickname. It seems you should not find the right person. I will look for it again. Sorry to interrupt. Thor interjected. Can someone introduce me to the Hulk and Iron Man? Tony Stark is written just after Iron Man, can't you see it? Tony Stark pointed to option C and said irritably. I thought it was the same name. Thor glanced at Tony Stark up and down. You can't blame me, because you really don't look like a knight. Perhaps, Tony Stark said, but at least I won't be knocked down by a stun gun. Stark? We are singled out. Tolton looked like a cat with its tail stomped on. It was about to blow up immediately. If you lose, please close your stinky mouth. Even if I closed my mouth, the fact that you were knocked down by a stun gun can't be erased. Tony Stark said, what's more, my mouth can't be closed. Stark has always seemed to be in kindergarten. Thor, I thought you could be in the first grade. Clint Barton held his forehead with his hands. A little can't stand it anymore. Please, is this the superhero who will save the world in the future? Do you want to be so naive and quarrel in a few words? Chapter 29, The Green Fat Arrives. Look at the title. Phil Coulson said, the background of this question is the New York War, and according to the information now known, there are two gods who appeared in the New York War. One is Rocky. The other is Thor. Thor is on our side, so I think that this good and weak god should refer to Loki. Someone defeated Loki and said this. So the option is at least someone who can beat Loki. Clint Barton scanned the four options. Who can beat Loki? The answer is simple. A voice rang, but Thor said with his arms folded, that's me. Crying nose boy, this is not the time to speak big words. Tony Stark said, this is a correct answer but rewards the qualification for the hammer. You should really need it. I didn't speak big words. Loki is a god, and it is not something that the people of the earth can resist. Thor said confidently, and I am a more powerful god, much stronger than Loki, so this question the answer must be me. Don't be so sure, Thor, you don't know anything about the Hulk and Iron Man. Clint Barton said aside. According to the husband's description, I don't think Loki is unbeatable. Tony Stark once knocked Loki into the air with a battle armor, so it is possible for Iron Man to defeat Loki. And the Hulk? The Hulk. Thor smiled. I have beaten a giant several stories high. Is this nicknamed Hulk that big? No matter who you are talking about, the Hulk can't be more than me. Powerful. As someone who was knocked down by a stun gun, you are really overconfident. Tony Stark shattered Thor's smile with a light sentence. Didn't you say that I will fight with you in the future, which shows that my divine power will definitely be restored? Thor forcibly resisted the urge to kick Tony Stark's face. Once my divine power is restored, who on earth is my opponent? What Hulk? I can suppress him with one hand. Thor, don't be too arbitrary, just analyze it carefully. No need to analyze, the answer is obvious. Thor did not wait for Phil Coulson to finish, and then gave the answer, I choose A, Thor. Wrong answer. Deduct 1 year of life. The mechanically synthesized voice suddenly sounded, and the speed of light hit Thor in the face. When Natasha Romanoff and Tony Stark were deducted from their lives, they were shaking and pale, but Thor had no reaction at all, as if nothing had happened. My vitality seems to have really gone. But Thor felt the vitality in his body go by. My lifespan is indeed shortened. Of course, for a guy like Thor with a long lifespan, reducing 1 year's lifespan is nothing at all. But this has sounded the alarm for Thor. In this answer space, it is really impossible to answer questions casually. In combination with Phil Collison waiting for him in New Mexico in advance, Tony Stark explained that he was knocked down by a stun gun. Although Thor was still his lips, he had already recognized the answer space and intercepted the future. This matter. It's a pity, you lost the quickest way to pick up the hammer. Seeing Thor's wrong answer, Tony Stark said. That is my thing, I will pick it up sooner or later. Thor was not discouraged. Thor has ruled out. We don't know anything about Doctor Strange, so we don't think about it for the time being, Clint Barton said. The answer lies in the choice between the Hulk and Stark. Stark. You are Iron Man, do you think it will be you? It's not me. Tony Stark denied directly. Do you think you can't beat Rocky? Phil Coulson said, Stark, this is not like you. No, I mean, if I defeated Rocky, how could I say that a weak god is so gentle? I can say that Rocky committed suicide in shame on the spot. Tony Stark shrugged. So, that's not me. It makes sense. Phil Coulson nodded repeatedly. Unable to refute. Clint Barton also agreed. So, the correct answer should be the Hulk. Tony Stark looked at Thor, not you. I don't know if it's the Hulk. Thor responded, but it definitely won't be you. There is light in the space, and the picture begins. The figure of Clint Barton appeared at the beginning. He swept the bow with both hands, swept a Kitarian to the ground, and pulled out an arrow from the back, and inserted it into the Kitteric fiercely. People! This is indeed a Zeetarian. Thor said in a deep voice. Several people in the answer space, only he knows what the cheater looks like. Everything in the lens, Natasha Romanoff holding a stick-like weapon, with one enemy too, knocked down the two Zeetarians. The Captain America wearing a star-striped suit is also attacking with a shield. But more and more Zeetarians came from all around. Crack! At this moment, thick thunder and lightning fell from the sky, slicing the Kitarians into the inner and outer parts. I saw a figure stepping into the sky, bathed in thunder and lightning, like a descending to earth, majestic and majestic. No, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com is not just like, that is God. Thor, Thor. Did you see it? Have you all seen it? Thor was so excited when he saw this scene, that's me. That's me. It turns out that you can really summon thunder and lightning. Tony Stark couldn't help but glance at Thor. Thor had appeared in the video before, but it was the first time to use this supernatural method. I'm an expert in thunder and lightning. Thor was glamorous. Why are the experts of Raiden? Stark, can you stop asking this question and count me owing you a favor, okay? Thor was simply defeated. What's the situation above? In the video, Captain America walks towards Thor. Can't penetrate the energy around the Rubik's Cube. Thor said. Thor is right, you have to deal with these guys first. Tony Stark's voice came, but it did not appear in the picture. What do we do? Natasha Romanoff asked. Teamwork. Captain America said. I have not settled the bills with Loki, Thor said. Really? Clint Barton fiddled with his arrow, then you have to line up. Clint Barton and Tony Stark in the answer space know what this means, it must be because Loki used the psychic scepter to control Clint Barton before. Loki will definitely concentrate his forces on us. Get rid of him, and they will mess around. Stark is in the sky and he needs us. Before Captain America could finish his words, the sound of a motorcycle came from the rear. As soon as Captain America turned his head, he saw a middle-aged man riding a motorcycle slowly approaching. Chapter 30, Rocky's social death scene. Who is this person? It seems ordinary. This is Thor's first impression of seeing the man on the motorcycle. But he also knows that people who can come to the battlefield at this time must not be simple characters. He is the Hulk Bruce Banner. Phil Coulson said. Do you call this a giant? Thor laughed out at the time, I think even that hot girl is taller than him. After his transformation, he is still quite big. Phil Coulson said. Transform? What's the trick? Thor said. In the video, Bruce Banner and Thor's beauty team meet together. Bruce Banner looks at the embarrassed people and says, so, it looks like it's a bad situation. I have seen worse. Natasha Romanoff said. Sorry. Bruce Banner apologized. It doesn't matter, Natasha Romanoff said, we need something worse now. Stark, we found him. Captain America said at this time. Banner. Tony Stark asked. Yes, it's him. Tell him to get ready, the carnival is about to begin. Tony Stark flew over from the sky, behind him was a huge whale-like fierce aircraft. No, it can't be said to be a flying machine, it looks more like a life form. Tony Stark flew close to the ground. Under his lure, the ferocious life form also clung to the ground to pursue Stark, smashing countless vehicles and houses along the way. I don't think this is any good orgy. Natasha Romanoff said. Bruce Banner turned his head and glanced at the huge life form flying over like a hill behind him, and walked towards it step by step. Is he going to deal with that thing? Is he that big after he transforms? Thor couldn't help asking, because Bruce Banner's size was so different from the size of the flying life form. No one answered Thor, everyone was staring at the video, trying to see if Bruce Banner could handle such a big thing. Dr. Banner, it's time for you to get angry. Captain America said to Bruce Banner. Tell you a secret, Captain. Bruce Banner stopped walking, turned his head and said to Captain America, I have been very angry. The words fell, Bruce Banner's skin began to turn green, and his body became larger. But this kind of hugeness is only compared to when he was a human being, and compared to the flying life form like that hill, it was still too much smaller. A shocking scene appeared. I saw the transformed Bruce Banner punched the flying life form with a punch on the head. The huge life form was hit by the Hulk and turned over one by one, just like the armor on his body. The scaly flakes fall off. My God, how much strength is this? Thor opened his mouth in surprise at the time, it is hard to imagine such a small body containing such explosive power. This is the Hulk, the more angry, the stronger the fighting power. Phil Coulson said. The more anger, the stronger. Thor was even more surprised when he heard that. Could it be that this level just wasn't his upper limit? Theoretically speaking, no. If it is this kind of guy, defeating Loki is not impossible. Thor took a deep look at the big green man, and recognized the strength of the Hulk. In the video, Tony Stark took advantage of the chance that this life form was knocked over by the Hulk, and the armor shot a few shells to solve the life form. Everything in the camera is a close-up of Clint Barton. He is standing on a tall building, full of bows and arrows, and is aiming somewhere. Aim. Clint Barton shot the arrow with a smile at the corner of his mouth. A close-up of the next arrow. It was flying fast in the air, and the figure of Rocky appeared in the air. He stepped on an unknown aircraft and was flying in the air. It turned out that Clint Barton was aiming at Rocky. Snapped. Heard a soft sound, and saw Loki in the air stretch out a hand, and easily held the arrow that was shot at him in his hand. So you want to attack Loki, you are too naive. In the answer space, Thor shook his head. Loki is also a god, can he be attacked by such a small method? Loki obviously thought the same in the video. Holding the arrow, he turned his head and glanced at Patton, who was standing on the tall building. A scornful smile flashed from the corner of his mouth. Just when he wanted to say something, there was a loud bang and the arrow exploded. Rocky's bomb fell directly from the aircraft and landed on the Stark building, in a panic. Thor's mouth couldn't help but twitch, he vowed that Loki would not be attacked after he had finished speaking, and he would be blown down from the air in the next second. Don't hit his face too fast. Loki, who fell on the Stark Tower, got up from the ground with a look of anger. Obviously he was also set on fire by this blow. www.readaloud.com. However, before the fire came out, he was accompanied by a roar. The green figure jumped up and blasted Loki 10 meters away with a punch. Enough! You humble and lowly people! Rocky was even more angry with this punch, and he roared, I am a god. I tell you, I won't be caught by you ants. Before he finished speaking, Loki's legs were grabbed by the Hulk, and he smashed on the ground fiercely, and the sound of bang, bang, bang was endless. The few people in the answer space were all dumbfounded. I never expected such a wonderful scene to appear, it was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Wow! Tony Stark clapped his hands even more, the big guy is so beautiful, it's so pleasing. Thor, the of Thunder, was embarrassed and wanted to find a place to sew in. Is the one in the video really his brother? It's shameful to throw him at the grandma's house. A moment ago, I vowed to say something, I am a god, I will not be defeated by you ants, but before he finished speaking, he was beaten mercilessly by the ants in his mouth, or he used this humiliating way. Just 2 words, shameful. After Rocky was thrown around by the Hulk, he seemed to be dead, lying on the ground straight, the boss staring. The few people who can see the answer space can't help but feel sympathy. Is really miserable. What a weak god. The Hulk dropped these words and left with a look of contempt. Tullio Loki lies in the ruins smashed by his body and doubts life. The screen ends here. Everyone's gaze fell on Thor. What do you see me doing? Thor wanted to get a crack in the ground, it was Rocky who was beaten and not me. Chapter 31, Who else did the Hulk fall? Thor, you gods are really good. Tony Stark couldn't help giving Thor a thumbs up, I was tossed like that by Dr. Banner, I am not dead yet, admire it. Stark, it's hard to believe that I will fight with you in the future. Thor glanced at Tony Stark and found this person more annoying. You are Rocky's brother, you were thrown around by Dr. Banner. Tony Stark waved his arms a few times like the Hulk, is it a longer time to hold on? What a joke! Thor sternly refused this statement, I am Thor, the son of Odin, how could I be thrown like that? I deeply doubt that, Loki is also the son of Odin. Tony Stark said only a few words this time before letting go Thor. Let's analyze this question first. From this question, we can know that Loki did indeed attack Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner drove over on a motorcycle halfway through the battle. Where did he go before? Phil Collison asked. No matter where you go, it must have something to do with Rocky. The last time he answered the question, Rocky said, I thought I was a big guy lost. Tony Stark said. This can also be seen from the conversation between Romanoff and Dr. Banner just now. Clint Barton said, Romanoff said, I have seen something worse, which obviously refers to the change of Dr. Banner. Body. Thor, since the last time we answered the question, we have not understood this question. Tony Stark walked up to Thor at this time, do you know why Rocky took the Xatarian army to attack the Earth? I can't imagine it at all. Thor shook his head, I can't find a reason for him to do this. Is there anything on Earth that particularly appeals to you gods? Tony Stark asked again. As far as I know, no. Thor said, unless other gods like me, like your food here. Apart from you, are there other gods on Earth now? As far as I know, no. By the way, why did you come to Earth again? I have no idea. You do not know. I just finished a war, I think I did the right thing, but my father Odin, he was furious, deprived of my supernatural power, took my hammer, and threw me into the atrium. Thor's face a frustrated expression appeared again, so why I came to the atrium, which is the Earth, is something I want to figure out. Compared to the reason why Thor came to Earth, what I want to say is, Thor, if you return to Asgard one day, can you watch Loki and don't let him come to Earth? Clint Barton said. If he really wants to do this, I will stop it. Thor said in silence. The second question starts, please be prepared. Who of the following characters was thrown around in the same way by the Hulk Bruce Banner like Rocky? A. Thor. B. Strange Dr. Stephen Strange. C. Dead Blade General. D. Ebony Throat. The answer to this question is correct. Reward a perfect prosthetic eye, which will be the same as the original eye after installation. The answer to this question is wrong. 1 year lifespan will be deducted. The second question started. As soon as this question came out, Tony Stark frowned. The options for this question actually added 2 completely unfamiliar names. Doctor Strange Stephen Strange has appeared many times, but so far, he doesn't know anything about this person, just guessing that this person will also be on their side in the future. As for General Deadblade and Ebony Maw, they are unheard of, and this General Deadblade doesn't look like a name, but more like a nickname. Even their names appeared. Thor muttered aside. Tor, do you know General Deadblade and Ebony Maw? Tony Stark asked quickly. General Deadblade and Ebony Maw are both powerful men in the universe. Thor said in a deep voice. The strong man in the universe. Phil Collison pinned out the elocutionary words, so they are also aliens. They are indeed not people on Earth. Thor continued, they fought the universe, killed countless, and followed Thanos to conquer one planet after another. Who is Thanos? I don't know much, but my father occasionally mentioned that he is a lunatic. Thor said, but this lunatic is very powerful, and there are few people in the universe who can fight him. Then do you think the Hulk can beat these 2 men against them? Clint Barton asked. Ebony Maw is a magician. If Hulk Banner only relies on brute force, it is basically impossible to defeat a magician. Thor said. Magic. Tony Stark was taken aback. Magic actually exists. Magic may be a legend on Earth, but in the universe, magic is not uncommon. Thor said. I don't think they can ride a broomstick. Phil Coulson asked, what about General Deadblade? General Deadblade is not a magician, but his fame in the universe surpasses Ebony Maw, and his comprehensive strength surpasses Ebony Maw. Thor said, Dr. Banner is indeed very impressive after his transformation. People are surprised, but I don't think he can be the opponent of General Deadblade. So it's impossible for Banner to throw these 2 people like Rocky. Absolutely impossible. Then you can only choose between A and B. Everyone's eyes fell on the names of Thor and Doctor Strange. On this topic, everyone was completely blackened at General Deadblade and Ebony Maw, and they could only choose to believe in Thor's judgment. What does it mean to choose between A and B? Thor was unwilling to hear the boss. How can I be as shameful as Rocky? The big guy can't be my opponent. You were so confident in the previous question, and then you got hit in the face. Tony Stark ruthlessly uncovered Thor's scar that hadn't been scabbed. The last question is because I don't know about Dr. Banner, and I don't know that he can transform. Thor argued there. Now I know that Banner can transform into a big guy and understand the intelligence, so I can do it. Make an accurate judgment. Do you think you can defeat the transformed Dr. Banner? With no doubt. From the performance of Thor in the video just now, it's really hard to tell who is strong or weak between him and Banner. Clint Barton's analysis is more rational. Moreover, both Dr. Banner and Thor are revenge. Members of the League of Legends are teammates. Why should Dr. Banner deal with Thor like he dealt with Loki? That's it. Thor gave Clint Barton approvingly. Let's not say that the Hulk can't beat me. We are teammates. We have no reason to fight. Chapter 32, Thor was overturned by electricity again. That's not necessarily. Phil Collison raised a different opinion and said to Thor, I don't comment on whether Dr. Banner has beaten you. What I want to say is that Banner and you may not be. I won't fight. Dr. Banner is unstable. When he is angry, he will sometimes be indifferent to the enemy. He may still fight you. Is the enemy or us? Is there such a situation? Thor feels that Bruce Banner's situation is really rare, but this does not affect his self-confidence. Whether he is conscious or not, he will not be my opponent. There is too little information, I reserve my opinion on this question. Tony Stark directly withdrew from the discussion, holding his arms to watch the excitement. I won't answer either. Clint Barton made the same choice as Tony Stark. The prize for this topic is simply unintelligible and unattractive. It's ridiculous. I don't need this reward. Thor curled his lips. Who can blind my eyes? It sounds like Chief Fury needs these eyes. Since everyone is not interested, should I answer this question? Phil Coulson said. Please. Thor made a please gesture. I don't know who Doctor Strange is, but since DC and A are ruled out. Phil Coulson glanced at Thor and said slowly, I choose B. Doctor Strange. Stephen Strange. Wrong answer. Deduct 1 year of life. Hey? Isn't it Doctor Strange? Thor couldn't help being surprised when he saw the result. Who would it be? General Deadblade? Or Ebony Maw? No matter how strong the Hulk is, he is also a warrior on Earth. The opponent of the strong man in the universe. Did you forget to count yourself? Tony Stark reminded him, maybe the answer is not General Deadblade and Ebony Maw, but Thor. Impossible. Thor said categorically with a big wave of his hand, how can I be defeated by even a man on Earth, son of Odin, or be defeated in that humiliating way? Why can't it be you? Tony Stark asked, you also said that General Deadblade and Ebony Maw are strong in the universe. Me too. Thor did not wait for Tony Stark to finish, interrupting him, I followed my father to the north and south, and I don't know how many powerful enemies I have defeated. Just before I came to the Earth, you know, have I defeated anything? It has a paw bigger than Banner's transformation. Even such a big guy can't stand a blow in front of me, how could the Hulk be my opponent? At this time, the light in the space lights up, and a picture appears. It's disgusting, there are hairs and blood all over this, guys, can you wipe it off after you run out of weapons? You shit. A tall humanoid creature covered in stone with a weapon was talking there. Aliens again. Tony Stark was already a little strange to aliens at this time. Looking at the environment of this place, basically all strange aliens come and go. Could it be that this is not the Earth anymore? It should not be the Earth anymore. Phil Coulson stared at the video. When he was dealing with the Skrulls, he never expected that one day he would see so many alien races, even though it was through the video format. Thor. The stone man in the video asked Thor with a wooden fork with 3 heads, do you want to have a fork? No. Thor glanced at the wooden fork, completely disinterested. Also, this thing is useless except to poke 3 vampires. The stone man said as he stabbed with the wooden fork. 3-headed vampire. Tony Stark was surprised when he heard this species. There are also legends of vampires on Earth. Doesn't it have anything to do with this 3-headed vampire? Vampires on Earth don't have 3 heads. Phil Coulson said. As Nick Fury's confidant, he knows many secrets that others don't know. So vampires really exist? Tony Stark asked. It exists. Phil Coulson didn't hide it either. This world is much more complicated than I thought. Tony Stark couldn't help feeling. The video continues, Thor said with a short knife in his hand, if only my hammer was still there. Hammer. It's a very special hammer. Its material is made of metal forged with a dying star core. Thor said, when I squeeze very fast, it can make me fly. Are you riding on a hammer? The stone man asked. No, I didn't ride on the hammer. The hammer is riding on your back. No, the hammer is not riding on my back either. Thor and the stone man chatted for a while, and the camera cut to a woman in black. After seeing the woman, Thor walked to the stone man and said, "You reading www.uuganshu.com? She is the one who brought me here." "Yes, Scavenger 142. The stone man reminded, "You have to be careful of those Asgardians, buddies, they can't die." Asgardian. Thor's expression changed slightly, and he walked to the woman in black, but there was a separation net separating the two, and he couldn't go through. "Hey!" Thor said to the black-clothed woman standing on the other side of the isolation net, "Asgard is at stake." Halfway through, the camera gave a close-up of the black-clothed woman's arm with a red color on it. Picture of the Valkyrie. Thor, who watched the video, saw the pattern on the wrist of the woman in black, and was startled. "I didn't expect that there would be a Valkyrie alive." "What's that? Is the female Valkyrie?" Clint Barton asked. "You can understand this simply," Thor said, "that is a very strong team. This is not the time to pay attention to beauties." Tony Stark interrupted, "Thor, did you see what you just said? Asgard is at stake. Who dares to provoke Asgard with my father?" Thor didn't understand. "Where do I start when I am in danger? Goodbye." In the video, the Valkyrie stopped paying attention to Thor and turned to leave. "I think you are either a traitor or a coward, because the Valkyrie swore to protect the throne," Thor shouted from the back of the Valkyrie. "Listen to the prince." The Valkyrie turned around and walked to Thor and said coldly, "This is Sokka, not Asgard. I am a scavenger, not a Valkyrie. Thunderman, it's time for you to play." A group of soldiers came over to take Thor. Thor threw his fist and resisted, but he was electrocuted again. Chapter 33, Rocky, I have to leave this planet. Shit. When Thor saw this scene, he secretly said that it was not good. "Thor, you were knocked down by electricity again." Sure enough, Tony Stark's taunting voice rang out the next moment, "Is it because your nickname is not good? Why don't you change your nickname and don't call Thor? Thor is not a nickname." "I don't care if it is a nickname, I just want to know why you were knocked down by electricity again." "Stark, can you shut your mouth? What kind of look is in your eyes? It's definitely not electricity, at least not the kind of electricity you think." Before he finished speaking, Thor screamed like a ghost. "Oh, no. What's wrong?" Phil Coulson asked. They want to cut my hair," Thor called, pointing to the video. Everyone is speechless. Isn't it just a haircut? What's all the fuss about? Listening to the voice just now, I thought that something earth-shattering had happened, but that was the end? Cut your hair? Why are you looking at me like this? Thor looked at the crowd and said, "My hair is absolutely immovable. You can step over my corpse, but you must not move my hair." "But your hair is about to be cut." Clint Barton pointed to the old man in the video who was smiling with the trimming tool. "Do not! Do not!" Two screams sounded at the same time. Thor in the answer space is exactly the same as Thor in the video. But this will not change his fate of getting his hair cut short. After that nasty old man did that tragic thing to Thor, everything in the camera came to a huge arena. A light and shadow man standing in the middle of the arena with a height of several tens of meters, gave a speech with a smile on his face. "Dear audience! Wonderful performance! Good night! Are you happy?" The light and shadow giant is dressed gorgeously and speaks calmly. "I am your host. Please have another round of warm applause for today's warm-up match. Challengers." With the explanation of the light and shadow people, the camera also gave a close-up of the arena. This is really a very, very huge arena. From a bird's-eye perspective, the audience is as small as ants, densely covering the entire arena. What surprised everyone was that they saw a familiar figure in the audience area, Loki. He was holding a wine glass, walking in a leisurely manner, standing in the audience area, looking expectantly at the arena. What's the situation? Tony Stark asked when he saw this place. You are going to the arena, but your brother Rocky is watching in the audience. Don't ask me, I don't know what happened. Thor is also at a loss, and he doesn't understand where the plot is going. The news revealed in this video is still very obvious. What happened to Asgard one day in the future, and you, Thor, you were brought to this place full of aliens by the Valkyrie just now and became gladiator. Clint Button summarized briefly, as for what happened to your brother Rocky, I don't know yet. Although it is his debut, he looks promising. At least he has 2 brushes. I won't say much. Witness it for yourself, ladies and gentlemen, please be ridiculous. The commentary, Thor, with his short haircut, walked into the arena step by step. Is this how I cut my short hair? Thor said as he looked at himself walking in the arena, it's not bad. Who is the one who couldn't cut his hair just after he died? Tony Stark said rather speechlessly, now you say that his short hair is not bad. Stark, don't confuse these 2 things. Thor explained to himself plausibly, it's not bad for me to cut my hair short and I don't want to cut it short. There is no inevitable relationship. Pay attention to his fingers, he can discharge it. The light and shadow giant introduced Thor briefly, and then began to introduce Thor's opponents. Well, let's not talk about it, we welcome this person to play, he is here. Bang bang bang. The sky of the arena began to emit green smoke, and the audience suddenly burst into cheers. The loudness of the sound seemed to shake the entire arena, which shows that this person is very popular. Thor, holding the shield, seemed to feel the strength of his opponent from the commotion of the audience, and his expression became solemn. How do you say, he is unique and no one can match? I feel that I can connect with him in the dark, he is unmatched. During the commentary of the Giant of Light and Shadow, Thor put on his helmet. Gentlemen and girls, let us welcome the invincible. The Light and Shadow Giant deliberately stretched his voice and sold it off. The iron gate of the arena slowly rose, but only halfway up, the iron gate was blasted and smashed. A huge figure ran out. The Hulk of... The host's voice fell. Ah! Hulk was wearing armor, with a big hammer in one hand and a big axe in his hand, roaring there. Great! Thor, who was originally dignified, saw the Hulk's figure www.readaloud.com and was startled at first, then became ecstatic. We know him, he is my best comrade in arms. I have to leave this planet right away. In the auditorium, Loki's face, who was originally interested in watching the game, suddenly turned ugly, turned and left, but was stopped by Gautian-Zun. Dr. Banner? How could it be Dr. Banner? The big guy actually got to an alien, what's up? The few people in the answer space also looked at each other. I didn't expect that in this arena, Thor's opponent was actually an Earthling. You must know the Earth at this stage. No, even in a fairly long future, the Earth does not have the ability to travel between stars. Bruce Banner, no matter how genius, is still active on Earth and cannot go to other planets. What the is going on in the video? How did Bruce Banner get to the alien and become a gladiator like Thor? I don't know what the big guy is like, but Thor, he obviously didn't volunteer to be this gladiator, but was forced. Phil Collison pointed to Gautian-Zun in the video and asked Thor, this person who is it, do you know? I don't know. Thor shook his head, but he can force me to be his gladiator, and he also made the Hulk his gladiator. He must be no simple character. Hulk! 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 After the Hulk came out, the audience was boiling. Everyone shouted Hulk's name. Some people were shaking Hulk's head portrait in their hands, showing how popular Hulk is here. There is one thing reflected from the side, that is, Hulk has duel here more than once, and he has not been here for a short time. Chapter 34, Thor followed in Loki's footsteps. Hulk seemed to enjoy the feeling of being screamed enthusiastically, and raised his hand to the audience. Where have you been? Everyone thought you were dead. Thor said to Hulk from a distance of more than 10 meters. Yesterday, so I was very impressed. Thor, I just wanted to say, is your hammer your own life? Tony Stark couldn't help but say, now you have lost it once, and will you lose it in the future? Stark, you have to learn to see the good side of things. Thor glanced at Tony Stark. It will be lost again in the future. This does not mean that the hammer I lost now will be recovered by me sooner or later. Come. I have to be optimistic about the hammer, and it is absolutely impossible to lose it again. Although he seemed indifferent on the surface, in fact Thor was already secretly vigilant in his heart. After finding the hammer this time, he must pay attention to it and absolutely never lose it again. Banna, I never thought I would say that, but I am so happy to see you. In the video, Thor said to the Hulk with a big smile on his face. Hulk! 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 Hulk looked at the audience shouting for him, and after a few seconds turned his head to look at Thor. There is no banner, only Hulk. What are you doing? It's me, Thor. Hulk, as if he didn't know Thor at all, jumped more than 10 meters high, rushed toward Thor, slammed the hammer, and banged Thor into the air by dozens of meters. However, Thor seemed to be okay, he didn't even fall, he landed standing up. At this time, Thor also began to get serious, pulling out the double knives behind his back, and looking at the Hulk solemnly. It's a god, this body is too abnormal. The people who watched this scene were speechless, and they were smashed by the Hulk with a hammer for several tens of meters, and there was no fart. If you change to them, I am afraid it will be a ball of meat sauce early. Banna, I don't want to hurt you, we are friends. Thor looked at the Hulk, but still didn't want to do it. But the Hulk didn't have this reason, and he still roared and rushed to fight Thor. After 2 defenses, Thor made another bang and was smashed by the Hulk again for several tens of meters, even hitting the arena. Sloppy. But Thor still has nothing to do. However, Thor is really angry. When the Hulk rushed over again, Thor pulled up the hammer that was shot against the wall by the Hulk, and his backhand was a hammer, so with a bang, the huge figure of the Hulk also flew out, just along the road. The walls of the arena are like plowing the walls of the arena to plow out a ruin of tens of meters. Too powerful. The hearts of Tony Stark who witnessed this scene beat fiercely, smashing the Hulk so far. How much strength is this? Originally, Thor was knocked down by a small stun gun. There was still some contempt in everyone's hearts, thinking that the so-called Thor was nothing more than this, and even a little funny. After watching the video of Thor and the Hulk playing against each other, they realized that they were very wrong. This looking weak Thor is simply powerful and outrageous. It's no wonder that even after witnessing the Hulk's tyranny of Loki, he still confidently said that he would be able to defeat the Hulk. It turns out that he really has that strength. Did you see it? This is my strength. Seeing the sluggish look of everyone, Thor couldn't help showing a bright smile on his face. This is my Thor. The most powerful warrior. Tony Stark, the poisonous tongue, did not retort this time. Judging from Thor's performance in the video, he definitely deserves the word powerful. The Hulk is indeed very powerful, you can imagine that he has no rivals on Earth. Thor said more and more proudly, but it's a pity that he met me. Big guy. In the video, Thor knocked the Hulk away tens of meters away with one blow, and walked towards the Hulk lying on the ground step by step. The sun is going down. The Hulk sat up from the ground, shook his head, and looked at Thor with some confusion. Thor slowly approached the Hulk and reached out to the Hulk. The Hulk also stretched out a hand, seeming to be holding Thor's hand. That's right, the sun is going down, and I won't hurt you anymore. Thor had the kind smile of an old father on his face. Even if that smile made him look like a fool, no one can hurt you anymore. At the moment when everyone thought Thor had successfully calmed the Hulk grabbed Thor's feet and slammed them towards the ground around them, bang, bang and bang several times. smashed the ground into a mess. That scene is exactly the same as when Rocky was thrown. Wow, Tony Stark applauded at the time. Wonderful, really wonderful. Happiness. Happiness. Two more applauses sounded, but Phil Collison and Clint Barton also couldn't help clapping there. Really? Even you? Thor looked at Phil Collison, betrayed. I thought we were friends. Thor, don't doubt, we are friends. Phil Collison kept applauding, but this picture is really wonderful. If this is a movie, then this moment is definitely the most classic part of this movie. Awesome. That's how it feels. But it was Rocky who was even more excited. He saw this scene in the video, and he jumped up with excitement. He shouted there, I really love this game. Thor, look, your brother is much more excited than we are. Clint Barton laughed straight down there. This bastard. Thor gritted his teeth as he watched Loki's spirited look in the video. Thor, I don't think you really need to care about yourself being knocked down by a stun gun. Tony Stark held back a smile for a long time. In front of your famous scene, everything is so trivial. Stark? That kind of thing just won't happen. Thor groaned angrily, you have also seen it. The reason why I was beaten by that nasty big guy is because I wanted to appease him. Only on strength. He can't beat me. I will never try to appease him in the future. So that kind of thing just won't happen. Don't be angry with Thor, we trust you. Phil Collison looked at Thor's black face and became a good man. But his remarks came from the heart. It is true that the Thor just now dedicated an impressive scene, but what is also remembered in his heart is his powerful strength. Chapter 35, My Thor has absolutely no sister. Thor, don't care about the trivial things like you're being beaten by the Hulk. Tony Stark's annoying voice sounded again. With this effort, let's analyze the future revealed by the title. The most noteworthy point of the subject is that Asgard will have a major change in the future. When it comes to this, Thor has a solemn expression. It must be a big crisis. You are the Prince of Asgard, can you think of anything that could cause Asgard to be at risk? Phil Collison asked. I can't imagine it. Thor thought for a while and shook his head. Yes, Asgard has enemies, but those enemies are not his father's opponents. As long as his father is still alive, Asgard will absolutely it's impossible to be at stake. Thor, can you be sure of what you just said? Tony Stark asked thoughtfully. Very sure. Thor said in a very positive tone. I followed my father to fight in the north and south. I know very well what kind of power he is. It is no exaggeration to say that my father is also the best in the 9 worlds. The best. No one can put Asgard at risk in his hands. So what if your father is gone? Tony Stark asked. What did you say? You said it yourself, as long as your father is there, Asgard can't be in danger. Then according to this sentence, since Asgard is in danger, does it mean that your father is gone? Father is gone. Thor's head bounced, and intuitively, he felt that Tony Stark's words made sense. It is true that my father is powerful, and he is a top-notch master in the 9 realms, but his father is already too old, and his father is already old. Even if it is a god, it is not immortal, and there will be a day of withering. Could it be that the father's deadline is approaching? I think of some recent actions and arrangements of my father. At that time, he didn't understand it very much, and even found it unreasonable and inexplicable. But if the father's deadline is put into this condition, then those weird behaviors will be easy to understand. Father, I am preparing for funeral. No, no, no. My father is so powerful, even if he is old, how could he pass away so quickly? Thor shook his head fiercely, trying to throw this crazy idea out. Since Odin is so powerful that foreign enemies cannot threaten Asgard, there is another possibility that Asgard is at stake. Phil Collison provided another idea. The reason why Asgard is at stake is not outside, but inside. What do you mean? Thor asked. Look at your Asgard system, what kind of throne, prince, don't these keywords remind you of anything? Phil Collison said in his forever calm tone. Maybe you Asgard will fall into civil strife in the future because of the fight for the throne and other reasons. The disintegration of a powerful country from within is never a strange thing in history. Collison, your inference is more reliable than Stark. Thor subconsciously rejected Odin's death. But neither I nor Loki, we are not interested in the throne. I wish that Loki would take that position. Therefore, it is impossible for Asgard to collapse from the inside because of the battle between Loki and I for the throne. I believe you are not interested in the throne, but Rocky may not. Tony Stark expressed a different view. You were not there in the last round of answers. In the future revealed in the video, Rocky led the team. It is very likely that the Tauri attacked the Earth for the throne. So I think you were deceived by Loki, he must have been coveting the throne. Stark, have you always been so ridiculous? Thor didn't agree with Tony Stark's words at all. Rocky grew up with me, we get along day and night, no one knows him better than me. What is he? I know this kind of person best. He has no interest at all in that position. Taking a step back, even if Rocky really covets the throne, he should have attacked me. What is he doing against the Earth? Yeah, Stark, that doesn't make sense. Clint Barton was on Thor's side this time. Rocky wants to be the king of Asgard. That should be done in Asgard. Yes, what does it have to do with the Earth? This is what I am trying to find out. Tony Stark walked up to Thor, looked at Thor with a serious face. Thor, I know you don't believe me now, but I want to remind you, Loki is definitely coveting that position. Asgard's future is at stake, it is likely because of Loki. Wait a minute, everyone, don't make the atmosphere so serious. www.readaloud.com. Clint Barton opened another brain hole, maybe it's not Rocky. Barton is right, it must not be Rocky. Thor walked up to Clint Barton and hooked on Clint Barton's shoulder very indistinctly. Thor, that person may be your other brother. Clint Barton said. What are you talking about, Button? I don't have any brothers except Rocky. Thor said. Look, brother, you don't know. Yes, this is the plot. What are you talking about? I'm talking about illegitimate children. Clint Barton said, maybe your father has other illegitimate children living outside. He is not like you. He is the eldest son of Odin. The kingdom is orthodox. He was born to inherit the throne. He ate outside. A lot of suffering, a lot of bloodshed, and even being hunted down for it. But he was unwilling to do so, and kept quietly accumulating power. When one day in the future, he became strong enough, he would kill him back to Asgard and seize the throne. Barton, it's a pity that you don't write a novel. Thor was speechless. What is this? Didn't many kingdoms in history have staged such a scene? Clint Barton said, you put yourself in the position and think about it. When you are in a high position, the whole country is yours, how many women will treat you, throw in your arms? Maybe you can't hold it anymore. Impossible. Button, your idea is terrible. Is it impossible to be an illegitimate child? Absolutely impossible. Is it impossible? It's impossible. Is that an illegitimate daughter? Come in. Button. It is absolutely impossible for Thor to have a sister. I promise my life. Chapter 36, could the nine-headed snake still be there? The third question starts, please be prepared. May I ask the following people, who has successfully made the arc reactor? A. Yvonne Fank. B. Justin Hammer. C. Bruce Banner. D. Anam Zola. If you answer this question correctly, you will be rewarded with £1 of gold. If the answer is wrong, 1 year of life will be deducted. As soon as the subject came out, Clint Barton and Phil Coulson turned their heads and stared at Tony Stark. There is no other reason, just because at the recent hearing, Tony Stark once said that no one can copy his technology. Even if those countries want to copy his technology, it will take at least 5 to 10 years, but in a blink of an eye. For such a question, ask who else has built the arc reactor. This face is slapped, too. It's a pity that Thor came to Earth for the first time and didn't understand everything. Otherwise, he could use this to fight back Iron Man. For Iron Man, it was no less ashamed of him being knocked down by a stun gun. What are you looking at me? Tony Stark was stared uncomfortably by Clint Button and Phil Collison. Stark, don't you mean that your technology is unique and no one can copy it? Phil Collison asked directly, without any circumstance. My technology is indeed ahead of this world. Tony Stark shrugged. Well, it doesn't seem to be that leading now, but this kind of accident is within a tolerable range, isn't it? You know Dr. Lean Banner, they have all gone to extraterrestrials, and even gods have come to Earth, so what crazy things can't happen? Stark, whether your technology is unique or not, Clint Barton said at this time, I agree with your approach. This technology can never be handed over to the military or to politicians. I'm sorry. Thor was confused while listening. Can anyone tell me what is an arc reactor? Tony Stark glanced at Thor when he heard the words, saying that he didn't bother to answer this kind of mentally handicapped question. The arc reactor can provide energy for Stark's armor. Phil Collison introduced it in the shortest language. Justin Hammer can be ruled out, that would be a jumping clown. Tony Stark glanced at the options and directly ruled out Justin Hammer. He can indeed be ruled out. Clint Barton and Phil Collison also hold the same view of this person. Although they are both playing arms, this person is tens of millions worse than Tony Stark. Times. Among other things, at the hearing a few days ago, Tony Stark took control of the hearing computer on the spot, and played a video of Justin Hammer trying to imitate the steel armor. It can be said that the imitation is terrible, that is a pile of rubbish. This kind of person can build an arc reactor to be a ghost. I think Bruce Banner should also be excluded. After Tony Stark excluded one person, Phil Collison excluded the second one. I agree with Dr. Banner's knowledge and talents, but first of all, his research field is not in this area. Furthermore, I don't think that Dr. Banner will have the intention to study the arc reactor, and how to control the big guy in his body is what he has to do. Everyone agrees with this. Then there are two people left, Yvonne Fank, and Anam Zola. Clint Button was touched into the knowledge blind zone. Who are these two people? I have never heard the name Yvonne Fank, but this Anam Zola, I don't know if it's the Zola I know. Tony Stark said, pointing to the name of Anam Zola. Who is he? A German scientist who worked for the Red Skull and also a Hydra person. Phil Coulson explained, if the Anam Zola in the title refers to him, then he has died a lot years. Really? A dead person? Thor shrugged, then the answer to this question will come out, choose A. Maybe, this person is not dead. Tony Stark said in a deep voice, like Captain America Steve Rogers, but we think he is dead. In fact, he is still alive. Speaking of which, Anam Zola was indeed a person with the captain for a period of time, and he was arrested by the captain in jail. When it comes to Captain America, the captain's super fan Phil Coulson is obviously excited, but the captain is possible to survive because the captain is a super soldier, and this Zola is just an ordinary person. What ability does he have to resist the erosion of the years? Collison, I have to ask you a question. How did Captain Steve Rogers become a super soldier? Tony Stark asked. Even 3-year-olds know this problem. Clint Barton said, inject super serum. Where did the super serum come from? Is a scientist. Reading www.uyugonshu.com seems to be made by Abraham Erskine. That's right, the super serum is made by a scientist. Tony Stark said, and Anam Zola is also a scientist, a mad scientist. Maybe he made something that can be like Abraham Earl like skin super serum. Will he live to the present? It's because I am too unimaginative. Phil Coulson said, as far as I know, during World War II, Zola helped Red Skull invent many energy weapons, which once caused a lot of trouble to our soldiers. It wasn't until the captain was born that they were all wiped out. If it were him, it would not be impossible to create something to live up to the present. I also saw it in Captain America's museum. When the captain injected the serum, someone from Hydra used to steal the serum. Clint Barton also analyzed, although according to the record, the Hydra it did not succeed in the snatch. But in case it did not completely fail at the time. Perhaps Hydra did not take away the complete serum, or perhaps they took away some information, experimental data, or some experimental residues. Although these things are not enough to make the RA recreated the serum, but it also allowed him to invent something that has survived to the present. In this way, this Zola may really be alive. Tony Stark groaned. If Zola might be alive, would it be? Clint Barton's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Phil Coulson asked. Zola, if this Hydra scientist is likely to be alive, what about the Hydra? Clint Barton gave an extremely bold guess. Will the Hydra actually also still? Chapter 37, Nine-Headed Snake, how can I expose it like this? Clint Barton's inference is extremely bold. Every member of S.H.I.E.L.D., an ancient and evil organization, is deeply impressed. Barton, why do you say that? Phil Coulson couldn't help asking, is it just based on an inference that a Hydra scientist might be alive? The captain may be alive, and the Hydra scientist may be alive. Clint Barton said, so I think we can no longer believe that the Hydra has completely wiped out the conclusion that the dust has settled. The Hydra is uprooted. Maybe it's just like that scientist, just an illusion we saw. Of course, I say this and it's not just because of this. What else is there? Phil Coulson pricked his ears. The last time I answered a question, there was a question that revealed an amazing future. Clint Barton said slowly, Director Fury will be assassinated by his old boss, the old director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Alexander Pierce. What? Phil Coulson hadn't heard of this, and couldn't help being taken aback. How is this possible? Why did Alexander Pierce assassinate Director Fury? This matter is under investigation, but I have no clue yet. Clint Barton said, I couldn't figure it out before, but until now when it comes to Hydra, my mind flashed, if Alexander Pierce it's a Hydra, so it's no surprise that he assassinated Director Fury. Barton, one assassination connects Alexander Pierce and Hydra. Is your span a bit too big? Phil Coulson still couldn't accept this inference. Coulson, if you know another thing, maybe you won't say that. Clint Barton said. What's up? When Alexander Pierce assassinated Chief Fury, he sent super soldiers. What? Super soldier? Yes, super soldier. Super soldier like the captain. After a pause, Clint Barton added, and judging from the time that the super soldier was active, it is likely that he was also from World War II. Hydra snatching serum, a super soldier from World War II, and this super soldier played for Alexander Pierce. Phil Coulson muttered to himself. Indeed, with this information, it seems that Alexander Pierce can really be used. Connect with Hydra. Is a bit far-fetched, but at least it makes sense logically. We have to remind Chief Fury that Hydra may still be there, Phil Coulson said finally. Seeing this scene, Li Cheng simply admires him. Is the Hydra exposed like this? Just mentioned the name of Zola? The Winter Soldier was indeed made by Zola, but Li Cheng only knows it from the perspective of God because he has seen the movie and checked the information. Clint Barton, who is a role in the play, didn't know this, he actually just made the inferences abruptly like this. It can only be said that Clint Barton can become the first generation of reunion as an ordinary person, and the ability is indeed not covered. Stark, if you think Zola is still alive, is it possible for him to build an arc reactor? Clint Barton asked Tony Stark. In a sense, Zola is also a rare genius. Tony Stark thought for a while, shaking his head and vetoed, but the arc reactor is an epoch-making invention. It can't be made. So you excluded Zola? Clint Button said. No, it is not ruled out. You just said he couldn't make it. Naturally, he doesn't have the ability, but if it's stealing, it's hard to say. Tony Stark said, I didn't actually build the arc reactor from scratch. The drawings were left by my father. Zola and my father are people of the same era, and they belong to rival camps. It is common for both sides to steal each other's technology. If Zola stole my father's drawings at that time, today it is still possible for him to make an arc reactor. This option cannot be ruled out. What about A? Thor, who had been unable to intervene, finally had a chance to speak. 2 options, no correct answer can be selected. This person is the same as that Stephen Strange, I have never heard of it. Tony Stark said nothing, he looked at Phil Collison and Clint Button. What about you, you are from SHIELD, do you know this FANFIC? Sorry Stark, I'm doing action, not intelligence. Clint Barton said, implying that he didn't know this person. I remember. Phil Coulson said. Do you know this person? Tony Stark asked hurriedly. I don't know, but if this FANFIC is related to that person, then he is likely to be the answer. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com said Phil Coulson. Collison. Clint Barton exclaimed, when have you been so wordy, who is this person? I have never heard of the name FANFIC, but I have heard of another Fank. Phil Coulson spit out a name, Anton Fank. Anton Fank. The name is still very strange to everyone. Stark, it seems that your father didn't tell you everything about the arc reactor. My father? Tony Stark couldn't help being taken aback. Is this thing related to my father? You can say so. Phil Collison said, did you know that your father was not the only one who mastered the drawings of the arc reactor? How is this possible? Tony Stark couldn't believe this at all. Arc's reaction is my father's lifelong effort. He only left me. Don't worry about Stark, listen to me. Phil Collison said, your father was not the arc reactor independently completed, but with a man named Anton Fank. Never heard of this person. Anton Fank is a Soviet physicist who developed the arc reactor together with your father, but he used it as a way to make a fortune. After your father found out, he exiled him to Siberia. Wait. My father is just a scientist. Can he do things like exile? Stark, don't care about these details. Phil Collison shrugged, it is naturally the country behind this. What Anton Fank did back then would endanger national security, otherwise he would not have expelled such an excellent scientist. Chapter 38, The Future is Close at Hand. So this Ivan Fanko might be Anton Fanko's son. Tony Stark finally understood the mystery that Phil Coulson played. I remember Anton Fank seems to have a son, and counting the time, he has already grown up. Phil Coulson said, but I just glanced at the information casually, didn't look closely, so that I don't know if the son is Ivan Fank. According to the information you provided. Tony Stark thought for a while and said, compared to Zola, I think Ivan Fank is more likely. Then answer the question Stark. Clint Button said, this is a question about you. Since there is an answer, then answer it. Phil Coulson also said. Tor shrugged his shoulders and looked indifferent. Well. Tony Stark looked at the title and said, I choose A, Ivan Fank. Correct answer. Reward distribution. A swarthy, unremarkable piece of metal appeared on the ground. This looks like Rocky's trick. Seeing Genjin appeared out of thin air, Thor couldn't help thinking of Rocky, who had such a trick to change things out of thin air. Is this vibrating gold? Tony Stark couldn't help squatting down and touching the cold metal with his hands. He had heard of this rumored metal for a long time. He knew that his father Howard Stark had used vibrato to cast a shield for Captain America, but he had never seen the real vibrato. This metal is precious. Thor hadn't heard of vibrations. This is the hardest metal on Earth, it can be said to be invincible. Phil Collison explained, it can also absorb energy and eliminate vibration. It sounds too ordinary. Thor lost interest before listening. Of course it can't be compared with your hammer. Phil Collison said, but this is the most precious metal on Earth. It is said that a gram of vibrating gold costs $10,000. Is it expensive? Tony Stark couldn't help asking when he heard Phil Coulson. Phil Collison was speechless for a long time before suffocating a sentence. Stark, do you think anyone is as rich as you? I mean, what you should pay attention to is not the price, but what it can do. Tony Stark stood up and said, if the vibrato is installed on my armor, the combat effectiveness will be increased by at least twice. Don't it is worth 10 times more expensive to say $10,000 per gram. Collison, if you know, you just shut up. Clint Barton walked to Phil Collison. I knew that people like us and local tyrants will never be friends, because we basically live a life in different worlds. The most painful thing is that things that are out of reach for us are like cabbages in the ground, which can be picked up at will. Well, let's look at the topic. Phil Coulson agrees very much with Clint Barton's words. Anton Fank has a very bad life after being exiled to Siberia. So I think he must hate it very much. Hate my father? Tony Stark said. Is it my father? Phil Collison asked back. Stark, if Ivan Fank is really Anton Fank's son, then I think you have to guard. Will he still find me revenge? I didn't offend them. If you put yourself in the situation and think about it, if your father develops a technique with someone else's father, your father is exiled by this person's father to a foreign country, and he stays miserable all his life, and the son of the person who exiled your father, but it is brilliant, with countless money and beauties, and has become a great hero respected by thousands of people. Do you hate it? Maybe. So you should be careful. At this time, a video appeared in the space. The first thing that caught the eye was a black luxury car. The door opened and Tony Stark in a suit and sunglasses walked down, followed by Pepper Potts in a strapless suit and Harpy in a black suit. When he got out of the car, Happy carried a red box in his hand, and he knew it was a battle armor at first glance. I'm here. Tony Stark opened his mouth in surprise when he saw the beginning. Stark, we know you are here, we are also watching the video. Clint Barton said. I mean, I'm right there, the Moroccan racing circuit. Tony Stark said, I was in the video before being pulled into the answer space. And I was in the same car. Pepper also wears the same clothes. Everyone saw, isn't it? Tony Stark is now wearing a racing suit, and he is obviously preparing for the car. Before he came in, his was indeed at the racing track. www.readaloud.com. Does this mean that this is a future that will happen soon? Several people in the answer space immediately cheered up. Don't look at a few people who have a preliminary consensus on the fact that the subject person predicts the future, but apart from Tony Stark, no one has seen the complete foreseeing process of the subject person's foreseeing the future. So when they knew that the future of Tony Stark played in the video was right in front of them, they all made up their minds secretly, and immediately after they went out, they immediately checked whether anything happened in the Moroccan racing circuit. Although Tony Stark believes in the answer space foreseeing the future, because it is about his own future, of course he watched with all his attention. In the video, Tony Stark and Pepper Potts walked into a luxurious room. A slender girl in a red dress greeted her with a smile. Mr. Stark, is the journey going well? Very interesting. Tony Stark said to Natasha Romanoff, it's nice to meet you. A photographer from the Moroccan Stadium Club wants to take pictures of you, can you? Natasha Romanoff asked. Tony Stark smiled, and then Natasha Romanoff went to greet the photographer. What the hell? Tony Stark in the answer space saw that he and Natasha Romanoff actually met in the video, and they looked very familiar. My husband knows it entirely because of this answer space. The future shown in the video is a future where the answer space does not appear. In that future, how did I meet her? But after he thought about it for a moment, he understood, it's Nick Fury. It must be Nick Fury who sent her to approach me. Chapter 39, Attack on the Racing Track. When did you hire her? In the video, Pepper Potts asked Tony Stark while Natasha Romanoff was calling the photographer. What? Hire? That word changed Tony Stark's face. At first, he thought that Nick Fury was just sending Natasha Romanoff to approach him, but in the reality where the answer space did not appear, he actually hired her. Why would a billionaire hire a spy and an agent? You look amazing. In the video, Tony Stark and Natasha Romanoff said as they walked. Thanks for the compliment, Natasha Romanoff said. What's next? Tony Stark asked. There is a dinner at 9:30. Excellent, we will leave at 11 o'clock. Sure enough, the conversation between himself and Natasha Romanoff in the video confirmed Tony Stark's conjecture. According to the relationship shown in the video, Natasha Romanoff should be his secretary, and Natasha Romanoff is obviously not a secretary, but this secretary who is not a secretary has become his secretary. This is an undercover agent. Natasha Romanoff is undercover by his side as his secretary. Nick Fury actually reached out to me, you are so good. Tony Stark looked angry. Stark, Chief Fury did intend to let Romanoff go undercover at your place before. Phil Collison saw Tony Stark's angry look and couldn't help explaining for his boss. But he didn't let Romanoff go. Don't worry, Romanoff shouldn't be in the United States now, she will never go undercover with you again. The reason why Romanoff didn't come undercover was because she happened to be involved in the answering space, and I knew her identity. Tony Stark is not that easy to fool, Nick Fury naturally doesn't. It's so stupid to send someone who I know and know, he will definitely send someone. At least I haven't heard that Chief Fury has this plan. Collison, after I go back, please tell the Bitterhead so that he can immediately remove the undercover from my side. This way I can still treat it as not happening. Tony Stark warned coldly, if I was caught by me I found out by myself, so don't blame me for not being affectionate. Okay, I will convey it. Phil Collison said, make sure that the word is not bad, and even your arduous tone will be conveyed. With everything in the video, Tony Stark has already put on a racing suit and walked to the racing track surrounded by everyone. Then the camera cut everything to Pepper Potts. She was sitting at a table by the window looking at the menu, and suddenly saw Tony Stark in a racing suit on the big screen in front of her. Natalie! Natalie! Pepper Potts called out immediately. Miss Potts! Natasha Romanoff came over and quickly explained, I just know it now, too. He can't race. Pepper Potts said. I understand, how can I help you? Natasha Romanoff said. Where is Harpy? He is outside. Go find him, I need Happy. Go right away. This conversation further proves that Natasha Romanoff played a role like a secretary next to Tony Stark, otherwise Pepper Potts would not treat her like a subordinate. In the video, Tony Stark is sitting in the car, wearing a helmet, and the boom boom throttle keeps beating. When the lights on the racing track turned on, all the cars shot out like arrows from the string. And just as the cars were racing on the track, a middle-aged man with long hair in a maintenance suit was walking casually with a toothpick in his hand in the audience area. This person is FANFIC. Tony Stark stared at this face. It's definitely him. This face is too similar to FANFIC. Phil Coulson said. FANFIC walked slowly, then suddenly left the audience area and entered the track. He threw away the helmet on his head, then pulled the clothes on his chest, and an arc reactor broke into everyone's eyes. Then FANFIC shook his hands, 2 whips appeared in his hands, and the currents were flowing cracklingly on the whips. FANFIC's work clothes were also burnt torn by the electric current. Everyone could see clearly that Ivan Fang's body was actually wearing a vest-like mechanical device. He really built a reactor. In the answer space, Tony Stark glanced at Ivan Fang's chest, and a flash of disdain flashed in his eyes. But what equipment is that? It's too crude and crude. Yes, compared with Tony Stark's armor, Ivan Fang's equipment is too crude. If Tony Stark's Mark suit is compared to a handmade high-end suit of hundreds of thousands of dollars, then Ivan Fang's vest is just a beggar's suit picked up from the trash. But the power of this beggar's service is not small. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Ivan Fang slapped the electric whip and pointed it at a racing car coming forward. The metal body was actually like a knife cutting tofu, and it was split into two instantly by the electric whip. That car, like a diving athlete in the Olympics, turned several times in the air before it landed. No matter who is inside, it must be impossible to survive. Pepper Potts, who saw this scene through the big screen, looked worried. When he turned his head, he saw Harpy on the side and shook the red box in Wong's hand. This is bad. Phil Collison's face changed slightly. Ivan Fang's weapons are not something ordinary people can deal with, but at this time, the armor is not by his side. Stark, you are really too careless. Clint Barton also said, even without this Ivan Fang, do you know how many people in this world want you to die? You actually allow the armor to be not around appear in public. This kind of thing won't happen in the future. Tony Stark was also pale. Because he was the same as in the video, he didn't wear the armor with his own hands at all, and the armor was also kept in Happy. But fortunately, he already knew about the attack of Ivan Fang in advance. Comparing the video and reality, Ivan Fang had at least some time before he started. He had time to take the armor from Hapana. This is good news at last. In the video, Harpy and Pepper Potts are driving in a car, trying to give the armor to Tony Stark, and Tony Stark does not know that there is a demon waiting for him in front of him. When he drove to the side of Ivan Fangko slapped an electric whip and drew a whip on Tony Stark's car. The entire front of the car was cut off, and the car tossed into the air. Chapter 40, recorded a video. Tony Stark was not dead. After that half of the car landed, he climbed out of the car again. Ivan Fang chased Tony Stark with an electric whip, but Tony Stark, who was not wearing a battle armor, had nothing to do but fled in embarrassment. Fortunately, at this moment, Harpy drove there in time and hit Ivan Fang directly on the wire fence with the harsh whistle. Are you okay? Harpy in the driver's seat rushed to Tony Stark, who jumped onto the wire fence and shouted. Are you trying to hit me or him? Tony Stark jumped off the wire fence and walked to the car window and asked. It may be because of shock, Tony Stark is very loud. I just want to scare them. Harpy's voice was not small. I can't tell the difference. Are you crazy? Pepper Potts yelled from the back seat, get in the car. I need better security. At this time Tony Stark seemed to have lost his mind. I was under attack, I need better security. Stark, are you so naive? Thor couldn't stand it anymore. At this time, you actually have the intention of quarreling with your own people? Don't you need to confirm the killer's situation first? I want to be on your side. Phil Coulson also said, but Stark, your performance is really ridiculous. I understand him well, after all, he was almost killed just now. Tony Stark protested, but his voice was very small and he was guilty of how he listened. What is he? Stark, that's you. Clint Button said mercilessly. It's shameful. The first vacation in 2 years. In the video, Tony Stark was about to get into the car, but Ivan Fangko, who was pushed on the front of the car, got up again, and slapped his whip. Bang! The car door was directly divided into two, one was held by Tony Stark in his hand, and the other was connected to the body. Ivan Fang is really strong enough. When he was hit by a car, he was able to start chasing Tony Stark again and again. Happy is also very loyal to the boss. In the face of such a perverted enemy, he did not abandon the boss to run away, but tried to drive into FANFIC, just like he did before. But FANFIC was not so easy to deal with, and even Happy's car was drawn in half with a whip. Although Harpy failed to stop FANFIC and lost a car, it was not useless. This allowed Tony Stark to successfully obtain his own armor. I saw Tony Stark putting the red box that Pepper Potts had thrown on his chest. The box moved and deformed and turned into a red steel jersey. It was worn by Tony Stark. Body. Is this the armor you've been talking about? To Phil Collison and Clint Button, Iron Man's armor is nothing unusual, but for Thor, that cool deformation, the process stunned him. Yes, this is the armor. Seeing Thor's surprised appearance, Tony Stark couldn't help but feel refreshed. It's nothing great. Thor changed his words immediately. As soon as I hit it down, it becomes a pile of scrap iron. Thor, just say this to you, all my armor will be equipped with stun guns. Thor. You shouldn't have a bad mouth, I've got a scar again. The video is still going on. Tony Stark, who wore a war armor, kicked the remaining half of the vehicle more than 10 meters away, allowing Pepper Potts and Harpy in the car to a relatively safe distance. The vest made by FANFIC and Tony Stark's armor are just a lot behind from the outside. The few people in the answer space, even Thor thinks that the battle will be over soon. But the situation in the video is different from what everyone thinks. FANFIC relied on that simple vest to compete with Tony Stark and even got the upper hand. Stark, maybe you are a very good scientist, but your battle is terrible. Thor couldn't help but complain, the wildcats fighting for food on the street are more than you. Stun gun. Tony Stark looked at Thor, faintly spit out 2 words. Sorry. Thor immediately closed his mouth. The person who should be sorry is me. I shouldn't mention you being knocked down by a stun gun. Stark? Thor was moved. How could he not notice before? It turns out that this annoying Tony Stark also has a human side. I almost forgot that your famous scene has been updated. However, Tony Stark's next words almost made Thor run away. Thor, I will mention later, I will mention how you were in Hulk. The matter of kissing the earth with your body under your palm. www.readaloud.com. I will never mention the stun gun again. Thor had to lose the hammer, or throw it at Tony Stark's nasty face. You might as well carry a stun gun. Not right. Stun guns are not allowed to be mentioned. Are not allowed to mention all. Coulson, when he was thrown to the ground by Dr. Banner, was Thor's posture unsightly? Tony Stark asked Phil Collison. Yes, he was getting his lower body. The big guy holds it. It's cool to die, but don't you think his legs are a bit too wide? Maybe there are children in the audience. How bad the effect is. Phil Coulson almost laughed out on the spot. Tony Stark's mouth is really poisonous. Shentima's lower body was held by Banner. Those who watched the video knew that he had both legs. Being held by Banner, those who haven't seen it don't know where to think. Who is arguing with Tony Stark is simply overwhelming, looking for abuse. But in order to take care of Thor's face, Phil Collison just stopped smiling. He is a professionally trained person, no matter how funny things are, he will not laugh. Clint Barton's smile skills are not so good. In fact, he didn't laugh out loud, but the look of a stiff face holding his stomach is more lethal than a direct laugh. Stark, don't slander people, that didn't happen at all. Thor's old face was hot, and said loudly, moreover, it will never happen in the future. That's a vain thing at all. Is there anything wrong? Tony Stark laughed at the time. Thor, I think you haven't figured out the situation. It doesn't matter whether that happens or not. What's important is that I have taken it. It was recorded. Chapter 41, Iron Man needs to carry a gun every day. When Toll heard that Tony Stark actually recorded a video, the whole person was not good. Stark? How can you record a video? If it makes you feel better, I will also record Rocky. How can you record a video? This is the video of the future. I am a fool if I don't record it. Hush! Don't say anything, I'm going to win, I want to appreciate the moment of victory. In the video, Tony Stark dropped Ivan Fank to the ground with a back fall, and reached out to tear off the arc reactor on his chest. This is the power of Ivan Fank's electric whip. Once Tony Stark is ripped off, the whole person is abolished. After all, an ordinary person with bare hands can't belong to Tony Stark who wears armor. Opponent. Ivan Fank knew this too well, he did not resist anymore and let the police take him away. Tony Stark won, but he was not happy because he didn't win as easily as it seemed. His armor was damaged in many places and looked embarrassed. The energy storage time of the palm cannon is too long and needs improvement. The power of the palm cannon will also increase, and it is a shame that the palm cannon was broken by that guy with a whip. The dressing time of the armor is still too long. If it weren't for Harpy and they dragged Ivan Fank, I wouldn't have time to put on the armor. Tony Stark is reflecting on the shortcomings of his armor. It is true that he now has the Mark 7, which is more advanced than the model in the video, but some of the problems exposed in the video also exist on the Mark 7. Stark, you lose, you lose. Ha ha ha. Ivan Fank failed the assassination and was dragged away by the police, but he was so excited that he laughed loudly there. Tony Stark looked at the arc reactor he was holding in his hand, squeezed it hard, and directly exploded the reactor. The screen disappears, and the video ends here. Stark, you must delete the video. Before everyone could analyze the video, Thor couldn't wait to ask Tony Stark to delete the video. Sorry Thor, these are future videos and cannot be deleted. Tony Stark said, who knows which details hide important clues about the future. Yes Thor, the video cannot be deleted. Phil Collison stood by Tony Stark. Take the videos about you, how the future of Asgard is at stake, you how did you wander to that place called Sokka and become a gladiator, don't you want to know? Of course I want to know, but... The whole world was dark when Thor thought of the video of him being thrown around by the Hulk. But just delete the small section just now, and it doesn't matter. We don't know, don't we? Phil Collison's voice gleamed with reason. Because we are not sure what will happen in the future, we have no way of knowing where clues about the future are hidden in the details. Thor, this future is about the survival of Asgard. Are you sure you delete those details because of that meaningless pride? Thor was speechless for a while. Yes. Phil Collison couldn't help but clenched his fist secretly, and finally flicked the innocent child. He had to ask Tony Stark to pass the video to himself as soon as he turned his head. Such a classic picture requires frequent use. The aftertaste comes out, with a bottle of champagne, this life is simply perfect. Stark, I have to say, your temper is really bad. Clint Barton couldn't help but said, your driver risked his life to give you the armor. Not only did you not thank others, you also gave him sorry, at the moment when the crisis has not been resolved. It's understandable that people lose control a little when they are almost killed. Tony Stark wanted to quibble, but he was really guilty. Well, what I did was really wrong. I apologize to them. Stark, I don't think you can rely too much on the armor. Phil Coulson said, it is true that you have almost no enemies in the armor, but you can't wear the armor 24 hours a day. You who don't have a battle armor are too weak. Coulson is right. The equipment of that Ivan Fank is too far behind your armor, but you have won so hard in this battle. Clint Barton also said, obviously yours the melee ability is too poor. If you have even a little combat awareness, you can sling Ivan Fank. Sorry, I am a scientist and a businessman, but I am not Bruce Lee. Tony Stark said. That's what I want to say, Stark, said Phil Collison, you can be Bruce Lee, no, you don't need to be Bruce, just protect yourself www.readaloud.com so that when you don't have a armor one day, you won't be at a loss. To be honest, this time you didn't die because FANFIC was too stupid. Clint Barton did not forget to fill the knife on the side. He has such a big killer in his hand. Before you wear it, I didn't kill you when I was in war armor. The level of stupidity of this kind of thing can be compared to the driver who scolded you and saved you. Barton is right. If the same opportunity is given to me, or to any trained agent, Stark, you are already dead in this assassination of the racing track. Phil Coulson said, Stark, you really have to think about doing some training. I can help you with this. Thor said, I am one of the most powerful fighters in the universe. Guys, first of all, I want to say that you are right. I very much agree. Tony Stark raised his hand and surrendered. Poor. But there is a saying in the East that is very good, technical industry has specialization. I am a scientist. My strength lies in scientific research, not in acting as a secret agent. In my opinion, today's racing circuit assassination is actually very easy to solve, only I need to carry a small pistol and a few bullets with me. Maybe I don't have to wait until I put on the armor, and I can send that FANFIC to see his dad if his dad is dead. But the pistol is a foreign object after all, it is not as powerful as it is. But for most of the time, this foreign object is very useful, isn't it? No matter how well trained an agent is, it can't be worth a bullet. Tony Stark said, rather than wasting time on learning some fighting, why not spend more time studying the armor? If one day I can develop the armor so that I can carry it with me and dress at any time, why would I be afraid of assassination? Chapter 42, How Iron Man Solves Palladium Poisoning. The fourth question starts, please be prepared. How did Iron Man Tony Stark solve the palladium poisoning? A asks Dr. Strange Stephen Strange to take action and heal it with magic. B extract specific factors from the blood of the Hulk Bruce Banner to synthesize an antidote. C found a new element to replace palladium with the help of Howard Stark. D discovered other forms of energy supply, replacing the arc reactor. Answer this question correctly, reward nanotechnology. If the answer is wrong, 1 year of life will be deducted. Nanotechnology. Tony Stark saw the reward at a glance. Although he hadn't seen a video of him fighting Black Dwarf or Thanos, he thought that nanotechnology could be based on his keen sense of smell and scientific research. Apply to the armor. This question must be answered correctly. With nanotechnology, the battle armor can have a rapid development. Tony Stark secretly said to himself, he is very greedy for this nanotechnology. Palladium poisoning. Phil Collison discovered the huge message contained in the title at a glance, Stark, have you been palladium poisoned? He knew that Nick Fury was guessing like this, and it was precisely because of this guess that Nick Fury planned to send Natasha Romanoff to undercover with Tony Stark. Yes, I have been poisoned. At this time Tony Stark had nothing to hide. How serious is it? I also tested it at the racetrack in Morocco today, and the blood toxicity has reached 53%. Stark, how long do you plan to conceal this situation? Although Phil Collison does not know the specific situation of palladium poisoning, the 53% figure is not very good. This shows that Tony Stark more than half of the blood in the body is of this kind of toxicity. Yes, Stark, you are very important in the future New York War. Your physical safety is not only your own business, but also all of us. Although Clint Barton is very concerned about the so-called palladium knows nothing, and knows the seriousness of toxins in the blood, you have been poisoned so deeply, you should not hide it from everyone. Easy, you have seen it, the problem has been solved, hasn't it? Tony Stark pointed to the problem. Palladium poisoning is solved, but if you encounter other poisonings, or get some incurable disease, or suffer the kind of injury that requires half of your body to be amputated, wait, remember to tell us, and everyone will help. You find a way. Thank you, Collison. No thanks. Although I feel like you are cursing me. I do not have. It's another poisoning, it's an incurable disease, and it's the kind of injury that cuts off half of the body. Are you sure this is not a curse on me? Absolutely not, Phil Coulson said. Let's analyze the problem. Stark, after seeing these options, I can't help but ask a question. Clint Barton said, your father Howard Stark, is he really dead? As soon as these words came out, Phil Coulson couldn't help but look at Tony Stark. Howard Stark, just like his son Tony Stark, is a super genius, but also a SHIELD. One of the founders. If he is still alive, then it is undoubtedly good news for SHIELD, especially when he knows that mankind is about to face a catastrophe. When I knew that Steve Rogers and the Hydra's Anam Zola might be alive, I also had expectations. Tony Stark was silent for a while, facing the gazes of several people. Just said, but the man who never said he loved me, he should really be dead. Why are you so sure? Clint Barton said, before we thought Captain America was dead. First of all, I saw his body, I saw it with my own eyes. Tony Stark's voice didn't sound as calm as he seemed. Furthermore, my father is not the kind of crazy Anam Zola scientist. He will not challenge the taboo of breaking the boundary between life and death. Helping Abraham Erskine build Captain America is to win the war, but if there is something that can make people live 100 years or resurrect from the dead, then the whole world will be messed up, and he will not intervene in this field. Is it impossible for him to quietly inject Abraham Erskine's serum? Clint Barton said. I have lived with him for 20 years. Wouldn't I know if he is a super soldier? Tony Stark asked rhetorically, and you think if my father is really a super soldier, now the first superhero in America is it's not just Steve Rogers. So it's impossible for your father to be alive. Phil Coulson said. My father, Howard Stark, that indifferent man, really fell asleep. Tony Stark said. You reading www.yunsha.com. Well, then it seems that option C can be ruled out. Phil Coulson said, it's obviously impossible for a person who is no longer to help Stark. This option A is also worth noting. Clint Barton added, according to the news revealed in this option, Stephen Strange is likely to be a magician. Doctor Strange, I always thought he was a big scientific man like Stark, but he was actually a magician. Phil Coulson was also surprised. Then it seems that the Strange that I have contacted before can be ruled out. None of them can be magical. Clint Barton said. Then the question now is, can magic cure palladium poisoning? Phil Coulson is quite blind to this question because he doesn't know anything about magic. Thor, do you know magic? Clint Barton looked at Thor. Do you think magic can cure Stark's palladium poisoning? You really don't know anything about magic. Thor laughed when he heard this question. Magic can even resurrect the dead. Can you heal a little blood poison? So option A is possible. Tony Stark groaned, then look at the two options B and D. I think both options can be ruled out. We all know the reason why Bruce Banner became the Hulk. Gamma ray radiation. If gamma rays can solve Stark's palladium poisoning, then I don't want to wait for Bruce Banner. Stark can discover it by himself. Phil Coulson said, I think option B can also be ruled out, but Stark, why not D? With your talent, I think this is entirely possible. Chapter 43, The Undead of Howard Stark. Coulson, you are right, I am indeed a genius, but the arc reactor, as I said before, is an epoch-making invention. Tony Stark said, he was not developed by me. That was my father's technology, I just reduced it. Although I don't want to admit it, I don't think I can make something that can replace the arc's reactor. Usually you may not be able to, but Stark, the situation is different now. Clint Barton said, you are now very poisonous, and your life is always in danger. You know, people are here. Under a crisis, great potential can always erupt. Barton, I can only say that you don't understand scientific research at all. Tony Stark couldn't help but smile after hearing Clint Barton's words. Do you think that scientific research is to treat children as mothers of life? Picking up a truck? Scientific research is cruel. You know you understand, if you don't understand, you don't understand. Yes, maybe some people can explode their potential under pressure, make their minds clearer and more agile, and thus break through problems that could not be solved before. Sounds like your current situation, doesn't it? It's very similar, but do you know what it means to develop another form of energy supply? It means to overthrow the arc reactor and start from the beginning, from a brand new field. Tony Stark seemed to think he didn't. It is necessary to talk too much to a group of scientific idiots, and then he paused and said, I know myself, if my life really enters the countdown, I am more likely to be willful and foolish, rather than bursting out of potential. So that's why you sit on a donut and eat a donut. Phil Coulson said, what did you do before you die? Maybe. Tony Stark shrugged, I am a person who is always bohemian and never cares about others' opinions, so I can't tell whether it is my normal operation or dying willfulness. All three options are eliminated now. Thor said, it looks like the correct answer has come out. Thor's eyes all fell on Tony Stark. Whoever answers questions about whose questions has long become a tacit understanding. I choose A, ask Dr. Strange Stephen Strange to take action and heal it with magic. Tony Stark said his answer. Answer wrong, deduct 1 year of life. The result was unexpected, and the answer was wrong. Not cured by magic. Tony Stark couldn't help frowning. My father is dead. It's impossible to help me. It's impossible with Dr. Banner's blood. Could it be that I invented a brand new energy supply? Form. Look, Stark, I said it was D. Phil Coulson said, you seem to be better than you think. Is it me? Tony Stark was plunged into self-doubt. With his knowledge of himself and the knowledge of the Ark's reactor and armor, he believed that it was impossible for him to make a substitute for energy. But his answer has been rejected, and the other two answers are even more impossible. With the elimination method, it seems that only D is left. Is it like what they said? I'm more talented than I thought. Tony Stark couldn't help thinking like this in his mind. Excuse me, isn't the answer to this question obvious? At this time Thor's voice rang. Thor, what do you think is appropriate? Phil Coulson couldn't help asking. He was still strange that Thor spoke, because Thor, who was new to Earth, didn't know much about the topic or the options. Choose C. Thor said. Choose C. Clint Button was the first to question, did you just hear that Howard Stark is no longer alive? Of course I heard it, but don't the people who have died can't communicate? Thor said, for you humans, it may be a fixed notion that people die and that heaven and man are separated forever, but I am you are all standing in front of you alive. Shouldn't you have a little imagination to communicate with the dead? Communicate with the dead? Thor said, as if a thunder struck everyone's ears. Yes, in this world, even gods, vampires, aliens, and magic exist, so communicating with the dead seems to be too. It's not impossible. At least it sounds more reliable than gods than magic. I actually know that there is a profession called psychics, which claims to be able to communicate with dead people. Phil Coulson opened his mind and spoke again, I used to think that was a bullshit, it seems I should pay attention to it. If those crooks can really communicate with the dead, SHIELD could not know. Clint Barton directly denied Phil Coulison's statement, even the rare species of vampires can't hide us. My eyes www.readaloud.com. How do the psychics all over the street hide? I'm not talking about psychics. Thor shook his head and said, I'm talking about magic. Although I am not a magician, I know that there is a kind of magic that allows people to communicate with the undead. Speaking of this, Trust's gaze fell on Tony Stark. Isn't there a magician on the earth now? Maybe which magician allowed you to communicate with your father's undead? This is indeed my negligence. Tony Stark nodded in agreement. I still think about the problem according to the old thinking, but forget that this world is no longer the world I originally knew. If you can really communicate with Howard Stark's undead, then as the person who invented the arc reactor, he should have a way to solve the palladium poisoning. Phil Collison thought for a while and felt that this inference was reasonable. Even more reasonable than curing Tony Stark with magic. Because it is cured by magic, this is also a temporary solution, but it only solves Tony Stark's physical problem, but the culprit that poisoned Tony Stark has not been solved. As long as Tony Stark is still Iron Man, sooner or later he will get palladium poisoning. And using magic to let Tony Stark and Howard Stark communicate and find a solution, this is to solve the problem from the source, treat the symptoms and cure the root cause. Tor, as a god, you see me in a completely different world from ours. Now that you have thought of this, why didn't you say it earlier? Clint Barton asked. That's because. Thor didn't feel embarrassed, I just remembered it too. Tony Stark is about to speak, and the video has already started. Chapter 44, Sit on Donuts and Eat Donuts. At the beginning of the video, Tony Stark was wearing a steel armor and sunglasses, eating donuts in that big bite. As the camera zoomed out, everyone suddenly discovered that Tony Stark was actually sitting on a huge donuts on the statue. Sitting on a donut and eating a donut, I am not surprised why Stark did such a thing. Phil Collison couldn't help but complain. This kind of behavior is very Stark. Clint Barton agreed. No. Thor looked mad. Stark, you have done this to donuts. I swear I will never eat donuts again. Pitiful God, he thought the donuts were quite delicious before. Then the camera zoomed out again, and a bald marinated egg head appeared. Sir, please get off the donuts. Nick Fury shouted, raising his head. Everything in the lens. Tony Stark and Nick Fury are sitting in a coffee shop, and Tony Stark said straightforwardly, I don't want to join your Superman boys group. I remember, you do everything by yourself. Nick Fury smiled and picked up a cup of coffee. And what happened? The result. Tony Stark opened his mouth, obviously not wanting to say this. He stretched his head to look at Nick Fury. I don't want to cause your misunderstanding, but should I look at your blindfold or your eyes? Nick Fury looked at Tony Stark with a smile. To be honest, I have a hangover. Tony Stark pulled his sunglasses down halfway. To be honest, I'm not sure if you are a real person or an illusion. I'm a real person. Nick Fury leaned forward, the bittern egghead closer to Tony Stark. I'm the most real person you've ever seen. I'm lucky. Where are the employees here? Tony Stark quickly moved his eyes away and murmured after Nick Fury's shining marinated egg pierced his eyes. It's not very good. Nick Fury stretched his hand to Tony Stark's neck. Here, the lens gave a close-up, and I saw that Tony Stark's neck was covered with black markings in the same circuit. Around his neck. That's the symptom of palladium poisoning, right? Phil Collison turned his head and asked Tony Stark. Yes, that's the symptom of palladium poisoning. Standing next to Phil Collison, Tony Stark pulled his collar down, revealing the same markings as in the video. Of course, those markings are not as dense as in the video, and the color is not so dark, which shows that the Tony Stark palladium poisoning in the video is far deeper than the current Tony Stark. At this time, another person appeared in the video. She was wearing a tights, and she outlined the exquisite curves vividly. I emptied the entire area, but it's better not to spend too much time. The enchanting woman's voice was also familiar. This person is impressively Natasha Romanoff, who has answered the question together. You got fired. In the video, Tony Stark knew what was going on as soon as he saw Natasha Romanoff. It's not up to you to decide. Natasha Romanoff sat beside Nick Fury with a charming smile on her face. Tony, this is Agent Romanoff. Nick Fury also smiled and introduced Tony Stark. I am an undercover agent for S.H.I.E.L.D. When we know that you are sick, Director Fury will send me to observe you. Natasha Romanoff said again. U.S.H.I.E.L.D. is really arrogant enough. Tony Stark, who saw this scene, couldn't help but vomit. It's all about being an undercover agent, but you still directly clarify it in front of me. Is this Nick Fury? Thor stared at the braised egg head in the video. The Nick Fury I want to see. Yes, Thor, this is Sir Fury, my immediate boss. Phil Coulson said, he asked me to wait for you in New Mexico. Then I think I don't need to see him. Thor said disappointedly. After coming to this answer space, he knew that Nick Fury could know that he was coming to Earth because of answering the question. He couldn't know himself. Father's arrangement. You can still meet. Phil Coulson knew that his boss would definitely want to see Thor. Chief Fury may not be able to solve your doubts, but as the director of SHIELD, he can do many things to provide you with help. For example, Thor didn't care, he didn't think that an ordinary mortal could help him. For example, if you don't rely on Director Fury, you can't even get your own hammer. Phil Coulson said, I mean, get close to the hammer. After all, you can't hold a hammer at all now. That's my hammer. How do you prove that it is yours? Phil Coulson asked. Thor said suddenly, yes, how can he prove that it was his hammer? After all, he was separated from the hammer when he was exiled to the atrium, and he couldn't hold the hammer at all. This kind of thing is under the jurisdiction of SHIELD. If it weren't for Director Fury and I who watched the video and believe you, you can't even get close to the hammer. Well, I'll see Nick Fury first. Thor thought about it www.readaloud.com and agreed to meet with Nick Fury first. When Phil Coulson was talking to Thor, the video of the space switched shots again. Poor Natasha Romanoff, the thorny rose, just showed up and lost the shot. The new lens is in a seaside villa. Nick Fury and Tony Stark are sitting together. In the distance, Phil Coulson is holding a telescope and doesn't know what he is looking at. The things in your chest are made based on unfinished technology. Nick Fury said. No, it is a finished product. Tony Stark denied, I reduced it before it worked. No, your father said that the arc reactor is just a springboard for greater technology. Nick Fury said, he was going to start an energy competition that would leave all his opponents behind. What do you mean by telling me that I haven't tried them all? I haven't tried anything. Tony Stark asked. He said that only you have the resources and wisdom to complete the plan he started. Nick Fury held a glass with an unknown liquid. He said that. Tony Stark asked rhetorically. Is he talking about you? Nick Fury also asked, if it were you, you could solve the mystery of the happy head. I don't know how you know this, but my father doesn't like me that much. What do you remember about your father? He is indifferent and scheming. He never said that he likes me, never said that he loves me. What is incomprehensible to me is that you tell me that all the future depends on me. This is not true. Then obviously you know my father better than me. In fact, yes, he is one of the members who established SHIELD Bureau. Chapter 45, Coach, I want to invent new elements. I have an appointment at 2 o'clock. Nick Fury looked at his watch and stood up. At the same time, Phil Coulson took two people and carried a silver box on the ground. What is this? Tony Stark asked, pointing to the box. You can, right? Nick Fury said. No, I can't. Tony Stark said. You can untie it, right? Nick Fury took it for granted. I don't even know what to untie. Tony Stark not only has no confidence, but also has no idea what Nick Fury is talking about. The Romanoff Union continues to undercover in Stark Industries. Nick Fury said while putting on his coat, apparently leaving. Everything about the lens. Tony Stark opened the silver box. He first took out a drawing of the arc reactor from the box. Only the signature on the drawing was Frank Stark, which shows that the anti-arc the reactor is indeed not exclusive to Howard Stark. Then Tony Stark took out another newspaper, and the eye-catching headline came into view: Soviet scientist defected. There is no doubt that this Soviet scientist is Anton Fank. Tony Stark looked like treasure hunting, digging out the same thing from the box, and finally he found a videotape and started playing it. Everything can be achieved through technology: a better life, a healthy body, and the possibility of maintaining world peace for the first time in human history. Howard Stark's voice sounded in the form of a video in the video. In the ears of everyone. Tony Stark in the video listens to the video while watching the information, while Tony Stark in the answer space is staring at Howard Stark. For so many years, he has always believed that Howard Stark is cold, ruthless, and does not like himself. He has always had a resentment towards Howard Stark in his heart, but after many years he heard Howard Stark's voice again, and he found, in fact, I have always missed each other. Tony, you are still too young to understand now, so I will shoot this for you first. In another video, Howard Stark said, I built all this for you, and one day you will. I discovered that this is not just a human invention, it is also my lifelong achievement. This is the key to the future. I am limited by the technology of this era, but one day you will understand all this, and then you will change the world. Howard Stark said that. Several people in the answer space, all their eyes fell on Tony Stark. It's not wrong, Tony Stark has indeed changed the world, and Howard Stark's prophecy came true. What are you looking at me? I'm a genius. It is inevitable to change the world. Tony Stark shrugged, pretending to be indifferent, but everyone could hear his voice choking a little. My greatest creation is only. Howard Stark's eyes softened. You. The hard-mouthed Tony Stark couldn't hold it anymore, and his eyes were wet on the spot. He quickly turned around, turned his back to the crowd, and wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. The other people in the answer space, Clint Barton, Phil Collison, and even Thor, a nervous guy, are very witty and pretend not to see it. Everything in the picture, Tony Stark is standing in an office with a strawberry in his mouth. He is about to leave, but his eyes are on a three-dimensional model of the expo in the corner. Stark, the solution should be here. Phil Collison couldn't help but said, in your father's video, there was also an exposition model. It should be here. Tony Stark started a mental observation. After all, this was telling him how to solve the palladium poisoning. Jarvis, please make a digital model, I need an operable projection screen. In the video, Tony Stark brought the exposition model to the laboratory. Stark Industry Fair 1974. Jarvis's magnetic voice sounded, light blue light scanned across the exposition model, and a projection of pure light was formed. How many buildings are there in total? Tony Stark folded his hands and hovered the projection in the air. Does it include the Belgian muffin stall? I'm just asking, and show it to me. Tony Stark rotated and enlarged the projection after Jarvis's operation, and then a very cool pattern appeared in front of everyone. This is an atom. Tony Stark discovered the mystery at a glance. What does this look like? In the next moment, Tony Stark's words in the video corroborated Tony Stark's statement, it's kind of like an atom. The nucleus should be here. In the video, Tony Stark puts his finger on a sphere. Reading www.uugonshu.com told Jarvis, bring out the big globe. The globe was suddenly enlarged. Tony Stark pulled with both hands to enlarge the globe again. He looked at it and said, take the aisle away and throw it away. What do you want to achieve? Jarvis asked. I want to discover. Tony Stark paused. Invent a new element. Drop the landscape, bushes, trees, parking lots, exits, entrances. Tony Stark ordered while operating on the projection, use the pavilion as a structure to form protons and neutrons. When all these operations are completed, a sphere of virtual element framework is suspended in the air. Is this the thinking of the supreme genius? Phil Collison stared at the new element in the video, dumbfounded. A new element was simply invented? It is true that Tony Stark invented this new element because of what was left by Howard Stark, but being able to discover the real information in the chaotic variable interference in the exposition model is not for ordinary people. It can be done. Perverted. Clint Barton was also shocked by Tony Stark's talent. He saw the process of Tony Stark's invention of new elements from start to finish, which simply subverted his cognition. Do those pavilions, shrubs, parking lots, etc. have a dime relationship with proton-neutron? Are there any similarities? Why can Tony Stark understand it? Is this brain the brain of a normal person? Even Thor, the who is easily disobedient, looks at Tony Stark differently at this moment. This person is a bit disgusting, but I have to say that he really has two brushes. Chapter 46, If the World Has Undead. You have to teach me after 20 years of death. Standing in the projection of new elements, Tony Stark laughed. Didn't know whether it was laughing at himself for finding a new element to solve the palladium poisoning, or laughing at the communication that spanned time and space between himself and his father. The new element you discovered should be able to replace the palladium element you are using now. Jarvis's voice sounded. Thank you, Dad. Tony Stark reduced the projection of the element, pinched it between his fingers, and watched it carefully. Unfortunately, it can't be synthesized. Haha. Tony Stark smiled again, then stood up, preparing for a major renovation. Guys, it's time to sweat. Then Tony Stark took a hammer and smashed it, making holes one after another in the wall and the ground. Stark, your house is really the most dangerous residence in the world. Clint Barton looked at the riddled room that was tossed by Tony Stark in an instant, and couldn't help but say, "You are here again. What are you tossing about?" "Obviously, to synthesize new elements," Tony Stark said. "What are you going to do?" Phil Collison couldn't help but ask. He couldn't imagine how to start something like synthesizing new elements. "Isn't it simple?" Tony Stark shrugged and pointed to the video. "Keep your eyes open and watch it. Learn from me." In the video, Tony Stark installed some tall parts one by one in the corresponding position, and a huge particle accelerator was fresh and hotly presented in front of everyone. "I heard you left." At this time the door was opened, and Phil Collison's figure appeared here. "Yes," Tony Stark said, "this is something from the previous life. Where have you been?" "I have something," Phil Coulson said. "Really?" Tony Stark said as he fiddled with the particle accelerator. "Me too, and it's almost a success." At this time, Phil Collison, who was wandering around, found an unfinished shield, and Tony Stark asked Phil Collison to help put the shield under the pipe. "I'm very busy, what are you doing?" Tony Stark asked as he leveled it with a spirit level. "Say goodbye," Phil Coulson said. "I have been transferred. I'm going to New Mexico. Charming wonderland." Tony Stark gave a 4-character evaluation. "Everyone says that," Phil Coulson said. "Secret mission?" Tony Stark guessed. "Almost." Phil Coulson didn't say much. "Good luck." Tony Stark's blessing seemed so coping. "Bye." Phil Coulson's goodbye did not seem sincere. The video ends here. New Mexico. But this last location attracted the attention of several people in the answer space, because this location was where Thor descended. So, in the video, I went to see Thor. Although Phil Collison was doubtful, he was very sure. "Didn't you say that this is a future video to be played?" Thor said, "But I appeared before the video. This video shows the unaltered future." Tony Stark muttered, "It's the direction of things that didn't appear in the answer space." In other words, if there is no answer, then at this point in time, Thor hasn't come to the Earth yet. Clint Barton said. "No, the timeline of Thor's arrival on Earth will not change, and the answers have not yet affected Thor." Tony Stark said, "It is us who changed the answers. If there were no answers, I would be like in the video." I was reminded by Nick Fury to use what my father left me to invent new elements. But because of answering the questions, Nick Fury's mind is not in my place. He cares more about Thor and the captain. He should remind me during that time period, he did not remind. So this is still a video from the past. Phil Coulson came up with a classic summary. Yes, it is the past, but it is also the future. Tony Stark said. Stark, can you not say such advanced words? Clint Barton said. Yes, in chronological order, Thor has now come to Earth. For us now, this is a video of the past. Tony Stark glanced at Clint Barton and explained. But because of the emergence of the answer space, part of the past that was supposed to have happened hasn't happened, but has become a future that hasn't happened yet. This part of Thor has happened in the past, because Thor was not affected by the answer. Phil Coulson continued, and you, Stark, your past that should have happened, you are in Director Fury. As a reminder, the past of palladium poisoning has been solved, but you reading www.yuyugonshu.com has not happened, and it has become your future. You said so forgiving, I don't quite understand, Thor interjected, does it make sense to discuss this? There are still. Tony Stark said, this video at least allows us to determine one thing, that is, the future shown in the video is developed based on the assumption that the answer space never appeared. Isn't this obvious? Thor asked rhetorically. It's quite obvious, but it's about the future. We need to confirm it, don't we? Tony Stark paused, thank you for your analysis of this topic. I was hitting right. Thor was a little embarrassed, yes, you solved the palladium poisoning with your father's help, but it's not the kind of help I said. No, I want to thank you because you gave me an idea that will allow me to see my father again. Tony Stark sighed, his eyes flushed again, you know? On the day my father was in a car accident, I still had a conflict with him. I didn't even say goodbye to him. I never told him that I love you. For so many years, I've been thinking, if I could have a chance to say goodbye to him, if I can say to him personally I love you, I am willing to give everything. Stark, are you saying that you really intend to find a magician to meet your father's undead? Phil Coulson couldn't help frowning, this doesn't sound like a right thing. I'm not sure if people in this world have undead after death. Clint Barton also persuaded, there is a difference between life and death, Stark. If there are undead, they never appear in front of us. There must be a reason. Yes, I think we better not cross this barrier. Chapter 47, Captain America's Little Brother. The fifth question starts, please be prepared. Who made the Avengers truly unite in the New York War? A. Nick Fury. B. Phil Coulson. C. Captain America Steve Rogers. D. Thor. The answer to this question is correct, rewards the Eagle of the Desert with unlimited bullets. If the answer is wrong, 1 year of life will be deducted. Infinite bullets. The reward for this topic aroused the interest of Tony Stark. Infinite bullets is not something science can do. First of all, it does not conform to the conservation of matter and energy. So this pistol is technological and magical. Mix and match products. Stark, don't you think you are boring? Clint Barton said, we just need to know that this pistol is easy to use. No wonder you are just an elite killer, not an archer man, too superficial. Tony Stark could not help but complain, the real value of this pistol lies not in its use, but in the reason behind it. If you can decipher the principle of infinite bullets and replicate it successfully, do you know what it means? It means the world is going to be in chaos. Phil Coulson interjected, if this infinite bullet technology can really be applied to other weapons, Stark, this is not a good thing. I advise you to dispel the idea of studying this, it's not like your armor can protect the people, on the contrary it can only bring chaos and war. Coulson, I understand what technologies should be studied and what should not be studied. Tony Stark shrugged, Stark Industries' weapons department has been shut down by me, right? Then, look at the topic. Clint Barton took a few steps forward, got closer to the floating text, and circled the word unity with his finger. This question means that the Avengers at the beginning, in fact, it is not united. Why, I don't think it's weird at all. Phil Coulson looked back and forth on Thor and Tony Stark as he said this. The two have only met for a short while, and they have already pinched each other for a few rounds. If it weren't for the wrong place, I'm afraid it might be upgraded to hands-on. It's not surprising that there is no unity. It's hard to imagine that we were not united when we faced the Chitaran army. Clint Barton felt that he couldn't understand what the Avengers like in the future would be like. Faced with such a big enemy, it's not enough. Working together? I think it should be Chief Fury. Phil Coulson looked at the options for a while and said, Executive Fury is the founder of the Avengers, it can be said to be the leader of the Avengers. He is one of the older ones. SHIELD Bureau can manage a small team of 6 people in an orderly manner. In fact, any team formed by strangers, has to go through this process from disunity to unity, and it takes time to run in. Oh, is it? Thor immediately objected, I don't think I will listen to a bald head. But you do join the Avengers in the future. That doesn't mean that I will completely obey the orders. Thor said, at least let me greet a nasty person with a smile, and Nick Fury can't do it yet. So Thor, you don't recognize Chief Fury, who do you think should be chosen? Phil Coulson asked, who can unite you with everyone? Although I don't know who it is, I know who it is not. Thor glanced at Tony Stark. Tony Stark can be ruled out, it must not be him. I was thinking of doing this. Tony Stark has no opinion on this. He knows what he looks like. He asks him to cry all the members of the team. I don't eat that set myself. And me, I can also exclude. Phil Coulson pointed to himself, I am not a member of the Avengers, nor the founder of the Avengers, I have no direct relationship with the Avengers. Even as an agent, I am not the best of S.H.I.E.L.D. I can't think of an ordinary person like me that can make you superheroes make a difference. Then the options are Captain America and Thor. Clint Barton said. This Captain America is the one who wears a star and stripes suit with a shield, right? Thor doesn't know much about the American team. Why is he called Captain America? The captain was a soldier in World War II. He was originally a very thin boy, but he wanted to join the army and serve the country. Clint Barton said, because of his small size, the captain has been rejected, but he did not give up and fake sign up in different places. Of course, I'm not advocating fraud, but the captain's never giving up spirit is worth learning from www.readaloud.com. Dr. Abraham Erskine, who was in charge of the super serum at the time, was also impressed by the captain's spirit. Moved, he was finally selected as his target for transformation. In the end, the captain chose to crash the plane at sea in order to avoid the plane's explosion in New York and injuring the citizens. Sounds like a person who is tenacious and brave and willing to sacrifice for others. Such a person is worthy of the word hero. Tor, the quality of the captain is much more than that. He is very courageous. I tell you that in one training, Colonel Phillips didn't agree with the doctor's choice of captain, so he threw a grenade into the team. Everyone dodged subconsciously. Elsewhere, what do you think the captain did? He just threw his body on the grenade. When everyone was thinking about themselves, only he chose others. Although the grenade was fake, no one knew at the time. This man is really courageous. Not only courage, but also wisdom. Once their team ran, there was a flagpole on the side of the road halfway through the run, and there was a flag on it. Their chief said that whoever can take the flag off can ride in the car. Everyone swarmed up. He tried his best to climb up, but because the flagpole was too slippery and everyone consumed a lot of energy, no one could climb up. The captain hadn't been injected with serum at that time, and he was still a small man. You know how he got the flag? Is it? How did he climb up? The captain didn't climb at all. There was a big screw at the bottom of the flagpole. He pulled the screw out and put the flagpole down. Who would have thought of this? Isn't it very wise?
Yes.
One more time. Collison. Clint Button interrupted Phil Collison with a headache, knowing that you are a super fan of the captain, but now is not the time to chase stars. Chapter 48, Use Rubik's Cube to Make Weapons. The captain is the first superhero in American history. He represents too much: bravery, wisdom, selflessness, glory. Although Clint Barton is not as admired as Phil Coulson, he also admires him very much. His sacrifice has saved many people and moved many people. Moreover, the military has been using the captain as a facade and has spared no effort to promote it. For so many years, there have been overwhelming stories about his comics, movies, and surroundings. It can be said that many children I grew up listening to his story. In this environment, it's hard for anyone to dislike the captain. So, if anyone can make these unruly and stunt Avengers unite, I think of it as the captain. Although I haven't seen it yet, it sounds like I would like him. From Phil Collison's brief description, Thor also had a preliminary understanding of Captain America Steve Rogers. If you have to choose one of these options who can convince me, then it is him. Now the captain has 2 votes. Clint Button said. No. 3 votes. Phil Collison changed his opinion again. Thor is right. Although Chief Fury is nominally the founder and perhaps everyone's superior, he is just an ordinary person. He obviously can't convince Thor, or even Stark, to be convinced. It seems that the captain is the only one that can be accepted by everyone. Is that World War II veteran that good? Tony Stark muttered there. Stark, do you have any other candidates? Phil Coulson turned and looked at Tony Stark. Indeed, Steve Rogers seems to be the person most likely to convince us, but for one thing, his strength seems to be weaker. Tony Stark saw Phil Collison want to refute, immediately quickly say, I'm not belittling the captain, he is still very powerful compared to ordinary people. But don't forget, there is still a in our team. Although this looks unreliable now, he was taken by Dr. Banner. Furiously. Stark? Thor said in a speechless voice, do you have to Dr. Banner? Having said that, that thing won't happen and cannot happen. Thor, can't you be a little patient? Tony Stark said, I'm going to say but soon. Say it, I'll listen. Thornton grinned. I wanted to say it, but you interrupted without permission. My interest in saying but is broken. Tony Stark dropped a word without pain. You just said but clearly. Thor's smile froze on his face. At present, Thor's strength is the strongest among the Avengers. He can fly and summon thunder and lightning. It is much stronger than the captain. Tony Stark took a few steps in the other direction. Throwing Thor a back view, his identity is even more honorable, he is the prince of God's domain. The captain's cartoons and surroundings have been popular for decades, but the legend about Thor can be traced back to the 1 to 2 century AD. So you want to say that this person should be Thor and not the captain? Clint Barton gave the shortest summary of the long string of Tony Stark. Yes, that's what I meant. Tony Stark said, as for the captain, I also admire me very much, but if I am convinced by whoever I am most convinced, I will become united when I was not united with everyone. I think Thor's may be bigger. Stark, what you said makes sense. Clint Barton said, when I saw Thor bathe in thunder and lightning from the sky, I have to say that this powerful strength also shocked me. And his body I also admire the battle for the Prince of Asgard but for the Earth. So now there are 2 options, which one to choose? Phil Coulson looked at everyone. I'm just mentioning my own opinion, you can make your decision. Tony Stark stepped back, I won't answer this question. The tacit understanding of everyone's answer is that whoever answers the question is about whose question, but this question is not for a specific person, anyone can answer it. And Tony Stark has already answered the question, more than once, and has been rewarded, so in this situation, he took the initiative to give up this opportunity. Moreover, he really doesn't need this Desert Eagle with unlimited bullets. This reward is useless to me. Thor didn't intend to answer. He stepped back and walked to Tony Stark's side. Look, whoever wants to answer and answer. I prefer to use bows and arrows. Infinite bullets are good, but they don't attract me that much. Clint Barton also stepped back, standing with Thor and Tony Stark. Collison, the chance is yours. Thank you, everyone, I still like this gun. Phil Collison looked at the title and glanced at Thor. www.readaloud.com just when Thor thought Collison was going to choose him. With a smile on his lips, Phil Coulson said, "My answer is C, Captain America Steve Rogers." Thor's smile just froze. "You have to take a look at me when you choose Captain America as Mao. I wasted my touch for nothing." Wrong answer. Deduct 1 year of life. Phil Coulson shook his body, his face paled by naked eyes. He couldn't help but look up at Thor again. He was also deprived of his life. It was as if nothing had happened to Thor, and even his hair was not messed up. That body was really enviable. It's a pity, I kind of like this gun. Phil Collison took a break there to ease his physical strength. After a short while, the space began to play video. "What are you doing, Stark?" Nick Fury in a black trench coat strode into a room. "I'm just about to ask you this question." Tony Stark sat on the table with a very lazy appearance. Beside him, Bruce Banner also stood casually. "You should find a way to find the position of the Rubik's Cube." Nick Fury walked up to the two of them, looking serious. "Think about it, the signal has been locked, and we are searching for gamma-ray markers." Before Tony Stark answered, Bruce Banner spoke first. "After finding it, we will lock the target within half a mile. You can get your Rubik's Cube later, don't worry." Tony Stark found something on the computer and asked, "What is the second stage?" "The second stage is that SHIELD uses Rubik's Cube to make weapons." Captain America walked in with a weapon part, and put it on the table with a snap. Chapter 49, The Avengers are arguing. "Gentlemen, we collect everything related to the Rubik's Cube." Nick Fury tried to find a reasonable reason for Captain America's discovery, but this does not mean that we are making. "Come on, Nick, don't quibble." Nick Fury was beaten face to face by Tony Stark before he finished speaking. Tony Stark pulled up a weapon blueprint from the computer. "I was wrong with the commander, the world has not changed at all." The Captain America's voice revealed deep disappointment. At this time, Thor and the Black Widow Natasha Romanoff walked in. "Do you know this?" Bruce Banner immediately asked Natasha Romanoff. "Don't you want to leave this place, Doctor?" Natasha Romanoff asked not to answer. "I was in Kolkata at the time, it didn't matter to me." Bruce Banner looked rather unhappy. "Loki is using you," Natasha Romanoff said. "Then what is your purpose?" Bruce Banner became faster. "You didn't come here because I glared at you." "Then I am not going because you are crazy." Bruce Banner walked up to Natasha Romanoff, and then reached out and grabbed the computer on one side, pointing to the weapon drawing on it and asked, "I need to know why SHIELD uses Rubik's Cube to create weapons of mass destruction." Nick Fury did not quibble again this time that he did not make weapons. He reached out his hand and pointed at Thor, "Because of him." "Me?" Thor, who was watching the show holding his arms over there, was a little dazed, but he didn't expect that the flames of war would actually burn on his head. Last year the Earth ushered in a visitor from an alien, because some of his personal grievances caused a small town to be razed to the ground. We learned that there are not only other lives in the universe, but also much more powerful and advanced than us. Much more developed. Nick Fury said. Our people have no malice against your planet. Thor said, the of thunder. But you are not the only ones in the universe, and you are not the only threat. Nick Fury looked at Thor. There are many enemies in this world that we cannot match, and they will not be controlled by others. Like you control the Rubik's Cube. Captain America interrupted Nick Fury. It was your research on Rubik's Cube that attracted Loki and his allies. Thor looked at Nick Fury and said word by word, for other planets, this is for you on Earth to prepare a signal for advanced warfare. Advanced warfare. Captain America obviously disagrees with Thor's remarks, but before he has time to refute, Nick Fury said, it is you who forced us to take action. We have to have countermeasures. Such as nuclear deterrence. Tony Stark, standing behind Nick Fury, said in a mocking tone, this trick calms everything down. You are talking about how you made your fortune, Stark. Nick Fury turned to look at Tony Stark. I'm sure if he is still making weapons, Captain America walked over, he must have been buried in. Wait! Tony Stark exclaimed, how did the spear point at me? Isn't it always against you? Captain America asked back. I thought the people on Earth could be more civilized. Thor sneered. We didn't go to your planet to do anything wrong. Nick Fury scolded. You have so little confidence in your teammates. Thor asked back. You are not my teammate yet. Nick Fury said. You people are so naive. Natasha Romanoff tried to calm the atmosphere. SHIELD is only monitoring potential threats. So Captain America is a potential threat. Bruce Banner interjected. We are all. Natasha Romanoff said. Don't worry about him, Doctor. Wait, Doctor, are you on the list? I hope Loki can bring me back to Asgard. The one who guards Loki can't stop you. Listen, if you are. Intimidation? You are naked intimidation. If I really want to threaten you, you can't run. It's not World War II now. It is no longer possible to tell who said it. Everyone quarreled with each other, and the scene turned into a pot of porridge. These superheroes who will save the world in the future, their performance in the video is simply shocking, and they are accusing each other and making noises like little people in the market. It seems that you were really not united in the beginning. Phil Collison couldn't help but sigh. I was also surprised. Tony Stark shrugged. Of course I am not surprised that I can say those things, but I saw that the captain would actually target people, and Thor would also ridicule people. Where am I? Clint Barton asked. Those who quarreled, Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff, Bruce Banner, Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, Thor, members and founders of the Avengers were all there, but he just didn't see him. I guess you haven't gotten rid of Loki's mind control at that time. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Tony Stark guessed. What are we? A team. In the video, Bruce Banner questioned, No, we will only create chaos together, like a time bomb. You should calm down, Nick Fury said to Bruce Banner. Why can't a man vent? Tony Stark said something out of place, and he put his hand on Captain America's shoulder when he spoke. Are you afraid that the world will not be chaotic? Captain America got a little angry, and knocked out Tony Stark's hand. Go away. I want to see how you let me go away. Tony Stark also came to the fire, looking directly at Captain America. Yes, hide in the armor and be a hero. Captain America sneered, what are you without a armor? A genius, a millionaire, a playboy, a philanthropist. Many people who are nothing are 10 times better than you. I have seen them a lot. You will only work hard for yourself. You are definitely not the kind of self-sacrificing person who can lie on the ground and let your comrades pass by yourself. Captain America said to Tony Stark word by word. I think the barbed wire should be cut. Tony Stark responded. You always have crooked ideas. Captain America smiled, maybe you are not a threat, but you better not consider yourself a hero. hero? Tony Stark asked rhetorically, are you like you? Rogers, you are just an experiment. All your abilities come from a small bottle. Put on your armor. Captain America said, we are singled out. He 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 he. Thor sneered, you people are really humble and weak. This is the team. Chapter 50, The Death of Phil Coulson. Stark, you are a bit mean to say that. The captain can become the captain, definitely not only because of the serum. Phil Coulson couldn't help saying. The captain also broke my heart. Tony Stark responded, and then looked at Thor on the side, the way you sneered is really scary. I am not, I don't talk nonsense. Thor directly denied it 3 consecutive times, you can't blame me for what hasn't happened. The video is still going on, but it is no longer a quarrel. In the new shot, Thor stays in a room that looks like glass. Thor hit the glass with a hammer, but only left a few cracks on it. Can hold the Thor's hammer, it can be seen that it is not glass at all. Outside the glass room, Loki was still a little nervous. After seeing Thor's hammer not breaking the room, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. The people on Earth think we are immortal gods, do you want to try it? Loki walked to a console and stretched out his hand, but before his hand touched the console, he heard a bang. His gunmen were knocked down. Please get out of the way. Phil Coulson walked in with a very strangely shaped gun. What is this? When Tony Stark, a weapon dealer, saw this weapon, based on years of experience in dealing with weapons, he felt that this weapon should not be simple, but he had never seen such a strange thing. In his opinion, the design is unreasonable in many ways. S.H.I.E.L.D's secret weapon. Thor was also looking at the weird gun. Isn't S.H.I.E.L.D. using the Rubik's Cube to develop weapons? Tony Stark asked again, could it be that this gun is also a product? Everyone, although I hold the gun in my hand, I don't know anything about it. Phil Coulson spread out his hands, looking helpless. Like this. In the video, Phil Coulson pointed his big gun at Loki, after you sent the destroyer, we started to develop this. Destroyer. When Thor heard this word, his face changed on the spot, did Rocky actually send this thing to Earth? What is that? Is it a terrible thing? Tony Stark can also know from Thor's discoloration that this so-called destroyer is definitely a big killer. That is my father's ultimate weapon. It is made of the Ulu metal material of the Immortal Palace. It can hardly be destroyed. It can destroy all known substances by itself. This is not a weapon that the world can resist. Thor gritted his teeth. Damn Loki, what the is doing? How can this kind of thing be put on the Earth? Since you know this destroyer so well, do you know how to crack it? Phil Coulson asked. Coulson, the destroyer has no weaknesses. Thor shook his head, you humans cannot defeat it. No, it has been defeated. Tony Stark pointed to the video and said, Coulson obviously saw the destroyer, but he is still alive. Doesn't this mean that the destroyer was defeated? Perhaps he was lucky enough to escape, Thor said. A few people did not respond to Thor again, and watched the video with all their attention. Since the weapon Phil Coulson was holding was developed based on the destroyer, this weapon might give a glimpse of the destroyer's true nature. I don't know what it can do, would you like to see it? In the video, Phil Coulson pointed at Loki with a big gun. When was speaking, Phil Coulson pressed his finger on a button on the gun, and the barrel suddenly turned red. But at this moment, Phil Coulson let out a scream of pain, because Rocky stabbed a scepter into Phil Coulson's back from behind. The Rocky who stood in front of Phil Coulson before, slowly dissipated like a bubble in the air. No. Thor, who was locked in the transparent room, yelled. Is this God's method? Phil Coulson watched as he was stabbed into the body by Rocky from behind, still very calm. Sure enough, we mortals can't imagine it. I didn't lose it wrongly, didn't he? Leave an illusion in place, and then go around behind Coulson in stealth. Tony Stark was trying to guess the principle of Rocky's method. At this time, it can be seen that Thor really regards Phil Coulson as a friend, and his expression in the video looks quite painful. Loki was quite proud. He held a scepter and walked in front of Thor as if showing off. Then he smiled and walked to the console and pressed it, and a big hole suddenly appeared in the ground. Thor already knew what Loki wanted to do at this time, but he should have been disappointed with Loki's face-to-face murder, and said nothing. www.readaloud.com just looked at Loki without saying a word, as if to kill him with his eyes. Loki stretched out his hand and pressed it, and the transparent room Thor was in fell directly into the blue sky and white clouds. It turns out that all this did not happen on the ground, but on a mothership in the sky. It seems that Rocky wanted to kill you, Thor. Clint Barton said, "Isn't Rocky your brother? Give you such a cruel hand." It won't. Thor denies, "Rocky won't do this." "Just curious, you are the Thor of Asgard, can you be thrown to death?" Tony Stark asked. "Will my Thor die so easily?" Thor glanced at Tony Stark. "Seeing you so confident, I have a bottom." Tony Stark said a very meaningful sentence. The video continues. Nick Fury, wearing a black trench coat, hurriedly ran to Phil Coulson, who was seriously injured and sitting on the ground. "Boss, I'm sorry, let the plague slip away." Phil Coulson was holding his big gun, his voice was faint, and he seemed to be able to hang up at any time. "Keep awake. Look at me." Nick Fury took the big gun out of Phil Coulson's arms and threw it on the ground. "You can't rest." "I'm fine, boss." Phil Coulson smiled, "If you don't give them a little motivation, they will never be united." Under Nick Fury's gaze, Phil Coulson closed his eyes, and there was no sound. "Coulson, I didn't expect the answer to be you." Clint Barton looked at Coulson very unexpectedly. "It is not Captain America, not Thor, not Iron Man, but you that unites the Avengers." Chapter 51, Rocky has been to Earth before? Agent Coulson is killed. Nick Fury announced the news. Then the camera cut to a room where Tony Stark and Captain America Steve Rogers sat silently, and Maria Hill stood aside like a benchmark. This was found in Agent Coulson's jacket. "He will never have the opportunity to sign you." Nick Fury threw the cards in front of the American team. Those cards were all about Captain America. It was Philosophy Coulson's collection, but now those cards are covered with blood. "We are in a blind state, the communication is broken, we can't find the Rubik's Cube, and Banner and Thor are gone." Captain America picked up a card and stared in front of him without saying a word. "Nick Fury." The voice continued, "I can't do anything. I have lost my best confidant. Maybe it's my own confession. Thor is missing because he was dropped from the mothership by Loki." Tony Stark saw this and said, "How can Banner disappear?" The video is not shown, but according to the previous video it can be inferred that Loki also used the strategy. Dr. Banner came over on a motorcycle halfway through the New York War. Phil Coulson said, "That should be the reason. He was lost by Rocky's design." However, judging from the situation of the New York War afterwards, both Thor and Dr. Banner joined the battlefield. Clint Barton concluded, "It can be seen that Rocky's tricks only succeeded temporarily, and in the end they were futile." "Yes. We intend to use Rubik's Cube to make weapons." In the video, Nick Fury simply admitted to using Rubik's Cube to make weapons. On risky items. Nick Fury walked around from the two chairs to the US team and Iron Man, "Stark should know my idea." Nick Fury slowly spit out a word, "We call it this is the Avengers Project." Tony Stark was silent, while Captain America looked up at Nick Fury. "The idea is to bring together the best people in the world to see if they can play a bigger role. When we need them most, they can work together to fight the enemy we cannot defeat." Coulson he believed in this belief till death, he believed in the existence of heroes. The screen ends here. Although it is not broadcast later, everyone can imagine that it is precisely because of the death of Phil Collison that the various members of the Avengers finally let go of their prejudices, truly unite, and fight against the Zatarus. And Rocky Collison, I can't tell, you really have done a big thing in the future. Clint Barton couldn't help applauding. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to deceive everyone. Phil Coulson apologized, but you have also seen that the enemy is too strong, we need unity, and I must do that. It doesn't matter, you didn't deceive me anyway. Clint Barton looked indifferent. What are you proud of? Tony Stark attacked, you were controlled by Loki at that time. This is worse than we were deceived. I finally recovered. Clint Barton was not hit, and he shot Rocky with an arrow and shot him from the air to the ground. Collison, I didn't expect you to be loyal and honest on the surface, but in fact there is bad water in your belly. Thor also never expected Phil Collison to have such a black belly side. Thor, everything is for victory. Phil Coulson looked sincerely, for future deception, if you need it, I can apologize to you, although I think this kind of deception will no longer happen in the future. You can't just say your apology, it has to be practical. Thor said, you have to buy me another KFC. Always eat these high-calorie foods, Clint Barton said again, Thor, you will be a fat house in the future. No, there won't be that day. Thor waved his hand. I don't care if he becomes a fat mansion or not, so let's analyze the topic. Tony Stark said, the most critical point revealed by this topic is the time of the New York War. Not bad. Phil Collison continued Tony Stark's words. In the video, Chief Fury said, there was an alien visitor on Earth last year. It can be seen that the New York War occurred after Thor descended on the Earth. The second year. And now this alien visitor has come to the Earth and is standing in front of us. Clint Barton said, so Loki will come to the Earth next year to the Rubik's Cube and lead the Kitarians to attack the Earth. Next year. Thor murmured, in 1 year, what has happened to make you do this kind of thing? www.readaloud.com Loki Collison, I want to make sure that SHIELD is currently using the cosmic Rubik's Cube to study weapons of mass destruction as stated in the video. Tony Stark looked at Phil Cole with 2 eyes. Sen. Stark, no. Phil Collison also looked at Stark's gaze, without any intention of dodge. Sex weapons are all stimulated by Thor. Now Thor has just arrived on Earth and has not yet met with Chief Fury. Moreover, Chief Fury also knows the answer space, so it is even more impossible to develop weapons like in the video. NS. The best thing you said is the truth. Tony Stark was still worried, and warned, you have seen it too, Thor said clearly, it is precisely because of the research on Rubik's Cube that Rocky was attracted. For other planets, this is the Earth's preparation for advanced warfare. So, never study the Rubik's Cube without authorization. I will tell Chief Fury. Phil Coulson also knew the seriousness of the matter. In addition, this video also reveals a fact. Clint Barton said, that is before the New York War, Rocky also came to the Earth. Yes, it was exactly that time when he brought the destroyer to the Earth. Phil Collison looked at Thor, Thor, do you know why Rocky came to Earth? It's like I don't know why he led the Zatarans to attack the Earth. Thor said, I don't know why he came to Earth before. I'm afraid that he led the Zatarans to attack the Earth is related to his first landing on the Earth. Tony Stark groaned, if we can figure this out, maybe we can stop the New York War. Chapter 52, Thor is confident again. The 6th question starts, please be prepared. In the Age of Ultron, who escaped the mind control of the Scarlet Witch? A. Thor. B. Phil Coulson. C. Natasha Romanoff. D. Clint Barton. The answer to this question is correct, reward Spirit Cola, drink it to be immune to all mental attacks. If the answer is wrong, 1 year of life will be deducted. As soon as this question came out, Tony Stark's face was not so pretty. What's the matter, Stark? Phil Collison's eyes were very sharp, and he could see Tony Stark's expression abnormally. I don't know if you have paid attention, the first question of this answer, the question where Rocky was beaten by the Hulk, there was a word mentioned in the question. Tony Stark looked solemn. It's the New York War. Clint Barton didn't need to remember at all, and opened his mouth. Who said the saying about the week in the New York War? This is the original topic. There is nothing wrong, New York War. Tony Stark said in a deep voice, this term appeared more than once in the last round of answers you did not participate in. The Battle of New York, doesn't it mean that Rocky led the Zetarrians to invade New York? Phil Collison could also follow the ideas of several people. Because this battle took place in New York, the person who wrote the title said this is the New York War. Yes, one word represents successive battles. Then this question has a new term. Tony Stark said word by word, Ao, Chuang, Ji, Yuan. I'm afraid these 4 words represent another A battle. A brand new battle that has nothing to do with the Battle of New York. Alien invasion is not enough, do we have another battle to fight? Clint Barton also felt that the whole person was not good. With us, there are so many disasters and disasters. Look at the options, Thor's name is among them. Phil Collison pointed to Thor's name and said, this shows that Thor is likely to be involved in this Ultron era. The last battle in which God participated was the Battle of New York. Although this hasn't happened yet, we have already seen the fierceness of that battle. Tony Stark's tone became slower than before. This era of Ultron, again there are gods participating in the war, which shows that this battle is as difficult as the New York War. I participated in another battle on the Earth. Thor scratched his head there with a look of puzzlement. I am the Prince of Asgard, not the Prince of the Earth. Why do I keep repeating 3 fight for the Earth? Maybe you have found true love on the Earth. Phil Collison said, the wandering prince and country girl love each other, this is also an enduring story routine. You also told Collison, that's just a story. Thor said, I, the Prince of Asgard, will not fall in love with the country girl on Earth. It's not just Thor, the name Crimson Witch is also worthy of attention. Clint Barton pointed to the 4 characters Scarlet Witch and said, this shouldn't be a name, it's a nickname or something, but from this outside look, this man is a witch. Collison, witches also exist. Tony Stark turned his head and asked Phil Collison. In my previous cognition, there was no such thing. Phil Coulson replied, but from this moment on, I think I should change my cognition. We have a on one side, and a witch on the other side. Clint Barton didn't know what to say. It sounds like an interesting war. Does this Crimson Witch have anything to do with Loki? Tony Stark suddenly opened a brain hole. The title says that Scarlet Witch can control mind, and who has used mind control? Everyone remembered. Is it Loki? Stark, you think too much. Thor directly denied Tony Stark's speculation, I have never heard of Asgard as such a person. Okay. Tony Stark didn't insist anymore. He just suddenly came up with that idea. If you think about it, it's really impossible. Loki uses a scepter to control the mind of a person, and it is a foreign object that he relies on. The low basic person obviously does not have this ability, otherwise he would not rely on the scepter. I think this topic is too worthy of us. Phil Collison looked at the topic for a while and said, we are all ordinary people. We are completely blank for witches and magic, and we don't know how to defend. I think except for the Thor, no matter Romanoff, or Patton, we can't resist mind control. Like the last time Loki used the scepter to control us. Tony Stark felt like Phil Collison, except for the fact that I had a reactor in my chest and escaped by chance, no one knows how. Resistance to control. Magic. Phil Collison murmured, quite disturbed by this new element. The reason is impossible. This field represents the unknown. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com knows nothing about the unknown. This is the most terrible thing. I have to hurry up and find Doctor Strange. Tony Stark, a top genius, also felt the urgency. When it comes to science, he is not afraid of it, but magic is really a blind spot for his knowledge. Stephen Strange is the only suspected magic side known so far, and is on their side. Thor, if it's you, can you resist mind control? Phil Collison asked Thor. Of course. Thor said confidently, no one wants to distort my thoughts and control my mind. Do you think this scene is familiar? Tony Stark couldn't help asking, seeing Thor's self-confidence look bad. Yeah, it's too familiar. The scene seems to have just happened. Clint Barton couldn't help turning his head to look at Thor. The question asked who was slapped by the Hulk. Even the tone of voice is exactly the same as it is now. Everyone has seen the result. Yeah, Thor, so please think carefully before answering this question. Phil Collison also looked at Thor and said, I don't want to see you get slapped in the face again, although it is wonderful, but that would seriously hurt your self-esteem, wouldn't it? Come in. Thor was hurt by everyone's suspicion. I have followed my father in the North and South for many years, and I have never seen the methods of controlling my mind, but none of those methods of control have worked for me. Have you really successfully resisted mind control? Tony Stark asked again. If Thor really had such an experience, then maybe he could be trusted this time. Chapter 53, Thor's Law. Yes, and more than once. Thor was very upset about Tony Stark's suspicion that he was so annoyed. Would you like me to describe those battles to you? That's not necessary, you can be sure. Tony Stark said. So, can I only choose Thor for this question? Will it be too obvious? Phil Collison still dare not draw conclusions so quickly. If it were me, I would not have this confidence. I didn't think I had any means to resist the magic. What about Patton and Romanoff? Is it impossible for them? I still have a chance. Clint Barton thought for a while and said, I am not a person who will fall twice in the same place. If I stumble in one place, then I will study this somersault. To make sure that I won't fall down next time. I was controlled by Rocky once during the New York War. It was a shameful shame. Then I will definitely be prepared for this situation in case I get caught next time. No, Barton, what you said was based on the premise that the New York War was before the Age of Ultron. Phil Collison questioned him. The question is, how do you determine this order? What if the Age of Ultron? What happened before the New York War? This possibility is very small. Tony Stark analyzed on the side. For one thing, when Loki used the scepter to control Button had no defense at all. And if the Ultron Age was before, then New York would fight. He already had the experience of being controlled by the mind. If Patton really didn't fall in the same place twice as he said, he wouldn't be so defenseless when facing Loki. Yes, just as Stark said. Clint Barton continued Tony Stark's words, I'm just an ordinary person who doesn't understand magic. I have experienced it, and I will definitely respond to it, and I won't be so indifferent. Secondly, it is related to the previous question. Tony Stark continued to analyze. From the previous question, we know that the Avengers were not united at the beginning, and it was Collison that drove everyone to unite. This kind of disunity, the process of unity, will only happen in the early stages of team establishment. In other words, the New York War is the first time the Avengers have joined forces to fight the war. Since the New York War is the first time, then this Ultron era can only be ranked first at the earliest. 2. So the Age of Ultron did happen after the New York War. Phil Coulson nodded and agreed with Tony Stark's inference. I just provide a possibility. For me, magic is a field that I have never touched. I can't confidently say that the means I prepared can resist this Scarlet Witch. Clint Barton said in a deep voice. So, for this topic, do you still choose Thor in the end? Tony Stark glanced at Thor. Why do I feel so uneasy? Stark, I have said that I can definitely resist this kind of mind control method. Thor said silently, "Can't you have more confidence in me? Tor, have you counted how many times you've been beaten in the face?" Recalling Thor's experience in answering questions, Clint Barton couldn't help but vomit. "Every time you vowed to affirm one thing with confidence. At that time, the ending is the opposite. That's just a coincidence, understand? Coincidence? Thor, do you want me to help you recall your brilliant resume in answering questions?" Clint Barton really counted them. The first question, ask who is the weak god? You were very sure at that time, saying that the Hulk is not your opponent. The answer must be you, and the result? It is the Hulk. The second question, ask who would be thrown by the Hulk like Rocky. Phil Collison then counted the second question, Tor, you are pretty sure again, Dr. Banner I can't beat you, what's the result? The answer is you. You two guys, it's a coincidence. Thor yelled, and did I make a mistake? Dr. Banner is not my opponent at all. In my opinion, what Thor firmly believes are generally wrong. This is almost a law. Phil Coulson touched his chin with his right hand. How about Thor's law? Collison. Thor's face was black at the time. So according to Thor's law, now Thor firmly believes that he can resist mind control, so. Clint Barton changed his words on the spot, so I changed my mind. I want to get rid of Thor and choose myself. Barton. Thor trembled with anger, you will regret it. I choose D. Clint Barton. Clint Barton said his answer. Seeing Clint Barton so obsessed, Thor sneered in his arms, Barton, your answer can only be wrong, you just wait to be deducted from your birthday. Correct answer. Reward distribution. The mechanically synthesized voice sounded, cutting off Readier's words and also cutting off the smile on his face. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Is that okay? Tony Stark stared aside. Yes. Thor's law really works. Phil Coulson clenched his fist excitedly. As the discoverer of Thor's law, I am sincerely happy for you. Clint Barton sent a warm blessing to Phil Coulson, although it is me who answered the question. You too, that's enough. Thor's forehead jumped with blue veins. Thor, don't lose your face, this reward is at least half your credit. Clint Barton picked up a bottle of Coca-Cola on the ground with his hands, and shook Thor, Collison you just invented this law, and you are the creator of this law. Do you want to drink together? No need. Thor immediately refused, not giving Clint Barton a good face. This thing, I think it might be useful to big guys. Clint Barton picked up the spirit Coke and looked at it. It's a disaster for a big guy to be controlled by others' minds. Phil Collison also said, this thing can save Dr. Banner from being controlled by others, but it should be useless for the situation of the big guy. Stark, I won't drink this Coke first. I will give it to you to study and see if it can be copied. Clint Barton shakes his hands and threw the spirit Coke to Tony Stark. Don't hold up too much hope, this is not my area of expertise after all. Tony Stark took the Coke, maybe this is a magic thing, maybe I can't study anything. Always give it a try. Phil Collison said, you have 4 options for the question just now. The correct answer is button, so does it mean that the other 3 options are all controlled by the Scarlet Witch? Chapter 54, The Scarlet Witch Appears. The answer space starts to play the video. At first, the figure of Tony Stark appeared, and he walked into a dimly lit room step by step. Everyone, I found Straker. Captain America's voice sounded, but his figure did not appear. The 2 parties should be in remote contact. Okay, I found some big guys. Tony Stark walked into the room, and a huge machine like a whale was lying there. Seeing this thing, the pupils of the few people in the answer space contracted. A Zetarian flying machine. Tony Stark exclaimed, why are you here? It looks like it was kept here. Phil Collison looked at the huge mechanical creature in the picture. His hideous appearance shocked him. After a year, they will fight this kind of thing. NS? Then that's right. The Age of Ultron took place after the New York War. Clint Barton also stared at the big guy. He didn't participate in the first answer, but just listened to Natasha Romanoff's dictation. Is there a shock to watch the video? This room in the video seems to be a research and development base. Tony Stark turned around, and it was filled with some parts and mechanical arms, as well as some computers. At this time, Thor appeared in the room. It turned out that he came to this room earlier than Tony Stark. Thor stayed with a man lying on the ground. Although the man who lay had a glimpse of him, the eyesight of the people in the answer space was very good, and he had recognized that man was Clint Barton. In addition to the voice of Captain America before, this operation has now dispatched Tony Stark, Thor, and Clint Barton. Perhaps this is another collective operation of the Avengers. But the most eye-catching thing in this room is not the Avengers, nor the whale-like mechanical bodies that were collected in the New York War, but the scepter that shines with blue light. This scepter is so familiar to everyone. In the New York War, Rocky used it to control Clint Barton, pierced Phil Coulson with it, and Natasha Romanoff also used it. Close the portal. It can be said that this is the most important prop that appeared in the New York War. Now this thing is actually lying in a laboratory, together with the alien machinery, lying here like the test product. Can only say that the owner of this laboratory is not a simple character. Thor, I saw my baby. In the video, Tony Stark walked towards the scepter step by step. At this moment, a woman appeared silently behind Tony Stark, with her hands on Tony Stark's head, and crimson energy poured into Tony Stark's head. This girl should be the Scarlet Witch. Tony Stark watched as he was controlled, and said calmly, I always thought Scarlet Witch was the kind of person with ancient symbols painted on his forehead and wearing animal skins. Well, I didn't expect it to be a hot girl. I didn't expect this to be what you paid attention to at this time. Thor gave Tony Stark a strange glance. Have you always focused on this differently? What? Tony Stark asked back, is she not hot enough? You can't deny her appearance just because she is a villain. The way she does it is not the same as the rumored witch. Phil Coulson paid attention to Scarlet Witch's methods. Roar. Road and road roar suddenly sounded. I saw the huge and hideous mechanical body like a whale in the video suddenly came to life, swimming around in the dark space of the universe. Then, an unforgettable scene appeared. Hulk's huge green body lay there, and several weapons were inserted into his invulnerable body, convulsing incessantly. Natasha Romanoff's body was lying under Hulk, her eyes were not closed, it seemed as if he could not stare at him. Clint Barton sat there with his bow and arrow in his hand, his head down, motionless, no one knew whether he still had the ability to shoot the arrow. Further down, Thor, the of Thunder, closed his eyes tightly, and he was covered with scars, as if a very tired person could finally lie down. Below Thor, a shield shattered in half was thrown on the ground like trash, and Captain America was lying there quietly. No, it seems that the garbage is not just shields. To be precise, the corpses of the Avengers, one by one, are discarded here like garbage. Although they knew that this scene was just an illusion due to the mind control of the Scarlet Witch, the Avengers in the answer space still felt a desolation and a sadness. You must know that these people will fight the aliens in the future. God knows which one of them will fall asleep like the illusion in the future? That's right, in the future of the subject, they all survived, none of them died. Can really live to the end? You have to know that the author has exposed more than one big battle now. www.readaloud.com New York War, Ultron era, God knows if there is another one. As spectators, all of you are infected by hallucinations, let alone Tony Stark who is hallucinating in the depths of the video. He staggered and walked over to Captain America and knelt down beside him. Just as he stretched out his hand to try if Captain America was dead, the captain suddenly opened his eyes. You could save us. Captain America said this intermittently and closed his eyes again. I really scared the baby. Tony Stark, who watched this scene in the answer space, couldn't help but complain, I never knew that the captain had a talent for acting in thrillers. Tony Stark in the video didn't have any thoughts to complain. He was really hit by the scene in front of him. His face was twitching constantly. Swim around, occupying the entire sky. The next moment, the sky illusion disappeared, and Tony Stark was taken aback. He looked left and right, then looked up at the unmoved mechanical body behind him, finally determined that it was invisible just now. It is an illusion. Tony Stark didn't see it. The Scarlet Witch who had been recruited before was watching him. At this time, a figure flashed, like a gust of wind, and appeared beside the Scarlet Witch. Who is this again? The appearance of Fast Silver is really shocking, Clint Barton said. That kind of speed is not something normal humans can have. You can't even catch him in sight, how do you deal with this kind of person? Phil Collison also frowned. Chapter 55, Thor really got caught again. Everything in the camera, in a place similar to a factory, the 6 people on both sides confronted each other. Everyone is familiar with Captain America with a shield, Tony Stark in battle armor, and Thor with a hammer. On the other side, in addition to the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, there is another one about 2 meters tall. The robot is exactly the boss of Ultron-era Crisis, Ultron Benchuang. Witch and robot mixed together. Tony Stark in the answer space couldn't help but ask, what kind of weird combination is this? It's really interesting, Mr. Stark. In the video, Quai-Yen walked out from behind Ultron and said, is it comfortable inside? Like before. This has never belonged to my life. Tony Stark responded. You two can't get away now. Captain America said to Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. We will. The Scarlet Witch said, but from her expression and tone, it should be an irony. I know you have suffered a lot. Oh, a vomiting voice interrupted Captain America's words, and Ultron said, Captain America, God's messenger of justice, pretending to survive without war. Although I can't vomit physically, but if you believe in peace, let us maintain it. Thor interrupted Ultron. I think you are mixing peace and calm. Ultron said. Really? Tony Stark asked, then what are you doing with vibrating gold? I'm glad you asked, I just take this opportunity to talk about my evil plan. Ultron suddenly started to speak, and saw him stretch out his hand, and a burst of energy sucked Tony Stark. Get up, then he shoots an energy beam between his 5 fingers, blasting Tony Stark into the air. Tony Stark is not easy to bully, the battle armor bursts out energy beams and flies towards Ultron. One person, one robot is fighting in the air. When you get started here, how can other people be idle? There are also robots who come to Thor and Captain America, but this kind of robot, which is much smaller than Huang, looks like a soldier, not Thor and the United States at all. The captain's opponent was easily defeated by the two. At this time, Quai-Yen and Scarlet Witch made a move. Quai-Yen's speed was so fast that others couldn't even see it, let alone defend or attack. Thor was beaten by Quai-Yen at once. The tricks of the Scarlet Witch are also very difficult. As soon as she stretched out her hand, under the crimson energy, Captain America turned on his back. At this time, a human, a middle-aged man with a broken arm appeared in the picture. He panted and said, "Fire at them." "Who hit?" the subordinate asked. "Fight all," the man with a broken arm yelled. "Action! Action!" Then, a group of armed men also joined the battle group, and the gunshots of Beep Toot kept ringing. Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton, who hadn't appeared in the picture before, also appeared, and started fighting with the militants. The battle between Iron Man and Ultron was the fiercest in these large groups. The two flew up and down in the air, with energy beams constantly jetting, and they rushed out of the factory building and hit the sky. And that Fast Silver, seems to have no combat experience at all, obviously relying on the world's unparalleled speed to do whatever he wants, but he just stretched out his hand to grab the hammer thrown by Thor, and was carried away by the hammer. Got out. It's time for the mind game. At this time, a robot said this to the Scarlet Witch. Everyone, do you need me to transform? The shot was cut to Bruce Banner, who was not in the factory, but in the SHIELD Kun-type fighter. The camera cut back to the factory again, and saw the Scarlet Witch appear next to Thor, blasting some crimson energy into his head. Thor? What's the situation? Captain America asked aside. That girl wants to distort my brain. Thor knocked down an enemy with one hand, and said as he walked, be very careful. It is hard for humans to be unaffected by her. Well, I said that the Scarlet Witch can't control me. Thor in the answer space said to Tony Stark quite proudly, seeing this scene, I see it. I see it. The future video is not will lie. But the answer to this question is clearly Clint Barton. Phil Coulson said. I don't know about that. Thor shrugged, anyway, you have seen it, and I am not affected. Fortunately, I am a god. In the video, Thor was holding a hammer, and just after saying that, he walked into a banquet. The dress of those people in the banquet was not in the style of the earth at all, but was similar to Thor. Explain that this banquet should be a banquet in Asgard, the hometown of Thor. But now you are clearly fighting in a factory on the earth, how come you suddenly walked into an Asgard banquet? There is only one answer, Thor was recruited. What he saw was an illusion. Thor, this is what you said, you can't get hit. Tony Stark's face is never ambiguous. www.readaloud.com. Look at your bewildered little eyes in the video, your face. The performance of the Scarlet Witch is not much better than that of a mortal like me. I was also recruited. Thor watched the video in a daze. This Scarlet Witch, who is she? Thor, are you knowledgeable, do you see what the Scarlet Witch is? Phil Coulson asked. It should be magic, but I can't recognize what magic it is. Thor said, speaking of which, Loki is the mage, he should know. When Thor was lost in the illusion, Ian made another move and pushed Captain America to the ground. The Scarlet Witch stepped forward and shot crimson energy into Captain America's head. Next, Natasha Romanoff is no exception. At this time, the only Avengers who are still fighting in the factory are Clint Barton. Swish swish. Clint Barton stood on a high place and knocked down the militants one arrow at a time. At this moment, the Scarlet Witch quietly appeared behind Clint Barton, like a ghost. She stretched out her hands and was about to control Clint Barton's brain. It's too late and it's fast. Clint Barton quickly drew an arrow from his back as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Superior. That arrow is completely different from ordinary bows and arrows. It has no arrows, or its arrow is like a sucker. It is attached to the forehead of the Crimson Witch. Electric current flows, causing the Crimson Witch's body to twitch. Mind control I have already learned. Clint Barton said, looking at the Scarlet Witch, it's not new at all. Chapter 56, Who Made Ultron? This kind of arrow is a sucker arrow that cannot shoot people at all. It is useless except for sucking people's forehead. Obviously, it was specially developed to deal with this situation. Clint Barton said that he would not fall twice in one place. It seemed to be true. After being controlled by Loki's mind once, he encountered mind control again, and he did not get hit again. And this second time of mind control is not relying on foreign objects at all, but its own magic. Scarlet Witch should be better than Loki in controlling the mind. Iron Man, US team, which one is not stunning? Even the Thor was hit. Compared with these people, Clint Barton is so ordinary, but he is the most ordinary, becoming the only one who hasn't been hit. But unfortunately Clint Barton did not catch the Scarlet Witch. Ian appeared, and easily took the Scarlet Witch away. No way, Fast Silver is too fast. Yes, you'd better run quickly. Clint Button lay on the ground and glanced at the direction of Kuei Ian's disappearance. Everyone thought that the video was about to end here, but unexpectedly, it didn't. The Black Widow Natasha Romanoff appeared in the video. She wandered in a big house and walked down the stairs step by step. There were many girls in the room who were practicing dancing in exercise clothes. "Come again." A middle-aged man with long hair said blankly on that face. "You will destroy them." Natasha Romanoff said. "Only those who are vulnerable will be destroyed." A middle-aged woman said, "And you are made of marble. We celebrate after the graduation ceremony. What if I fail?" "You will never fail." During this conversation with Natasha Romanoff, several shots flashed back. There was Natasha Romanoff lying on the operating table, and some shots she was training in. She flashed back from different shots. "It can be seen from the clothes I wear, that it is not for the same age at all." Red House. Clint Barton spit out these 3 words. He recognized the place in the video, and he and Natasha Romanoff destroyed it together. "The Red House?" Tony Stark asked, "Where is that?" "The place Romanoff least wants to think of," Clint Barton said. At this time, there is another protagonist in the video, no longer Natasha Romanoff, but Captain America Steve Rogers. Like Thor, he seems to be at a banquet. The retro music and dress are incompatible with the modern era. The banquet was very chaotic. Some people were drinking, some were partying, some were fighting. Captain America walked with a blank face, not knowing why he was here or what he was going to do. "Are you ready to dance together?" Suddenly, a woman in a blue dress invited Captain America. Peggy Carter. Except for Thor, everyone in the answer space recognized the woman who invited the captain to dance at a glance. It was Captain America's love, Peggy Carter. "The war is over, Steve, we can go home." Peggy Carter said to Captain America, "Imagine it." When Captain America turned his head, the whole banquet was empty. He was the only one standing there alone. "Lends everything," and gave Thor. Like the US team, he walked in confusion at the banquet. "Is that him? Odin's eldest son?" A voice came, and a man with only white eyes but no eyeballs stood up. "Heimdall, your eyes." Thor said, looking into Heimdall's eyes. "My eyes can see everything." Heimdall cupped Thor's head in both hands and said, "I saw you taking us to hell. I can still save you." Thor said. "We are all dead." Heimdall pinched Thor's neck and said, "Can't you tell?" Thor pushed Heimdall away. "You are a destroyer, son of Odin." Heimdall looked at Thor with his pale eyes. Thunder appeared on Thor's body, knocking a person at the banquet into ashes. At this time, the camera once again everything, cut to the Scarlet Witch and Kuei Ian. "What did he do to you?" Kuei Ian asked with concern. "The head hurts." The Scarlet Witch looked pained. "I'm going to kill him." Kuei Ian said angrily, "I'll be back soon." "I'm fine, I want to complete this plan." The Scarlet Witch turned her head, and Bruce Banner suddenly appeared in the distance. "I want that big guy." The space went black and the video disappeared. Although the video didn't show what Bruce Banner was about at the end, I don't have to think about it and know it, it must have been a hit. From Iron Man Tony Stark at the beginning to Bruce Banner at the end, Scarlet Witch almost picked the entire Avengers by himself. Everyone except Clint Barton was recruited. And the speed displayed by Kuei Ian, the entire Fulian is unmatched. If it weren't for Kuei Ian and Scarlet Witch, they don't seem to have much fighting experience. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com doesn't know much about fighting, so it can be said that these 2 people alone can dismantle the reunion. Not to mention there is a robot that looks very difficult. This time in Ultron era, although I didn't see the alien army or any other army, everyone felt that this battle was also very difficult to fight. Dr. Banner is really a major weakness of the Avengers. After a while, Phil Collison took the lead. When Rocky invaded, he attacked Dr. Banner. Now this witch, he still chooses Banner. The Scarlet Witch finally said, I want to complete this plan, which shows that her goal in the beginning is not us, but Dr. Banner. Clint Barton said. This bottle of Spirit Coke, I will try to copy it. Tony Stark said. Stark, don't force it, if the copy fails, give it to Dr. Banner, he needs it most, Clint Barton said. This topic also reveals a lot of the future, and there is actually a robot. Phil Collison asked Tony Stark, can you make that kind of robot? No, Tony Stark said, I can't do that level of artificial intelligence. Isn't Jarvis artificial intelligence? All of Jarvis's actions are based on my instructions. It does not have the ability to act on its own, and it does not think on its own. Tony Stark said, the robot in the video obviously has self-awareness, this is beyond my ability. So who can make that kind of robot? Phil Collison thought very clearly, we can find his maker now, so that it can never be made. Chapter 57, Mutant. With all due respect, in this regard, there should be no better than me. Tony Stark said in a deep voice, I can't even make that kind of robot, I can't imagine who else can. But the robot was indeed made, isn't it? Clint Barton said. Then, please come to s.h.i.e.l.d, Tony Stark said, you are the best at s.h.i.e.l.d. in terms of finding people. I am waiting for your good news. In addition to the robots, the man and the woman who were with the robots are also very noteworthy. Clint Barton said, they are one of the world's fastest, one can use magic, not to be underestimated, and I don't know where they came from. That woman, Thor has already said, is a magician. Phil Coulson said, as for the man, I guess he should be a mutant. Mutant. Thor heard this word for the first time. Even Tony Stark and Clint Barton looked at Phil Collison, obviously they didn't know anything about mutants. Simply put, it is a person with special abilities due to genetic mutations in the body. Phil Collison explained, I have only seen records about mutants in a top-secret file. Once. Gene mutations can mutate into the world's fastest. Tony Stark felt very unscientific. Gene mutations are disordered and chaotic, and harmful mutations are greater than beneficial mutations. How can they mutate into that way? It seems to be related to the X gene, I don't know the specifics. Phil Collison shook his head. I have already recorded the video, and I will give the video data to Nick Fury as soon as I go out. Tony Stark said, if you have any questions, wait until you find them and ask them yourself. As long as they are still on Earth, SHIELD will definitely be able to find out. Phil Coulson said. There is nothing to say about the Speed Boy's ability, it is fast. Clint Barton said, but that witch, don't you think that her way of controlling the human mind is traceable? Is there a trace to follow? In her illusion, Romanoff saw the Red House, which was where she received training and the deepest fear in her heart. Fear. Tony Stark thought for 2 seconds and said, in the video, I seem to be very afraid of the sights I see in the illusion. It's not like, your scared look can even be seen by a blind man. Clint Barton said, the New York War a year later, although we finally won, it still left you with a huge psychological shadow. Fantasyland, a large force of the Zeterians in the middle has once again come, and the Avengers have all fallen. I am afraid this is the fear in your heart. What about the captain, then? Thor said. The captain shouldn't be afraid of dancing, right? Absolutely not, Peggy Carter is the captain's favorite woman, and it is also the captain's regret. Phil Coulson said, before the captain died, he had agreed to dance with Carter, but he never did. Did not go back. Finishing that dance with Carter was not fear, but desire. So this Scarlet Witch, can she let people see the fear or desire in her heart? Clint Barton concluded. Sounds worse than Rocky's scepter. Phil Collison said, fear or desire, both are enough to make people do crazy and even terrible things. So Scarlet Witch had to guard against. Tony Stark said, in addition to Spirit Coke, I will also study some other preventive measures, such as the arrow used by Button in the video. Did you forget a name? Thor reminded. At the beginning of the video, the captain said a name. The captain said, I found Straker. Phil Collison remembered very clearly, the laboratory that Stark entered should be his. You don't have the information to say the name like an endorsement, doesn't S.H.I.E.L.D. know this person? Tony Stark asked. Never heard of it. Phil Coulson said. No matter who this person is, he can get Loki's scepter, he can study the mechanical remains of the Xetarians, and he has a magician and a mutant. This person is not easy. Clint Barton said. After I go out, I will look for him as soon as possible. This shouldn't be difficult. After all, we already know the looks of his witches and mutants. After finding them, this Straker will not be far away. There is one more thing to pay attention to, that is vibrating. Clint Barton said, that robot needs vibrating. It said, to implement an evil plan. Thor said, this evil plan has something to do with vibrating. It should be related. Phil Coulson said www.readaloud.com. The place where the Avengers and robots are fighting is a factory, and there are third-party forces in the factory. The man with the broken arm is their boss. There are only a few Avengers, and there are not many people on the robot side. The man with a broken arm has many militants under him, so it can be considered that the factory should be the site of the man with the broken arm. The Avengers and the robots, why would they go to other people's turf to fight? Clint Barton followed Phil Collison's words and deduced, perhaps because the Avengers discovered the robots in that place, in the territory of the man with the broken arm. What is the reason for the robot to go to the man with the broken arm? Clint Barton continued to talk, combining with Stark's question of why the robot needs vibrating. I think the robot is there for vibrating. The man with a broken arm has vibrating in his hand. It should be like this. Phil Collison recalled the details in the video. When the man with the broken arm ordered to fire, he was very embarrassed. It was obvious that he did his hand and suffered a loss. Moreover, the time required to do it was required. Before the Avengers appeared. At that time, the Avengers hadn't arrived, so the object of his action was the robot. Before the Avengers arrived, he and the robot had their hands and suffered a loss, so he ordered the shooting. I remember he even attacked us, right? Thor said, since it was the robot that made him suffer, why did he attack us? This reason is more. Maybe it's because the Avengers are fighting on his territory? Maybe he has suffered from the Avengers before. After all, the Avengers are doing justice. If the man with the broken arm is a man, what a supervillain, maybe the Avengers have cleaned him up before. Chapter 58, the author prefers Iron Man. Actually, I know the boy with the broken arm. Tony Stark uttered a name, Ulysses Crow. I used to know him as a black market arms dealer. Don't look at me like that, you at the arms conference. I will know a lot of people, of course I didn't sell any weapons to him. Stark, your previous bad experience is finally useful. Phil Collison said, if you keep a close eye on this arms dealer, you may be able to find Ultron, and you can figure out the evil in Ultron's mouth. Plan. Yes, what we showed in the video must be just the tip of the iceberg. The Age of Ultron must be more than these enemies. Clint Barton said, maybe the evil plan in the robot's mouth is the real Age of Ultron. If this is the case, then vibrating is very important. Phil Collison said, after I go back, I will report to Chief Fury, and I must hold all the vibrating in the world in my hands. If it really fails to prevent the birth of that robot, it will not realize its evil plan without vibrating, and the era of Ultron will not start. Yes. Vibration must be firmly in your hands. Clint Barton nodded repeatedly, even if it is not for the Age of Ultron, this metal cannot be left out. If it is used by people with ulterior motives, the consequences will be disastrous. The 7th question starts, please be prepared. The following character, who took the armor of Iron Man? A. Justin Hammer, B. FANFIC, C. Pepper Potts, D. James Rhodes. If you answer this question correctly, you will be rewarded with a cloak. If the answer is wrong, 1 year of life will be deducted. A new topic has started. Everyone's eyes fell on Tony Stark from the beginning. This is another question about Tony Stark. Obviously, Tony Stark's question has been asked twice before, and now it is still. Does the author prefer Tony Stark? What are you doing looking at me? Tony Stark didn't understand what everyone's eyes meant. Stark, do you know the person who wrote the question? Phil Coulson asked. If the subject is a hot girl, I would be interested in getting to know it. Tony Stark, but why do you say that? Did you not find out? The questions asked by the questioner are most related to you. Clint Barton said. Who knows? Tony Stark laughed, maybe I am the protagonist of this world. This is another question that I can't talk about. Thor looked at the question and walked away consciously. This question, it seems that one option can be eliminated directly. Phil Collison pointed to Pepper Potts and said, Miss Potts, looks like it's impossible to steal your armor anyway, right? Absolutely not. Tony Stark shook his head quickly, if there is only one person in this world who will not betray me, it is her. What about James Rhodes? Phil Collison asked again, if I remember correctly, Stark, he is your best friend. Although the military has always wanted my armor, Rhodes has also been ordered to communicate with me many times about the armor. Tony Stark said, but I believe that Rhodes will never make a robbery armor. You don't have to think about it, option D can also be ruled out. Then only A and B are left. Clint Barton felt a little too quick to get rid of it. There are 2 bad guys left. Tony Stark swept his eyes back and forth over the 2 names, and finally reached out and pointed at FANFIC, I think he should be chosen. Also choose him. Thor couldn't help being stunned. Didn't you choose him once? It's not stipulated that the answers to the 2 questions cannot be the same person. Tony Stark said, Justin Hammer is a beaming clown. I know he has been coveting my armor, but he has no ability to get from me. Take away the armor here. It will take 5 to 10 years for other countries to imitate the armor, and it will take at least 20 years for Justin Hammer. Justin Hammer really is not capable of snatching the armor from Stark. Phil Collison agreed with Tony Stark, the words jumping beam clown couldn't be more suitable for him. So, does the answer come out like this? Clint Barton thought for a while, and said, I think it's better to think about it again. This FANFIC can build an arc reactor by himself to assassinate Star Tower. K. can be considered a character, at least better than Justin Hammer. But hasn't he already failed to assassinate Stark? He should stay in jail. For someone like him, I don't feel surprised to escape from prison. Tony Stark said. Speaking of the assassination, I suddenly remembered a little. Phil Collison said, FANFIC's assassination of Stark was in public www.readaloud.com. There were many witnesses, and the car was broadcast in real time again, and it is not known how many people witnessed the assassination. So what? Thor didn't get what Phil Coulson wanted to say. So, that assassination will be seen by countless people, and FANFIC will also come into the sight of countless people. Phil Coulson said. And then? Thor still didn't get it. Then FANFIC made the arc reactor, and it will definitely spread. Collison. It's better for you to think carefully. I have overlooked this. Tony Stark said, there are too many people in the world who fight my armor idea. Knowing that there is another person who can also build the arc reactor, he will definitely pounce on FANFIC like a dog grabbing shit. So, FANFIC's escape from prison is inevitable. Clint Barton said, even if he didn't plan to escape, some big guys will take the initiative to help him escape. After this man escaped from prison, he still wanted to kill Stark, but he knew that the vest he made could not kill Tony, so he snatched the armor from Tony. Phil Coulson continued to analyze. There is a problem here. Thor interjected, he is not Stark's opponent at all, how can he the armor from Stark? It's too simple. Clint Barton said, use some despicable means, such as kidnapping people Stark cares about, forcing Stark to surrender the armor. For example, disguise as a cleaner and enter Stark's office, put a bomb in it in advance, and so on. From this point of view, the possibility of Yvonne Fank is really great. Thor nodded. Chapter 59, Another Possibility. There is another possibility, Phil Coulson said again. What is possible? Clint Barton asked. Because Yvonne Fank himself assassinated Stark, so we think that Yvonne Fank will do it on his own initiative to Stark's armor, so what if it's not? Phil Coulson said. Collison, when did you talk like this? I mean, will Yvonne Fank not want to provoke Stark anymore after he escapes from prison, just want to run away desperately and spend the rest of his life, but because others have to provoke Stark? For example, the person who helped him escape let him go. This may still be true. After all, Stark has too many enemies. Clint Barton pointed to the options. There is a ready-made example in front of him, and this Justin Hammer has this motivation. If it were him, I don't think it's strange to rescue Yvonne Fanko from prison and let Yvonne Fanko kill Stark. That's the problem, said Phil Collison. If Justin Hammer asks Yvonne Fank to grab the armor, then who does this matter? It's Justin Hammer grabbing. Was it Stark's armor, or did Yvonne Fank rob Stark's armor? Normally, both of them count, but if you can only choose one. Clint Barton murmured, then I choose Justin Hammer, the one who gave the idea is the culprit. Collison, it looks like you have put forward a terrible idea. Thor interjected. In this case, how can I tell if Yvonne Fank took the initiative to grab the armor or accepted it? Someone ordered to the armor. It's really an idea, but I don't approve of wasting time on this. Tony Stark didn't entangle at all. Firstly, this situation cannot be inferred at all. We can only rely on our guess. Secondly, do you think if Justin Hammer wants to send someone to my battle armor, does he have no one himself? Even if he really doesn't have the talent available, can't he directly hire someone else? Why bother to save Yvonne Fank? Isn't it easier to spend money to hire people? So, Tony Stark finally concluded, no matter who it is, Justin Hammer or others, they must have rescued Yvonne Fank for the control of Yvonne Fank. Technology, not wanting Yvonne Fank to deal with me. Well, Stark, I think too much. Phil Coulson shrugged, I have nothing to say. I don't have any comments. Clint Barton also said. I choose B, Yvonne Fank. Before Thor could finish speaking, Tony Stark made a choice, and Thor was so angry that he wanted to hit the hammer. Wrong answer. Deduct 1 year of life. Wrong. Tony Stark felt quite stunned, it's not Yvonne Fank, that's Justin Hammer? What is the clown's ability to the armor from me? Is he hired a great person? Clint Barton said. No, maybe he made some great equipment. Phil Collison opened his mind again. Of course he can't do it himself, but if he rescues Yvonne Fank from prison, Yvonne Fank may be able to develop something new. It is because of the new things invented by Yvonne Fank that Justin Hammer succeeded in snatching the armor from Stark. Why does Justin Hammer have to from Stark rightly? Thor asked again. Just now Barton listed some despicable methods, such as kidnapping people that Stark cares about. Stark surrendered the battle armor. Why can you make this inference about Yvonne Fank, but not mention Justin Hammer at all? Thor, in our eyes, Justin Hammer is a jumping clown, but his apparent identity is actually a successful arms dealer, of course not comparable to Stark. But he is also the envy of many people. Millionaires are related to many bigwigs in business and politics. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Phil Collison slowly explained to Thor, indeed, people like him usually get involved. In the gray area, some big people will turn a blind eye to this. But kidnappers, especially those who kidnapped Stark, are already crossing the line and breaking the rules of the game. The United States will not allow him to do so. This kind of behavior. Unless he doesn't want to get mixed up in America, he will never do such a thing. Ivan Fank is different. Clint Barton said, he has no property in the United States, no family, and his only purpose in coming to the United States is to kill Stark. He can kill history by any means. Tucker left the United States and never returned, but Justin Hammer couldn't. I still can't believe that Justin Hammer has the guts to grab the battle armor from my hand. Tony Stark shook his head, still wondering the answer. He is not afraid that I will fight back later and take down his entire Hammer industry. Stark, if Justin Hammer can really grab the armor from you, I think this is something that many people like to hear and see. Phil Collison said, too many people have the idea to beat your armor, but you are not easy to deal with. They can't get the armor from you. Your identity as Iron Man makes it impossible for you to use many methods. But Justin Hammer is different. You get the armor from him. It's much easier. So Justin Hammer, or whoever really snatched the armor from me, would someone stop me from avenging him? Even he might be more appreciated by some people because of it. Tony Stark frowned. Such a person can make a list with a little thought. And you have a smelly mouth. I don't know how many people have offended. Clint Barton said, I think many people will clap and applaud. Chapter 60, The Embarrassment of Iron Man. The light comes on and the video starts to play. At the beginning, Tony Stark and Natasha Romanoff sat together. Natasha Romanoff was drugging Tony Stark. She didn't know what Tony Stark did. There is an obvious scar on it. To be honest, I can't figure out your details. Tony Stark said while feeling the delicate fingertips of Natasha Romanoff. Where are you from? Legal department. Natasha Romanoff's fingers kept moving. Can I ask you a hypothetical question? Tony Stark looked up at Natasha Romanoff. This question is a bit strange. If this is your last birthday party, how would you celebrate? Be with whomever you want to be with, and do whatever you want. Natasha Romanoff got up from Tony Stark's sofa and turned to leave. Stark, what do you mean by that? Are you going to die? Thor couldn't help asking. It should be because of palladium poisoning. Tony Stark said, my palladium poisoning is getting worse and worse, but I haven't been able to find a solution, so I feel discouraged and think I won't live long. Everything in the camera, there was a party, and Tony Stark in battle armor was playing DJ there, and he looked intoxicated. The music is loud, and the party is full of beauties of all kinds, shouting and screaming, Stark writhing and scratching his head in his armor. Tony Stark was so intoxicated in this drunken life that Pepper Potts walked in and looked at him in the crowd without paying attention. The camera is everything again. Outside the party, in a car, James Rhodes is holding a cell phone and calling, yes, sir, I understand. I don't know what the officer's reply was. James Rhodes quickly said, no, there is no need, I will deal with it. Sir, I promise Steel Iron Man will return to his post within 24 hours. Looking at the beginning, James Rhodes should have taken the armor. Clint Barton said. It will never be Miss Potts. Phil Coulson said. I think I probably understand too. Tony Stark has already guessed the next plot. What do you understand? Only Thor was stunned. Could you please let me understand? Unsurprisingly, James Rhodes walked into the party and looked left and right. He found Pepper Potts. Hey, Pepper. James Rhodes walked to Pepper Potts. I'm leaving now, I'm going out to get some air. Pepper Potts turned and left. What's wrong? James Rhodes asked. I don't know how to do it. Pepper Potts turned around and looked at Tony Stark, who was all the attention at the party. At this time, Tony Stark was holding a wine bottle in one hand. But Tony Stark was not ashamed but proud, and laughed very proudly. James Rhodes's complexion changed when he saw Tony Stark's absurd appearance. He turned and left. Enough, I want. No, no, don't call anyone. Pepper Potts grabbed James Rhodes by the arm. This is too much. James Rhodes pointed to Tony Stark in the party with an angry expression on his face. I just promised him. I know, let me do it. Pepper Potts tried to calm James Rhodes's anger. I will do it, okay? Let me do it. Get him. James Rhodes decided to give Tony Stark another chance, and said to Pepper Potts, otherwise I will come in person. Everyone knows that the question I'm most often asked is, how do you go to the toilet in your armor? Tony Stark didn't even know that his friends and future wife were worrying about themselves and were still there. After talking about the problem, he made a relaxed look, as if he had just solved the physical problem in the armor. It's like just now. Tony Stark laughed after he finished speaking, so much that he couldn't straighten his waist. Party also burst into a burst of laughter. This guy is super good at parties, right? Pepper Potts stepped up and snatched the microphone from Tony Stark. Yes. The party suddenly shouted. I love you. Tony Stark said loudly to Pepper Potts. Stark, are you serious about this confession? Clint Barton couldn't help but ask. Of course not, it's just that I was dying, so I couldn't stop talking. Tony Stark blushed and quickly denied it. Stark, I understand, it's like someone makes an excuse to be drunk and say something they dare not say. Thor patted Tony Stark on the shoulder. I'm afraid this sentence has been buried in your heart for a long time. Var. The Prince of Asgard also understands love. Tony Stark knocked out Thor's hand. www.readaloud.com. Watch the show. In the video, Pepper Potts obviously didn't take Tony Stark's sudden confession to heart, thinking it was Tony Stark talking crazy again. Unbelievable, thank you Tony. Pepper Potts took the microphone and looked at Tony Stark with a smile on his face. Thank you for arranging such a beautiful night, but we should say good night. Thank you everyone for coming. There was a boo in the party. No, no. Wait. Tony Stark was unwilling to end there, and said to Pepper Potts, we haven't cut the cake or blow the candles yet. You are out of control, Pepper Potts said to Tony Stark, trust me. You are beautiful and out of control. Tony Stark said uncontrollably. It's time to go to bed, Pepper Potts said. Kiss me again. You peed in the armor just now. I know, it has a filtration system, and the filtered water can be drunk. As soon as this conversation came out, everyone in the answer space couldn't stand it anymore. Stark, can you be more disgusting? Thor seemed to see some plague away from Tony Stark. Stark, you can always challenge my knowledge. Phil Collison's voice is very calm, but his body is like Thor, far away from Tony Stark. Stark, please do me a favor. Clint Button pointed to the video. If one day you do something like that, don't tell everyone that I know you. That won't happen. Tony Stark's face was hot, and he wanted to find a place to sew in.